Yeah! Party wheel day! Let's go! Hello,
Woo!
hello, fellas. I'm Vic, and I'm here with Miss Popgun, and we're
Hi,
here for
everybody.
goofs.
We are here for Party Wheel on Ice.
Ah, I love the new graphics and everything. They look great.
Yeah, it really looks like a party. The DJs and everything.
Oh, get ready for the party. We've got fun times for chat. If you guys have never been here before, get locked in because we're getting silly.
To the max. We've got so many random things on this wheel of party to look forward to. Vic, is there any specific one that you're most looking forward to seeing today?
My favorites is the classic, aka the enemy comp swap. You just fought the enemy team. You just got clapped by the enemy team. And now the wheel tells you you have to use their weapons. Can you prove that weapon set is really so good? Can you win with their weapons now? Can you give them the what for?
Or can they win with your weapons?
Uh-oh!
I think my favorite has to be trade a player.
Yeah.
Just the mass confusion. It's okay, how do you sabotage the team you're playing with?
Rainmaker.
Very true. Rainmaker is the ultimate. Anything can go wrong at any moment.
I believe we also have a set that's going to be up really, really soon. I think we're starting with, if I remember correctly, I think it's Bath Bomb versus Vicino Addiction.
Vicino Addiction. I am just looking over the names right now. We've got some fun ones today, as far as our teams go. Some really creative people out there. Really big fan of the name Worm Regards.
Big fan. I saw an Ink Floyd at one point.
Yes, I do love a good pun.
Is there more than one Vicino team? Is this a reference that I don't know?
If you don't know it, I don't know it.
There's Vicino Addiction, and there's
Yes.
also a Vicino Juckport. I think I'm lost.
It's either something we're not in on or people that know each other.
The Vicino team is definitely a lot of remix. I can see that. So
Yeah.
maybe there's an idea going on there. I'm just looking in the chat, and chat just says yeah.
The Vicino. It
We're
makes
never
me think
gonna know.
of a Vaseline casino.
No! Is that the only thing you can win there?
Ooh, I don't know. Or maybe you have to. Maybe it's like those old game shows or like Wipeout where you have to like battle in Vaseline.
Huh?
It's like when you would like on Nickelodeon, you have to like fight through slime and stuff like that. That was what came to mind.
Oh no.
I don't love that that's what came to mind, but
But that's what your brain conjured up for you. Watch out, Chad. Don't think about that one too much, or you'll be facing the horrors.
All those late 90s, early 2000s game shows really did a number on my brain.
Oh my god, what's the one? It's a little more recent, where like you have to contort yourself into like a shape, like a pose, to, like get through a wall.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
No, my brain automatically goes to the oldies like Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Yes, and the Shrine of the Silver Monkey.
Yes, things like Slime Time Live.
Hole in the wall! That's what it was!
Hole
Every
in
time
the
it would
wall.
start up, like literally the announcer would be like, it's hole in the wall! Literally that's all it is. Just you and maybe a person with you would have to make a pose and get through the pose together maybe. Or you'd be by yourself.
Like a take on the Limbo.
Yeah, it's Limbo but poses.
Interesting.
Which I could bet you something like that. I think I've seen this before in advertisements on ye olde Twitter, where like they'll take like cartoon characters and make them do it, or like you'll sing like a note to like have to get through a hole in the wall.
Oh, gotcha.
But I'll always remember the OG.
Interesting. Very interesting. I was gonna ask, I was like, is everybody a contortionist on this show?
No, I think
And how,
only
I
the
was like, how do you
contortionists
find that
get the
many
win, though.
contortionists?
Carefully. Do you think they have like a screening where they're like, yo, okay, if you want to be on this TV show, you gotta be able to like do a split.
Do they just like sit outside of Cirque du Soleil auditions?
Bah! It's like,
Like,
how
hey,
on
you didn't
American
make
Idol,
that.
there's,
Have we
like,
got a show for you?
hole in the wall! I don't even remember if there's money on the line for hole in the wall.
Probably. Or like some kind of small gift thing. Because I don't know that show would bring you enough notoriety for your 15 minutes of fame for that to be enough of an incentive.
I think just being on hole in the wall would be enough incentive for me. I'd be like, oh my god, I get to be on. I'd be losing my mind.
Oh,
What
it
else
looks
should
like,
they make? Oh?
It looks like you're right. Our first set is coming up here, and it is Vecino Addiction. Versus
We're wrong
Depth
about you too.
Raiders.
Are they gonna be raiding the hole in the wall?
Or the
Truly?
hole in the floor if they're depth. Going into the crust of the earth.
We'll soon be seeing the spin of the wheel here. Chat will get their first peek at what this wheel is gonna be looking like for the next chunk of time. You know, Chat.
Wheel. Party
And
wheel.
maybe even you, Miss Popgun. There are more and more options that will become available later, especially near the finale. There'll be some more horrors that the people will get to see. I won't spoil the fun, but trust you want to stick around. Not only for us, for our friends that'll be commentating later as well.
Yeah, it's a stacked crowd today. As far as our commentators go, we've got a lot of great people on.
Did we get in the end for this? 37. God bless.
Yeah, I think Shmeep was saying it's 3 times as big as some of the previous ones.
Oh, it was peak last year too. I'm glad more people are playing in Party Wheel.
Yeah, it's so much fun. We did something like Party Wheel when we had Shine a few years back. And we did an
Ooh.
event that was very similar themed. Obviously didn't have as much planning into it as Shmeep's Party Wheel, but it was definitely wild. I think there was events where we had to like change our controller perspectives, like invert them or uninvert them if you're an inverted player, or play with your controller upside down. It was hard.
See what I desire someday. I feel like I've gone to a lot of lands, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys have as well. Even with
Yes.
even with your son, you guys have still managed to go. God bless. I can tell you with confidence, I just never managed to go to the lands that have 2P1C. I just want to play it one time. Like where,
Yeah.
like
We're
for the
wheeling.
chat that don't know, 2P1C is where you guys play split Joy-Con, but you're 2 people, so each person gets to control half of the character basically.
You can
I
do
know
that
one
with the regular controller too. You just have one hand.
Duh! That's cursed.
It was uncomfortable, especially with motion controls.
Anyway, for the 3 seconds I wasn't looking at the stream, I think we spun the wheel! Everybody
have.
has to use a randomly selected class. Duplicate weapons are not allowed on either team. So what you're gonna see here, guys, is you're gonna see each team only has one class of weapon.
Yeah, and they're using a bot roller to get those weapons classes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a great bot that Shui has been using for years for this. For people that don't know, by the way, if you want to play in this in the future, Shmeep only does this tournament like once a year. Forget your weeklies, forget your monthlies. This is a yearly, baby. But
Basically a major.
true. I mean, we have plenty of teams. Shmeep does these as party wheel like PBs, like decently often on Twitch. And if the people say that they like Party Wheel, join Shmeep's Discord, and next time Shmeep does it, you could be there.
you could be in the Wheel of Party.
Meet some people that maybe you wouldn't know otherwise. That's part of the fun of hopping into a Splatoon community, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Meet people, and then, like last year, a couple of the 4 groups of people we met all had kids at the same time, so then you
God.
have parent friends eventually.
That's crazy. When you guys, it was like you guys, it was like Corn and a few more. I was like, huh?
Yeah, Captain Bob Dude,
Yeah.
Greg Guru, and Falco.
Everybody's parents.
Yeah.
And you know what? I will happily cheer from my basement and go, yeah!
We have enough for a Splatoon team and a sub.
Just wait till like Splatoon 5 or something like that in like, I don't know, like 2032. Kids would all be like 8 by then. They could pick up a controller.
Oh yeah, PJ runs around with a controller now.
Oh no. He's getting ahead of the curve. It's like those like the children that you see on like Japanese Twitter accounts where they're like already getting to like A rank or something.
Yeah. Oh hey Vic, we have our match.
Let's go!
Let's go. Oh, I see Sombrella. All right, I see so many Brella.
That's what everybody's got. Remember, you can't have any repeats. Curious to see. Also, I'm not sure if screen is banned in this tournament or not, but very clearly no one picked it regardless.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I think it is the one thing that is not in the Wheel of Party.
Excellent. Yeah, it's hard, I feel like, as like viewers of a tournament sometimes when screen is there, so.
Yes, definitely. Oh, we have
tent battle?
splats, one on one. Oh, wow, we had 3 splats down on our yellow team here. So purple's obviously caught that zone and taken a lead.
Now here's the real question is, can they corral these guys to stay in their base here? We've got the Inkjet coming out. What are you going to do? Does that reach? Oh, I was excited.
I thought we were about to see the Inkjet off.
I look in the chat, I see Lagging Lagoon, one of my friends in the room right now with us, saying, help, I don't play this class!
That's kind of the point.
Well, you do now.
Yeah, you do for at least this match. And so does everyone else.
I mean, hey, you guys got the lead back, right, Lagoon? So I think you figured it out, at least for now. Oh, Reef Slider incoming. Does it take the zone? It doesn't even cap the zone. That's so sad. Okay, but you know what? Everything else will cap the zone. Shout out to Brella, by the way, completely tanking that Zuka hit and letting them live for a moment before dying to that splashdown.
Right. I think when the zone almost slipped, we had a triple strike come out as well. And man, our yellow team is really holding on to that zone there. Could be the best of the Brellas.
Oh, and now we've got a reverse cornering going on earlier. Remember? Purple started out in the lead, pushing them in, and now...
That is true. That is true.
We gotta have a reverse lockout situation going on here. Ooh. You know, watching this Recycle Brella action makes me almost want to pick it up. Just for like a few games as a treat.
That's a treat. Could be a treat, could be not such a treat, depending on what you get faced against.
I know people say some mean things about V-Brella, but I really like V-Brella. Just good old strikes and a sprinkler makes the world go round.
I feel like Brella is a very divisive weapon. Oh, we've got right to the last second. Stayed in their base for so long.
And in the end, even though you didn't know the class, you did win the game. That's what we love to see. Oh.
Yeah, Revolution really just got into that base and, you know, held them locked in.
Wait, that's an awesome
nice
name.
I
love that. And that's gonna be our first point going to Vecino Addiction. I really would. I'm guessing it's a pun on Casino Addiction based on one of their players being named Vasi.
Yeah, I thought that originally too, but then now you have me worried that I am missing some lingo. There's some young folks thing with Vecino that I don't understand.
Get to know eventually. Blink, blink, blink.
We have our wheel back.
Let's
Let's roll
go!
that wheel.
Oh, and it looks like we're possibly... Nope, never mind, I got tricked!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, random weapons. Oh, no.
Oh, wait,
I didn't
the
realize
wheel's
I had a
changing
little
its
bit
mind.
of reverse roll. Oh, this is really on the edge of my seat.
The wheel's having a moment, we are being told.
Oh, okay.
The wheel is busy partying it up a little too much.
Let's
I believe
go,
in her.
wheel. We believe in you. We believe. All right, so we have No Man's Land. So a randomly generated map mode from the evil map list is getting played on instead of the designated map.
I like you can generate a map from the default map list as a treat. Alright, so we get a horrible map mode, and on top of that, a second modifier. Wheel decides to be nice.
Wheel.
Who's a good wheel? Who's a good wheel? Oh no.
Oh gosh. So same random weapon. Everyone is using the same singular randomly selected weapon. No variants. Only that weapon. I sure hope everybody bought all the weapons before they joined.
Yes, actually a requirement for this tournament is owning all the weapons.
Well, that's good. I would not be able to play in Party Wheel then.
Can't believe this.
I know.
Did you know there are
No,
14
go ahead.
different actually viewpoints of this like stream right now? I just noticed. I forgot Sendo has this functionality.
Oh wow.
That's so cool.
It shows you everybody that's streaming? Oh, it does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That is a very nice feature.
Straight over on sendo.inc/to/903. Oh, cool. Are we getting close to 1,000 different tournaments that have been ran on sendo.inc? That kind of slaps.
Yeah. I mean, I think Low Ink was run on Sendo last month for the first time too. So it seems that a majority have moved over.
Find the evil map list. I think I might have closed the link on accident. I want to see if it's in here. Oh, all right, it's here for chat's interest. If you want to know what the evil options are before we go into it, the evil map list consists of Scorch Gorge Splat Zones. Yikes! Eeltail Splat Zones, Eeltail Clams, Undertow Clams. That's not that one. That's not that bad. Mincemeat Zones and Rainmaker. Hammerhead TC and Rainmaker. Oh my god, I can't remember the last time I played Hammerhead TC on purpose.
Oy.
Mahi Mahi TC and Clams. Inkblot Rainmaker. And Sturgeon Clams. Yuck. Wahoo TC and Clamblets. Brine water on literally everything except Clamblets. Humpback TC!
Ew.
And then just Lemuria Zones and Rainmaker. That's the
Wow.
evil map list.
And it is indeed evil. You know, I feel like you have people though that have one of those or more of those maps that are like, this is my favorite map ever. Play everything. We're diving in. What do we got?
Actually, I really like Wow World. Oh.
Here we are. Splatter shot. Bro.
Oh god. Well, guys, which team do you think is gonna win? The team with all the pros? The team with all the pros?
You know, I think it might be the team with all the pros.
I like that one of them. I like that Vecino Addiction just gave up. They were like, you know what? You guys can have the pop. It's whatever. Let's go do something else. Going for the
throw
kills
these
instead of the
markers.
pop. They'll be able to get that Rainmaker first, probably.
Yeah. Well, we have one person stuck in crab, so oh right, Revolution, grabbing that Rainmaker and getting that
Still love
first
that name.
checkpoint.
What do you do when there's 4 crabs activated at the same time?
You hide. That's what I do. But I just play Splattershot Junior, so I hide from so many things.
Yay! Junior Gaming! We stand!
Oh my gosh, with 6 markers, took them out.
I mean,
The
hey, it
Battle
works.
of
At
the
least it's not the
Crabs.
marker challenge. I miss that one all the time. It's like one of the best.
It's so difficult. Like subs only is so difficult.
Oh, have you not played the in-game marker challenge that's been run like twice?
No, I've played Splatoon 3 for like 20 hours since it came out.
Honestly, that's fine. You are a mother. you have other priorities. No, this one's a banger because literally what they did is nothing changed except they made the angle shooter insta kill.
Oh. I don't have
It's
the aim for that.
awesome.
I think that's very interesting and probably very fun, but I don't have the aim for that.
Believe me, other people sure do.
I bet. We've still got a really close match here. Sleet isn't anything they couldn't come back from. Especially as they're getting...
Not on brine water. Oh, surviving the crab tank and taking out Nexilus? Let's go, amigo! Well, this Rainmaker's gotta get out of here. The question is, do you let it reset at this point, or do you try to get it out? Do you just crab tank your way into the Rainmaker going away? Because I don't know, Vasi wants up there really bad.
Yeah, I think they're able to clear out enough people that they can grab it and move it out. Had it looked a little bit more pressured, I definitely would have tried to drop it. How do you even get under all this? It really is the limbo of the markers.
Carefully, or you hope that they don't have the aim to hit you.
Talk about hole in the wall.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The reference?
That's what this feels like, the limbo. You have to get under all these markers, you contort yourself.
I think at some point you just have to accept that you're going to get line markered.
Yes.
And you're also gonna die to 17 crabs. Do you just wait until the enemy team has no crabs and cross your fingers? Because right now Depth Raiders has almost 2 online here. One coming out right now and another one right around the corner.
Yeah, this would be that opportunity, but then a crab path appeared.
And remember guys, this is with stronger Splattershot Pro. It did get lovingly buffed a little bit recently. Oh, Jirachi. Can they stop literally everything coming at them? Well, no, they got friends.
Being cool, but the Rainmaker seems to be pushing up at the front, kind of without their teammates right now, which they ended up paying for.
Oh,
okay, we've got to jump in.
Do they see the
They're
jump?
gonna survive. Nope, they do not.
Rip.
Or they saw it and
Alright.
they killed them. They didn't survive.
If I was Depth Raiders, I think now is the time to go. The crab tank is out, the Rainmaker is almost grabbed, and everyone is all the way back in the enemy base for Vicino Addiction.
Yeah, I think you're right. Plus they only have one of their crabs online currently, and Depth Raiders has 2 ready.
Like the crab v crab action here to try and pop the Rainmaker shield. Oh, here comes another one. It's so funny to watch from this top-down view of the crabs just in and out and in and out with 1 minute left on the clock. Oh, no.
Yeah, I feel like that's the only thing you can do is just kind of like line your crabs up. 'Cause otherwise, if you wait until you don't have, or if you don't have any, then that's when you're gonna get pushed on with all the other crabs.
Probably one of the last chances here. Like, you can see Depth Raiders trying so hard to grab this Rainmaker and go, but it's so scary.
Yeah, they have a decent amount of map control as well, but...
Oh, and Vicino just took the Rainmaker while they were setting up. I can't believe this.
That was a really good distraction, though. It turned all their focus and stopped that push. And now...
I got them all the way down to 1 player alive.
Yeah, now Vicino has a chance to push up. And make
This is
bigger
points?
push.
Oh, wow.
They got a
Alright,
few more
well.
points on the board there.
If you're Depth Raiders, this is your last opportunity for real this time.
5 seconds left.
The Rainmaker is in hand. The question is, where is Crab Tank number 1?
Oh,
Oh, never mind. Didn't even need it.
wow.
Shot through the crab. To get the
Yes.
Rainmaker right behind them. GG's.
That sneaky side. Just waited there for that opportunity, which was good because they didn't have any crabs online to kind of counter battle it, so...
You knew
Smart
they were
move.
setting up. I'm sure of it. GG's. That's 2 points now for Vicino Addiction. Gotta double check to see if this is a play all 3 or a best of 3.
Looking like double elimination sets will be best of 3. Winners and grands will be best of 5.
You for the reminder, because sometimes we do be doing a little forgetting.
Oh, I definitely pulled up the rules, mostly so I could read what all of the wheel spins were.
Yeah. There's a beautiful document for that too.
Mm-hmm. It does look like there is a loser's bracket though. So our teams aren't out yet. I think we are going to take a quick break while we set up the next round. See you folks back in a minute. And we're back to Party Wheel on Ice. Once again, I'm Miss Popgun, and I'm here with Vic Villian.
Oh, hello. And you're blessed because chat earlier on, Popgun and I, we were talking. We were talking. I was talking to the madam herself. We were talking about Worm Regards. And guys, we get to watch Worm Regards in action.
Yes. I'm so excited. I loved the team name, and then when I saw the team, players and friends of my own heart.
Now I'm curious. If there's one thing I'm not good at is seeing who is actually playing in the. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
We got Sakura and Splatver and Amber and Apricot. I don't know
Yeah.
Apricot, but Splatver and Amber. Big hearts.
Friends of friends are friends of mine.
Amber actually did our pregnancy announcement art.
Cute!
Mhm.
Amber I've commissioned beforehand for art of a few people for like stream stuff.
Oh, they're so good. And so sweet. And I'm super excited to see them. So they're playing Washed.
Oh, we've been told that Amber is also doing the art prize for this tournament.
Epic.
So you guys get to cheer on or cheer against.
Ooh.
The person who's actually helping out the tournament.
Do you
They're on
think
the inside.
Do you think the Vinga bus makes a stop at the Vicino?
Is this all? Are they all connected?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I feel like there's a bit here. I feel like there's a Venga bus travel to the Vicino bit.
Big fan of the username Suspicious Lemon.
I was really attracted to Skaboop.
That's
It
a
just
good one
seems
too.
fun to say.
A stone's throw away from the Kung Fu Panda classic Skadoosh.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of sound effects. Got Meepeth as well. Makes me think of a little, like a meerkat.
It's the Schmeeb Chord gang. This is true. This is
Mm,
true.
yes. Can't wait to see what the wheel chooses for them. What shall be their
Think
wheel
that
of
being
destiny?
aware of Party Wheel, participating in Party Wheel PBs and the like beforehand, gives you any kind of advantage when playing in Party Wheel tournament for real, for real?
It could.
You gotta wonder, like, oh yeah, I've had good luck in the Party Wheel PBs in the past. So
Yeah.
clearly it'll work out here. And then boom, everyone plays Squiffer.
I mean, it seems, well, okay, so it could be advantageous in some effects, like if you don't get picky about what maps you play on and you play kind of every weapon just because, like, sure, that could be helpful, but it doesn't help you at all if you roll swap a player or, invert controls or something like that. Something you don't really prepare for.
On my end, I've tried you talked about doing your own like cursed minigame PBs with obviously
Mhm.
a lot less fanfare compared to the party wheel. Sometimes I'll just throw things on a wheel spin website for giggles and
Mhm.
laughs. One that I've removed from my old PBs that I don't really do as much anymore is I used to tell people that there was one where it would be just, hey, if you play sticks, play motion. If you play motion, play
Mm.
sticks. You used to say that
It's
people did not
rough.
like that one.
It's rough. It's very rough. I actually play inverted controls, and so that one throws
Ah.
me for a loop when we have to swap and when I have to do regular controls.
Oh yeah, because now you're looking your lefts are actually your
It's
lefts and
so
your rights are
frustrating.
actually your rights.
Yeah, I'm already directionally challenged. I used to
Woo!
write left and right on my shoes.
You gotta do the classic with the hands, right? You put your hand in front of you, you make an L shape. If it looks like an L, that's your left.
Right, but I also suspected I may have been partially dyslexic because they both look like L's. I mean, it's just like it's a
No,
backwards L, but it
no,
still looks like an L.
no. You've lost the war then. No battle can save you.
Yeah, so that's why I used to be a big Converse fan, and so I put an L and an R on the Converse, and that helped me for a while. But I never really
Really.
realized why video games were such a struggle until Mr. Popgun actually was like, I think maybe you should try inverting controls, and it was life changing.
Well, that's great.
So
You
we
know what
got our
also is
wheel
great?
up.
The wheel!
The wheel, party wheel, party wheel.
Uh-oh.
Random special. So everyone has to use a weapon with a randomly selected special.
Chat,
That's
it's
gonna be
time to place
wild.
your bets. What
It's like,
special are we getting here? What do you want to see?
well, I don't want to see markers since we just had that all pro battle. I think
I
it
want
could
to
be
see
really
everybody on
interesting.
Zipcaster.
Ooh, that would be fun. I was thinking either Big Bubbler or Kraken to see all the big Krakens on the screen.
Okay, double quad Kraken would be awesome.
And terrifying.
Screen, no! Screen is banned. But thankfully, we're safe.
Inkjet's another fun one when everybody has Inkjet. I love the Inkjet and the Sky battles. It feels like
so
it needs to be in
glad.
slow-mo with like really dramatic music.
You see, if you ever have the time to actually play Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch, I hope you're just very lucky and you get blessed with the with the Inkjet challenge, where literally all they did is they said, "Hey, the Inkjet's gonna reload for you in a chunk of seconds after you use it, so go hog wild."
Yeah, no, I would probably hide from that.
There's
Inkjet
one
was
right now as we speak with just random weapons, and then they also chuck amiibo gear on you for funsies.
Oh gosh. Yeah, Inkjet was the bane of my existence in Splatoon 2. I feel like everybody who played Inkjet was just so good at it.
Oh, do you remember the On Parry Dooley meta back in like 2018-ish?
I actually missed that meta just barely. That was just before I started playing.
I can tell you from experience that was a time where I was kind of like a free spirit floating in the wind. And I just kind of, filled in the gaps of team compositions of friends pickups that I participated in. And at that time, I was always put onto Aunt Berry Dewey, but I couldn't play Inkjet to save my life.
Oh, real. All right, we're in our match, our Clam Blitz.
I got it! It's Zipcaster!
Oh. Well, this I think could be advantageous for Warm Regards because this is something that a couple of the players on that team are very familiar with.
Oh?
So I know Splapper already plays the... I'm already forgetting not the wiper. The souped up wiper with the inkjets or the zipcaster. So I feel like this could be really advantageous for them. And it looks like it's looking out to be that way as they start to make what looks to be a first push. But they need to get some clams ready.
The Luna Blaster coming in here. You might not know, but they buffed Luna Blaster's radius again.
Oh gosh. That's why, because
just for fun.
Luna Blaster is tough to play competitively, but the people who do play it competitively are so good.
Oh
my gosh! The Zipcaster taking out 3 worms.
Dude, it's like an entire pack of garden eels right there, taken out.
So we have our first push going here with the 74 on the board. It looks like that might be the end of that push as Warm Regards clear out their base.
A good job to Warm Regards, making sure not to lose too many points there, even as the Vangabus did have a really good opportunity. Ooh, good set of slashes here. Beautiful weapon. Love Bucket so much. I wish I could play V-Bucket better. Always love watching it.
Yes, agreed. It's so interesting to see how people who are good at buckets can arc that slosh.
Sloshing machine slosh goes in a straight line. It's fantastic.
Right.
I know exactly where I want to fire it. I get my double indirect or maybe a big direct along the way, and I feel really good when I go like 15 and 5. I put on the regular bucket, and boom! I'm just a guy. I'm just there.
Exactly. We look like they're coming in for another push right now. They're building a clam right outside of Warm Regards' base, and they do break that basket.
Oh, the Vangabus really doesn't stop rolling here. Getting another set. Oh, and there's your Splatana Stamper you were talking about there. Mm-hmm. Oh, can I sneak this in?
Oh, they tried, but I think Warm Regards gotten them. Oh no, there's one more still in their base. Potentially gonna grab that. No, they're gonna let it die.
Oh, that was a good bucket fight though, at least.
That was. They held on for quite a while. Getting in a little bit of a push down to 61. Definitely not something that's safe at this point at any point in time.
No, definitely not on Clam Blitz Scourge. Oh, and here comes the brush action here. Do they see them in time? Sadly, they do. That could have been a really good kill. Shout out to Meep. Their tag just says Big Boy. I don't know, it makes me laugh a little bit.
It looks like they're gonna push in for yet another push against Warm Regards. Warm Regards is having a lot of trouble getting control of mid in order to collect and make their own kills.
And it looks like the strategy right now. I wasn't all for it at first when I saw that they made their clam, they threw it to the ground, and they zipcastered in to distract and waste time. I was like, what if they don't pick up the clam? What if your clam gets obliterated while you're gone? And no, their teammates have picked it up for them every single time.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good communication going on as far as their pushes, it seems. Oh, we've got a wipeout, so I see another push coming.
Oh, well, you know what they say, they like to party.
They really do keep this party going.
Alright, the question is, can Worm grab this clam before the basket closes so they can at least have 2 clams to work with? All you need is one good push. Oh, no!
Doesn't quite look like it, and as the clams get thrown in and tick it down, Warm Regards is running out of time. Just less than a minute, too.
Oh, and if
maybe less than that if they can't get the Vangabus out of their way.
Someone needs to go and take down the gas station, alright?
Yeah, they can't fuel up. Gotta stop this party somewhere.
Alright, well now Worm Regards just has to get to 8. They just gotta get to 8. They just gotta get to 8 in one push. They got this. They got this, right?
We've got the basket open.
True! Oh, and, but you know what? They got points on the board. They can say they got some points on the board in this Clam Blitz game. And they've got other big clams. They'll get overtime as long as they're holding that.
Yeah,
Just gotta get some paint.
Not quite over. They do still have the power clam, so they could get that overtime like you mentioned. And they are taking down some of... It looks like they are gonna go for that other push. They've got 3 down. We've got control in mid.
A jump is probably all they need here. Just gotta be careful not to get exploded all at the same time here. A 3v3 going on here. About 5-10 seconds left on the clock. Gotta get that clam in, and oh no! The only player left is our friend on the zip, who's gonna drop into literally everything. You know, at least they got to pad their KD at the end there, getting that double on landing.
They really gave it their all in those last seconds.
They did. They had so much going for them. The warmest of regards. But in the end, the Vangabus, I think it ran them over.
Zip casted right on. But that's not over. So just game 1. 1 game for Vangabus, and the party wheel does what it does best and throws a wrench in everybody's plans. So let's see what we have coming up next from the wheel.
Been calling them the Vangabus the whole time. It's the Vangabus.
Wrong vowel.
Bring back the evil map list.
What do we got?
Ah,
What
dang
do we
it.
got? Random weapon class. Okay, so this is what we had earlier. Everyone has a weapon from a randomly selected class. No duplicates on the teams.
All right, chat. Now it's time to place your bets. Shooters? Brushes? Blasters? I'd like to see some blaster action.
Blaster
You
would
could
be
possibly
fun.
have 2 Luna Blasters when you think about it on each side. A regular and a Luna Neo.
Let's see. Could be buckets. That could be a decent variation.
They would have to
Good.
bring out Splashdown Explo, please.
Yeah, I feel like shooters is so expansive.
Mm-hmm.
It's such more fine-tuned when you go into the other classes. Wonder what it will be. I have a
Sometimes I
feeling if
feel
it's
like when you have like only shooters, I'll always gravitate towards like Jet Squelcher. Shamelessly. Jet Squelcher was like my first, so
Real. Pretty sure my first was Silver Arrow Spray. The Silver Arrow Spray, the Splattershot Junior pipeline is strong.
it's been everywhere, I feel like. Like I started out with little baby backline weapons because I was like, oh, from back here I can help and I don't have to fight people and it's okay if my aim is bad. La 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 la. My first ever team that I was on back in S1, we did like a tryout scrim against like a really strong team.
Oh no.
Hammerhead Bridge, Jet Squelcher in hand versus like a Hydra Splatling player of old. Yay! But it's okay, they liked me. They thought I had potential. They took me anyway, even though
Let's
I got
go.
exploded. Yeah!
Now let's go in our match. What did we get? What did we get? What did we get?
Oh, here's the question.
Oh, wipers and stampers.
Oh, and it's Ev! I was gonna say, I was like, wait a minute.
Let's roll.
I've got strong feelings about Decapitator. You know, nowadays I play mostly like support shooters, right? I've joined you in Junior Land and all that jazz. I mean, I did back in like 2020 and 19 as well, but now I'm kind of back into it again. And Decapitator, every time I see it, I can't help but yell, big hitboxes.
And Vangabus coming out strong here with a cap and a wipe.
Vangabus also really, showing their strength here, saying, hey, we're gonna actually get to 50 right now, and you're gonna have to kind of accept that.
Yeah, well, I was looking at their little name plaques since we started, and it looked like on both sides we had a lot of non-traditional weapons, not a lot of shooter players, so I think, you know, this is playing to both teams in a sense.
We like to party. Hell yeah, you do, Chai Dragon. Thanks for playing in the tournament today, but less typing, more gaming. I hope you're having a good one, though.
And Vengabus holding on to this, holding on to the zone here and ticking down with their the points. Ooh,
A good inkjet from Meep there.
A good inkjet and a good takedown by Splatfur there. They try to move out and try to cap that zone, and they do. Stopping that.
This is what we want to see.
Yeah, the wipers kind of look like they're throwing boomerangs all over the map in my vision.
Here's the question. Do you think that just playing the challenge, not challenge, oh my goodness. Just playing the game beforehand with the Zipcaster helps for the one player that gets the Zipcaster sword? Do they benefit at all from that?
Potentially, but I feel like this map is kind of hard for Zipcaster in a lot of places. There's so few areas you can go.
Oh,
But man, it doesn't seem that either of these teams is struggling as much with their wiper as I expected.
And when I play sword, I just kind of... Oh, ooh!
All right, let's go,
wow,
Stan.
What a hammer. Let's
Stan.
go. Oh, and then there's the
zip.
Zipcaster! Let's go, Boop, cleaning up!
Flipped it right back over and taking down 25.
Here's this inkjet here, just trying to waste some time here. Even if they can't get it right now, they want to get as close as possible. Oh, there's the big hitboxes in action there. And I think that this is going to be cleaned up right now by Vengabus. Uh-oh, wait. Wait,
Not quite enough to flip that zone.
Spoke and then unspoke too soon. That's going to be an 0-2 in the favor of the Vengabus. Loving to party wheel.
We like to party? We like to party wheel? They've got a pirate on their team.
I love the animation for like the wiper. Or really any of the
Yes.
Splatanas in that one where they like flip it around and everything.
Yeah,
More
it
of that in
looks so
Splatoon
cool.
4, please.
So cool. More swordplay.
That's gonna be the end of this round for Worm Regards and the Vengabus. And don't forget, guys, there is a loser's bracket, so even if players go down, you don't have to worry about them being out just yet.
Exactly. We could see Warm Regards again in the future.
I'm always
They
a
could
really
have
big
a second
fan
shot
of-
at that party bus.
Yes. Imagine seeing them fight again later on. You go back and you look at the party wheel on Ice Sendo sets, and you see the same thing has happened twice.
Yeah.
Have
Really
you ever
when
had
you
to do a run back on like a LAN, like you fight the same team more than once?
Oh, yes. Let me tell you though, the last LAN that both Mr. Popgun and I played in was LTC this year, and both of our last games was against each other.
Oh.
So our last match of like the whole thing ended up being Popgun v Popgun.
Awesome, at least.
I think those are the harder ones. I'd rather play other teams that I don't know or do know play again rather than to fight my own husband.
So many people at LTC just suddenly were blaster happy. Like I was playing online and stuff, no blasters. Boom, go to LTC, everyone's got a blaster. Stay away from me.
Well, yeah,
Please.
like LANs is where Blaster, Umbrella, and all of those really excel.
I know. It doesn't mean I like it though.
You like it for you, but not for, or if you were to play it, but not for
Exactly.
everybody else.
I think it'd be fun to play like Rapid at a LAN or something sometime. I love Rapid Blaster.
All right, we're going right into our next match, it looks like. With Triggerfish Zone Supremacy versus the 4 Fearsome Fish.
Love that for them. I love the 4 fearsome fish.
That's a tongue twister a little bit.
We just
But I
call
mean, we
them
have the
fish.
4 Fearsome Fish and Triggerfish.
And we've got a fish in the Twitch chat. It was meant to be. That fish was there
Fish.
beforehand. That got posted during the Mahi game, but I'm gonna pretend that it's relevant for now.
Oh, yeah.
Chat,
Fish.
can we get some fish? Spam this fish for 4 fearsome fish?
Ooh, yes. Fish, 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 fish.
I mean, hey, I'm no fool. We know TCS, very scary team. Group of friends who've been playing together for a long time. A lot of accolades. But if you're 4 fearsome fish, you're looking to make a stand, to be scary, to take down these fellas who are fighting for a crown.
Right. It's an opportunity. People see triggerfish zones and, now they are no longer the underdog that they once were. And they've actually become the dog that is being chased. And so the 4 fearsome fish have an opportunity as more of an unknown to make a name.
I've already seen a couple people from TZS joke around about messing with that land circuit that's going on very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Messing with it by maybe possibly imagining the idea of going to more than one of the lands and doing well.
Mm-hmm. Potentially.
Evil.
I do think, though, that some of the synergy that Triggerfish Zones has could help them in this party wheel. Again, obviously depending on what the wheel rolls, but if they are still in their team and don't have any saboteurs, that synergy and communication they've built over years could be beneficial, even if they do get stuck with weapons or specials or maps that they're less familiar with.
Some fish. I know one player on this team pretty well. I know Gabe, and Gabe is a crazy good reflux. Should Lady Luck smile upon this team and give them some kind of bow action, get ready for some crazy shots.
Oh, I'm ready. I would love to see that. I love watching people play bow. It is so cool. And it was such a neat idea when it was shown early days before Splatoon 3 came out in the trailer and stuff. I know everyone was so excited about it. And it went through it's not so good. Yes, it is good. So,
You know what?
I'm happy to see it.
When you're in a PB, anything can be good. It's just about strength of the players.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And with Party Wheel, some of it's just Lady Luck.
Maybe some player trading. You know, we haven't had a player get traded off yet, but it could happen at any time.
We have not. I kind of hope we see it. I really
Right
do.
now.
I'd love to see it before we sign off.
Hey, we got time. Time to watch some Peak! Oh, we almost got sacrificial specials there for a second. People don't know that one is literally you use your special and you have to throw yourself off. Huh?
It says sub-uniformity, but it also says random weapon class. I think the wheel may be having a moment.
But to make its decision. It is sub-uniformity, okay.
Sub-uniformity. Yep, wheel is exploding.
Goodbye, dear wheel. 07. 07. Whoa, hi, son.
So, sub-uniformity, your team comp can only have a maximum of 2 different sub-weapons on it, but any weapons are allowed.
Ooh, what do? Do you go all bombs? Do you go like... one guy has a splash wall and everyone else has burst bomb? What do you do? There's a lot of room for error here, you know? Maybe you have one teammate who really wants to play something specific. So like that'll determine one of the sub-weapons. And then everyone else kind of works off of that.
That might be a good strategy. You go with one of your stronger players and kind of what they want and play off of them. I think that makes a lot of sense. But at least the sub-uniformity does give some diversity as far as weapons, so maybe you're able to pick... Maybe if one person's really good at one specific weapon, another person is be like, oh, okay, well, I like this, but I could go to that. Or there's a variation of a weapon I'm really good at with that sub too. So, a lot at play. I don't know, I feel like...
Sorry, I had the list open still and I was laughing at the evil list again. They put it in red and it just sticks out like a sore thumb every time I look at it.
Yeah, it has to look evil as well as
It
be
is
evil.
The roster is
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, I was gonna say, I looked and I saw that Sun was a sub on there, but hey, now it's fixed. Let's go Shmeeb.
Okay.
The speed run? The Shmeeb run?
Ooh, good. I like that. Hebron. Okay, I was looking over some of the other wheel stuff too because I was curious. I forgot what Electric Boogaloo was for, but that's Splatoon 2 weapon debuts.
Wait, that one's great. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And you can't forget about Dumpster Dive.
Mm-hmm. Although, there are some people who would be happy about some of these weapons.
I agree with you on that.
My old teammates only played 96 and rollers, so I don't think they would hate the Dumpster Dive.
I'm personally very big fan of OG Paintbrush, so I wouldn't be looking the other way. Give us, I know people say we have enough Wavebreaker weapons, but what's a couple more, Smile? I know that Wellstring does exactly what I would want, like, another Explosher to do, but, like, I mean, if you gave me an Explosher with Wavebreaker, I wouldn't complain. Not at all, actually.
Alrighty, let's get into it. We have a zones map, so looks like we have Flat Bomb on one side. We have Wavebreaker on the other.
Like we're Splat Bomb and Fizzy Bomb for Triggerfish zones. And we're Torpedo and Splat Bomb for the fish.
Oh boy. A lot of bombs though.
Surprising, not surprising.
I do feel like the Fizzy and Splat Bombs can be really beneficial on this map.
With how flat the center is, especially on the zone, it's hard to approach when you hear the Fizzy just kind of hopping off the edge towards you. Ooh,
yeah,
the perfect flip over the Wavebreaker.
If you target it right, you can throw it over some of those walls too, where people like to hide.
Yes.
Oh, but we have the flanking Dynamo.
No ink, sad face. Zon is actually a super good Dynamo, by the way. So that was just unfortunate.
Yeah, just one stroke too many and ran out of ink. But Triggerfish seems to be holding that zone really locked out.
You know what they say, zone supremacy, taking their Splat zone here.
They owned that zone.
The fish had a great opportunity too at one point with Triggerfish zone supremacy going 2 down around the middle of that game. So if I'm the fish, I'm not standing down. I'm ready to fight more. I'm ready to lock this into a 1-1.
Yeah, that was just figuring it out. Now they're ready to lock in and charge forward.
Yeah, but I don't think that knockout tells the story. You watch what was going on there, and you see the fish did not go down easy.
They did not, and I was very shocked to see that Dynamo flanking. I love to see a flanking Dynamo, but I never expect a flanking Dynamo.
More time and a little bit more paint could have been beautiful, because I don't think they expected it either.
I don't know that many do. Quite the shock. But we have our wheel back up. Let's see if she's back to running smooth.
Go!
Go, wheel, go. Go, wheel, go. Oh!
Uh-oh!
Oh! Random weapon mirror. So roll a set of 4 random weapons. Each team can select who uses the weapon, but they all have to use the weapons on their team.
So for example, let's
see
say you pull the wheel and they get Clash Blaster, Paintbrush, T-Tech, Reflux. Both teams have to use those 4 weapons.
Exactly. But it's not locked in on which player is set on them. You can decide amongst yourself.
You can play Nose Goes.
Nose Goes.
Alright, who gets the Clash Blaster?
Honestly,
the secret here, by the way, is that the Clash Blaster... Oh, same.
I take it.
If it's Mako Mart, hell yeah.
I feel like Clash is another one of those early days weapons when you're just figuring out the game and you play it for the first time and you're like, wow, this is so strong.
Like, you were around in the S1 days, right? I'm not hallucinating that.
I was not. We joined in S2. Like
what?
couple months into S2, right? Like I mentioned, I think Mr. Popgun joined right at the Imperies stuff, and I was a few months after that. So,
No, there are some people that I assume have been around since the beginning, as one of those people who's been around from the beginning. And this is
Yeah.
like shattering my worldview.
I know.
Oh no.
Mr. Popguns
Stupid
has
game
played
turns
Splatoon
heads.
1. I have not even played it.
Ah,
We do own it though.
one of the biggest discussions of the time, before S2 came out, when the Clash Blaster was first shown off, people were distraught because Luna Blaster had been such a problem in S1.
Oh, wow.
And seeing a blaster that had a humongous radius that shot that fast, people were like, what the hell? What are they doing? And then it was locked at level 30, and people were like, oh no,
Oh, no.
this is gonna break the game when people get to level 30. And then it ended up being fine, but people were so afraid. It was so funny.
Oh, looks like we have a restart. Yeah,
We
no, well,
almost
I
got to
remember,
see the
I
weapons
remember
there.
getting it in Splatoon 2, and especially on tower control, I was like, nothing can beat this.
I mean, it really is true. You walk up to tower, you're dying.
Yeah, well,
Don't be
especially,
a
I mean,
fool.
in the low levels where nobody really knows what they're doing, you just feel so OP.
And people learn how to back up.
Or you have to fight against so many, like, actually good backliners, and you're like, oh, got it. That's how that's countered.
Apparently the wrong mini Splatling was chosen on one of the teams. That's why there's a quick reset
okay,
there.
okay. Yeah, I
Small
did see a
shot.
mini schnozzle nose.
Schnazzle nose.
Old schnozzles. And we have some leaders here, so I mean, not the horrible comps when you look at them just outright, but you know, some of these weapons require so much familiarity to be strong with, especially Nozzle Nose, our leader.
Hopefully both teams have a player that can play leader. You know, sometimes you have a squad of people where, you know, maybe one guy's really good with like maybe very specifically just bows or like just Splatlings, but leader they're like,
Yeah, I feel like that is. I feel like you either get, you know, you have a Splatling Blackliner who doesn't touch.
Uh-oh, and the Rainmaker's
Oh!
kind of on the run here.
They're
This is
making a
Splatoon 2
move!
Classic here.
Splatoon 2 Classic, especially on Manta Rainmaker. I feel like it goes either very, very slowly in a lockout in mid, or it runs ahead like this.
Yeah, especially like mid-level S2. I feel like you either loved or hated this map. On Cataclysm, we hated Manta Maria.
Yeah, it
It
looks
was
like
because this happened. No.
hate to it.
Rip. Any other map mode, it was fine though. It was just Manta Rainmaker in particular. Manta Zones, I love Manta Zones.
Yeah. Manta, I feel like Manta and Humpback Rainmaker are just so either really, really quick or get really, really stally. But Triggerfish Jones has flexed their supremacy in this round. Once again, we still have our losers round bracket, and the Fearsome Foursome have an opportunity to hang in there and see us again.
Like
But
we
Vic,
might be skedaddling for a little
Yeah.
while here.
think
But
this
GG's to
was-
these fellas. It was a good time, dude. I love watching good and silly Splatoon.
Same. I'm really excited to kind of check in throughout the day and see what else happens with the party wheel. I really hope somebody gets the trade a player. It's so fun. But Vic, I think this is the end for us, and I believe that Falco Flyer and Saphira will be on the mic next.
Let's go. I'll be happy to listen to some of our homies take this tournament home. Party wheel on ice. Such a lovely time. So happy to watch a mini game tournament. It's just fun, you know? Open skill tournament. Not crazy stakes. Beautiful shoe Cali bot. Fantastic silly games to play. Thank you guys for watching, and stick around for more Party Wheel. Thank
It's
you
only
for
gonna-
hanging out with me too, Popgun.
Yes, thanks, Vic. It's only going to get crazier from here. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel on Ice. Happy New Year! My name is Falco Flyer, joined here with Saf for our first commentary gigs for 2025. Saf, how you doing?
I'm also forgetting what time it is. It is 2025. Happy New Year, everybody! Glad to be here. Party Wheel on Ice, on Ice.
Yeah,
It has like a nice flair to it. That's fun.
I think
It's even cursive.
It is. It's fancy on ice. I think it's the 3rd edition of Party Wheel. I'm sure the TOs can correct me if I'm wrong here.
It's 5th edition of
It's the
Party
5th?
Wheel.
Are you serious? Oh my gosh!
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
Falco, now my question for you is, do I need to watch Party Wheels 1 through 4 to get the plot of Party Wheel 5?
I don't
Maybe.
think so. Well, the thing is, this
maybe.
tournament has completely blown up from what it has been for, I guess, yes, the past 4 that we've had previously. Because I remember helping Shmeeb kind of set up some of the initial things where there were like 8 to 10 teams. But here, I mean, we have 37 teams that are signed up today. Like, that's crazy. Hello, that's amazing, and
That's
obviously,
a lot of wheels. That's a lot of parties.
it's a lot of parties. And then obviously we have some like notable players and teams who are playing today. Anti-Gravity, obviously a spin-off of the team Gravity here. As you can see some of their players versus Oracle. So this is going to be a fun one. But yes, we're kind of towards we're getting closer to the winners final section here. But right now we are hopping into the losers bracket round 3 technically. So still a lot of action headed your way. This will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, for those of you at home that are more of a visual learner, if you go ahead and do ! bracket and you open up the bracket and you just scroll all the way down to the bottom, that's where Falco and I are at watching Anti-Gravity and Oracle. And Falco, looking at the roster on Oracle, I think that's our pal Bolts.
Yeah.
From the Splatoon tourney work desk, am I right?
Our lovely Ludi Tonight staff member, yes, Oracle, our Bolts on Team Oracle, yes. So always lovely and happy to see them play, and yeah, against some players who, again, this is Gravity. A lot of their players, Skep, Rush, and Corian in particular, have gone to quite a few of the lands, gotten to LTC. So we always enjoy seeing them play. And obviously playing in a tournament like Party Wheel, where, of course, we have all these lovely modifiers that can only enhance the players. There's no way none of these modifiers could ever sabotage them. It's only good things that can happen, and that's obviously the whole point of this party.
Yeah, I've just been kind of trying to read up on the rules a little bit. A lot of modifiers going on with this Party Wheel, folks. And one thing that I really appreciate is the one that's called Electric Boogaloo. I think that is really fun. And
Yeah.
It has to do with having dualies. It's having a two-handed weapon, if you will, and or 2 weapons, 1 per hand. So that's a really fun name for that. I enjoy that. Puppeteer, Soul Survivor, Team Comp Swap. I wanted to say Swamp. My brain added it.
Choose your swampiest weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 20 modifiers that can be chosen here, so it's always going to be fun to see which ones get chosen. But yeah, the dumpster dive is pretty fun too. Of course, that's the last modifier that we see, but it's really the weapons that we just don't see very often. Obviously, the weapons that you'd find at the bottom of a dumpster. I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah.
But
Got 'em.
I always find those ones are fun for like Splatfest Turf Wars, when you're just trying to play whatever, just have fun with your friends. So,
And you know me, I love having fun with my friends.
it's
That's
it's a good activity. Yeah.
Well, it's not just, it's the activity, but also like the act of having fun with your friends, which I can very confidently say is currently happening right now, because if you guys didn't know, Falco and I are actually right next to each other.
That is a lie, but I wish it were true. Unless I somehow teleported to the West Coast, but You know,
I mean, you could have.
I could, yeah.
And
Definitely
I
could
mean,
have.
there is the Oracle. The Oracle doesn't lie, and you
Yeah.
have no gravity holding you to the ground. You're, one might say, defying gravity. Any Wicked fans out there?
Oh yeah.
I know you are.
I definitely
Raising your
am.
hand.
I think, okay, we're spinning the wheel now. Let's see what we get. Of course, like we mentioned, there are 20 different options that can happen, and it looks like we're going to go to random weapon class. Okay, so everyone must use a weapon that is a part of a randomly selected class, such as rollers, blasters, umbrellas, ect. Duplicate weapons are not allowed on either team. So, we will see what that weapon class is. That's probably going to be the next roll, or they're going to be informed. But this is like a classic I'm gonna meme with my friends on open type of sabotage, you know? I don't want to say sabotage, never mind, enhancement. These are enhancements, remember.
Well, it's sabotage for the opposers, the enemy. It's sabotage for the enemy, and for both sides, the enemy is the other side. So it could be good, could be a detriment, could be enhance, could be increase. An influx of good
Yeah.
fortune.
And as our head TO states, this is the third time we've gotten weapon class. So teams here, I mean, they're gonna be used to this for now. So that's always fun. And I mean, what's interesting about kind of these say like gimmick tournaments like this is like we have players from all skill levels who are signing up for this tournament, and you know it doesn't quite like even the playing field, obviously, having some of these sabotages, because good players are going to be good with like whatever weapons they choose, you know. Like they're going to be able to adapt very, very well. But there's going to be some players, like if I were playing and I had to play GooTuber, I would just say goodnight, like nope. I will just not that I'd sit at spawn or anything, but I'm like I'm not going to be useful as I typically am. So
I feel like you're not the type of person that would just sit at spawn and like wait for something to happen. I feel like you would still give it your all.
oh yeah, of course, and everyone should too. But
Mhm.
yeah,
Everyone, and you can too, with
You can
viewers
too.
like you.
thank you. We were one away from Electric Boogaloo, so I'm very sorry, Saf. That's the one we read off before, but unfortunately did not get chosen.
That's all right. We'll get there someday. I can dream. I can hope for the second the number 2. The number 2 overall draft pick on the party wheel is Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Because it comes in 2s, but we'll get there at some point.
Yeah.
But anyways,
and everybody's favorite weapon class that was chosen, shooters. So that's what these players are going to be choosing here. Obviously, a lot of these weapons will be pretty.
I know for a fact Skep pockets Brella. I know that they do, but
Well,
they're
Skep-
not gonna. Oh, they picked. Okay, they picked. Okay.
Yeah, Brella is its own class, so it's. Yeah.
I wanted them to pick something else.
I'm
but-
intrigued by the Inaki Nova pick there. That's going to be from Luna on Oracle, who's going to be choosing that. It's going to be covering a lot of turf. Obviously, any shooter you choose, not any shooter, but both of these comps definitely going to have a ton of paint here on Mahi Mahi Zone. So at least this map mode is like one we typically do see in comp, so that's not a double curveball that's thrown. And honestly, there are way worse sabotages than an all shooter, because this is maybe not a comp you would see in traditional competitive play, but it would not be uncommon to see all shooters.
I wouldn't say that this is super untraditional. I mean, you have strikes, you have crab, you have a squeezer per piece, and obviously 52 gal is always going to be invited to the party when you're doing a shootout. But so far, so good for the folks on Oracle, until Anti-Gravity comes in and actually turns the tides and says, hey, you guys are actually all going to be sent back to spawn, and we're going to strike our way in to make sure that we keep you there. So a very narrow lead to be had by Oracle. Anti-Gravity going to be taking the lead here now, and it seems to me that the opening has now been made with Boingus going down, and maybe Oracle is actually going to jump back in here as the water level goes down.
Yeah, they're trying to, and yeah, Oracle, they are really trying to lock out and doing a really good job. Void is going to be kind of alone, but with the help of their teammate who's in the Inkjet, Luna is going to be pushing forward as well. That was, I think, a really good Inkjet usage, but of course, Boingus.
Boing?
Boingus. I'm not sure which player that is from Anti-Gravity, but they are going to be they're going to be the ones taking them down and really probably taking this down into the KO as Anti-Gravity did such a good job locking out Oracle. You know, Oracle, they were able to hold on to the zone for quite some time, but really once that first lockout came from Anti-Gravity, it was so hard for them to push back in.
Yeah. And just as a follow-up to your question, Boingus is Dylan on Anti-Gravity.
Okay.
Because I also was trying to be like, hold on a minute. Like, I remember looking at this roster and thinking, like, okay, who's missing? So, okay. Strong first punch by Anti-Gravity. Oracle, definitely some folks to be contended with, though, because Anti-Gravity kind of got locked out a few times. And, I mean, not for long, by any means, obviously, in comparison to the scoreboard. However, still, again, the first match is always taking a few notes, trying to come back with something better, and having something very gimmicky like picking all shooter weapons because that's what the weapon class that's picked. That I feel like was a good opening statement for both sides. However, as we move on, yes, stop an Electric Boogaloo. No,
I think it still has to spin, like actually spin again too. I think this is the anime. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's well, you know what? It was setting me up for Electric Boogaloo. That's what I'm going to go with.
I know.
See, look at Electric Boogaloo. It says it on the screen. You see it. I see it.
I'm aware. I'm aware. All right, with the same random weapon, so everyone uses the same singular, randomly selected weapon. Variants of the rolled weapon are not allowed. So we're gonna see an 8-player mirror match for our weapon choices. I always find it fun when you see all the specials being unleashed at the same time, no matter the weapon. Like you could have like 8 strikes come out, 8 crabs come out. God forbid 8 wave breakers come out, but hey, it's possible.
Wait, okay, can you it's 11:30 a.m. for me here on the West Coast. I have been on vacation for the last week. Can you actually explain this? Can you like, dumb this one down for me just to be
You want me to read the description a little slower? Would that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you actually just read it but explain it in a different way?
Okay, so literally everyone has to use the same weapon, but that same weapon will be random. So either everybody might be playing Vanilla Junior, everybody might be playing E-Liter Scope. So, and you can't choose like custom E-Liter if it's E-Liter. Like you have to play Vanilla. So it is just legit a random weapon out of all weapons in the game. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought it was. I needed it to be explained again. And thank you for doing it in a different way. That was really good.
You're welcome. You know, something that's missing on this wheel, Shmeeb, is a commentator's choice. You know, I'm just throwing that out there right now, just for, next
what would you choose? What is your illusion of choice that you would want on the party wheel? That is random, by the way.
That is, I don't know. The thing is, it could be a subset of something that's chosen, like same random weapon, where the commentator could choose that random weapon, or it could be something where the commentator legit sets everything between like the map, the mode, the weapons being played. For whatever reason, if I was like, all right, I wouldn't do this, but okay, I want everyone except for Skep to play Blob, but Skep can play whatever they want.
Tourney is getting a little too powerful here.
let's hop into game.
Tourney head admin getting a little too powerful.
They're all all Dreadringer. Okay, this will be fun.
As 8 of us reef slide our way into victory. Just for the folks looking at home, Anti-Gravity in the pink, Oracle in the green. We're on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway here. I think this is going to be awfully silly. So many suction bombs. There's going to be a lot of territorial space to be taken with suction bomb, and Anti-Gravity has the strong opening that they are destined to have here, finally breaking check 1.
Yeah,
30 seconds in.
And I think, too, with having a Reef Slider, like, if, here comes from behind as Luna takes on Rush and Skep, but I was going to say, the person leading, it would be Corian in that instance, would just use the Reef Slider to pave a way for the Rainmaker, but no, everyone is pretty quickly going to go down on Anti-Gravity, but like you said, Skep, getting all the way to 45 within a matter of, like, 30 seconds or so is a really good start for them, so kind of setting the tone as both of these teams get back into mid, and Oracle's still on the upper edge of their player advantage, so they're going to be looking to strike pretty soon here.
And just a quick side note that I'm thinking to myself here, Falco, as we're kind of in the neutral game at the moment, is you have a group like Anti-Gravity that did play together on the same team as Gravity. So you have folks that are really familiar with each other's playstyles and call-out ability, but then you have other folks over on the side of Oracle that maybe are a little bit newer, to this sort of type of team play, because already Anti-Gravity is cruising on through to get to that second checkpoint there, down to the 13 mark. And it seems to me that Oracle once again finds themselves on the back foot inside of their spawn, and you have folks like Corian who are really able to play to their strengths and take close combat fights and really can assess the damage that they have on themselves there. But unfortunate for them, Reef Slider takes no mercy for anybody as the Rainmaker makes it back to the middle.
Yeah, Corian's one of those players. They're not afraid to be shy, poking up into their enemy's spawn, and they will go all out to do that. So, and they are a very strong player with very accurate shots, and yeah, the Rainmaker is going to reset. Right now, it's 3 players going to go down on Oracle, so Anti-Gravity kind of just waiting for that one more. That's going to be delayed life. That's going to be Dylan Boingus, who's going to be picking up the Rainmaker. They're going to be taking it on the left side, which is that same way they got the check. Corian is there to help, but we have a 2v2 situation right now. I believe it's... no, I was going to say, okay, none of the players are in front of the Rainmaker, so they're going to be looking to stall. And I mean, it's just hard for Oracle in this situation, just because Anti-Gravity they have a really solid lead at this point, but they have to rely on these resets. But what's going to be hard is all of the paint, when the Rainmaker resets, is still going to be painted Anti-Gravity's color, so it's really about being proactive, which can be pretty tricky, but here's an opportunity for them to do that, Saf.
Yeah, with 3 folks down, too. That was Bolts taking down the 3rd member on Anti-Gravity. And finally, we're going to see another checkpoint being taken. However, it's on the side of Oracle. But Void got taken down very quickly before they could really get started. And so the folks of Anti-Gravity are wasting no time to spread themselves out on the right-hand side here. That's 2 members down on Oracle. A trade out for 3 for 3 here. A minute and some change left, but I mean, all signs are pointing to Anti-Gravity currently, Falco.
Yeah, and we can see that because Rush is trying to take it the other way, maybe to catch some players off guard too. And obviously step 1 here for Oracle is going to be getting that first checkpoint, but then what do you do beyond that? You really don't have a ton of time to work with. So I think it's really going to have to come down to... Oh, that's a really nice shot there on Boingus Dylan, who just used the Reef Slider, but unfortunately went down before they could activate it. So that's really nice. A lot more paint now on the side of Oracle, but really slowly... Oh, from behind, the Reef Slider from Rush takes them down. So that's going to be a key play for them. And yeah, right now, Anti-Gravity still in a better position, making sure Oracle can't really push this Rainmaker any more forward.
Yeah, and I mean, Oracle still has 40 seconds to try to make some changes here. And Corian going down, that's a huge pick for Zaire there, as they offer some safe jumping points for the rest of their teammates. Rainmaker now in possession of Oracle once again. They got to be watching behind them, Falco. It seems to me that Anti-Gravity is very good at going on the flanking side of things. And you know what? I lied to you earlier. That checkpoint has not even fallen yet. Mm-hmm. There we go. Finally, now we have Void just back to a couple minutes earlier, popping that checkpoint. You have 1 Reef Slider in the base, but not really lasting for long. You have 2 members of Anti-Gravity down. Ooh. 2 Reef Sliders trying to make an opening, but Skep having enough time to use theirs to just kind of close out that little opening that they could have had there. So that is Anti-Gravity all the way down 2-0.
Yeah, that actually... The ending was a lot closer than what I imagined it to be, based off earlier interactions during that game. So that was a very good closeout there for Anti-Gravity. I thought they're going to push forward, but Corian came around the side, kind of got some shots from behind, and like you mentioned, Skep using that Reef Slider to kind of seal the deal. So that was a very good win there for Anti-Gravity. And honestly, like, a Dread is not something we see super often. I mean, we see it, but not, explicitly.
It's becoming more common. It's becoming more common, but you need the right tools to support it.
Yeah, so I would say, and it's one of those weapons that if you're good with it, you're like really good with it too. It's like I feel like one of those weapons that's harder to master, like easier to learn but harder to master type of thing.
Right.
But with all the ledges that were on Undertow, it definitely makes it easier to kind of use the weapon and get some height advantage and whatnot. So it's always fun to watch. It's really fun.
It kind of seemed like a battle of wits of like who's gonna use their reef slider first. Which it's like
Yeah.
you said, I always appreciate like when that same special comes out, because then it's like, okay, well, winner, well, you go. Well, what if you went first? No, you
Right.
go first.
You play a
No,
game of
you go-
chicken.
Oh no, you.
No, you after,
no,
after you. After you.
After you.
Yeah. Yeah, because once you're still invincible, like you're like, nope. It's like you panic use it. Panic reef slider. You know, we've heard of panic splashdowns and other panic specials, but you know. But
Yeah,
yeah, our
agreed.
next. I think we have our next game ready. I don't know if we're gonna take a break, but it's gonna be Bubble Guppies versus Hello. So that should be fun. This is this the winners? I'm looking at okay, so this is winners finals, it looks like, actually.
Yeah. Okay. We're finally
Winners semis, thank you.
winners
This is winner-
semis.
Yes.
Okay.
There's so many teams that I'm like, oh, this is the furthest one on the right. Nope, never mind, it's not.
Oh
Okay.
my god, speaking of Dreadringer, speak it into existence and it'll appear. That's Melomania on Hello.
Yeah, we have some goated players. I mean, we have Bubble Guppies, the #1 seed in this entire tournament. I think if you throw Kyo and Toon into any tournament, you're gonna get that.
Well, they also have King Julian. Don't forget King Julian. He is the king of Madagascar and the lemurs.
Yes, and
If
our
you know, you know.
I watched Madagascar like a long time ago. Are there 2 of them? Is there a sequel?
There's like 5, and then there's like the penguins of Madagascar. That's
yeah,
like
yeah.
a whole saga. That's a whole other can of worms that like I don't even have time to get into today.
For another time.
My very strong opinions on penguins of Madagascar.
We'll see a YouTube documentary about it. Yeah.
My twit longer's coming out soon. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah. Oh, and of course we can't forget Jazz, one of our lovely friends who's good friends with the players on Bubble Guppies. So this will be a lot of fun. And yeah, facing Hello. It's Falco and Saf.
Oh my god, I didn't know I was on mic with Adele today.
Have you seen it was probably a video like a long time ago, but basically Adele went to an Adele like contest where people had to like they look like her, they sing like her, but Adele went as Adele, and then like she was interacting with the Adele lookalikes, and they're like, you kind of look like her, but you know, if you fix your nose or something, and she's like, okay, thank you, like just
oh
really
my
funny.
god. What
But
do
then
you
as
think people would tell you at your lookalike contest if I showed up to the Falco lookalike function? What do you think I would hear people say about you?
if you showed up to a Falco lookalike contest,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Do you have any if you have curly hair, I kind of have curly hair. I think that's like our only shared trait, but your hair
I
goes
would
long.
wear a Dayton Flyers hat backwards with
There you go.
a duck on a swing
Okay.
sweater.
There you go.
That's
I
what I would wear.
would approve. Hey, there's two other people I know who have that sweater. So you can steal it from one of them or from me. You know where I live. You can do that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I feel like I have the gumption to do that and steal from the closet. Oh, also, or maybe you could do the Nirvana tank. That's a deep cut.
Yes, that's I think probably our only shared like outfit, other than maybe like a Splatoon shirt or something. But yes, we both have the Nirvana tanks.
Yeah,
we-
that's our only shared outfit. Which Nirvana is Falco's favorite band. If you
Oh,
guys
yes.
didn't know, number
know all-
one Kurt
I know all
Cobain
the
fan.
songs. I know all the Nirvana songs. So about the bracket, Hello, I believe, have they dropped? I mean, I know Bubble Guppies have not dropped a game, but Hello, I'm looking. I don't think they've dropped a game either. No. So both of these teams, they got a bye during round 1, as a lot of teams did. So they are both 6-0 because we've only had best of 3 so far. So someone's getting their first L. if the seeding is right, then it would be hello. But hey, these sabotages, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And you'd have to wonder, according to the wheel, what do you think would be a detriment to the number 1 seed, Falco? Considering, you have someone that is a multi-championship winner. You have someone like Jazz who has so much competitive experience under her belt. And then you have people like Toon, you have King Julian as well, people who are so experienced and very, very, very well versed in playing with Kyo. No Man's Land.
No Man's Land. Yeah.
Okay.
This one, there's an alternate map list that we're going to be choosing. So randomly,
Evil map list, dark map list.
I know the dark map list. Yeah.
The dark map.
The one we do not speak of. So basically there are maps and modes that are not conventional to comp. So yes, Mincemeat Metalworks is in there. Lemuria Hub is in there. Are we spinning again? Or do we do the evil map list and then an additional sub? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, okay, they stack. Okay, so random weapon draft and evil maps. So this should be good. So each team is given a random pool of 6 weapons to build their comp. So, yeah, I don't think there's going to be really anything that's going to be super surprising, but we can read off the list. So Alpha Team, which I'm assuming is going to be Bubble Guppies, they can choose 4 of these 6 weapons. They can choose the Octobrush Nouveau, Luna Blaster, Bamboozler Mark 1, Tentasorella Brella, S-Blast 91, and Custom Blaster. There's somebody who is on Bubble Guppies who is a fantastic blaster player, so they're probably going to be opting for S-Blaster Custom.
Who could you possibly mean?
I have no idea. And then for Hello, assuming they're Team Bravo, they can choose between 4 of these 6 weapons: Custom Junior, Dowser Doolies, Slosher, Emperies, Charcoal Decavitator, and ZNF Splatter Scope. So.
Oh my god, the Decavitator is charcoal activated?
Yeah.
Dang, why did nobody tell me?
Did you ever get on the charcoal the charcoal train, like brushing your teeth with charcoal toothpaste or whatever?
I have not, because I don't operate that way. But that's fine.
That's a yuck to you.
I'm sorry, is it a yum to you? Am I yucking your yum?
No, I don't think it's actually good. I feel like it eats away at your enamel. I don't think it's really that good for you.
Oh my god.
I don't know for sure.
It eats away at your enamel.
Hey, as somebody who just strictly drinks black coffee and sparkling water and other beverages that are probably not good for your teeth, I can't really say much on that.
That's okay. True and real, and I totally understand. However, notice that Team Alpha has to try to do this without any sort of shooter, and Team Bravo has a little bit of a break. I mean, if they didn't pick Emperi Doolies, if Team Bravo didn't pick Emperi Doolies, I would be really surprised. I would also assume that Slosher would probably be in the mix there as well. Unfamiliar if a backline would be useful here.
Well, yeah, because we don't know the map and the mode yet, and also the weapon choices that the Alpha team can choose, there's like no paint on these weapons. You have 3 blasters, and then you have an Octobrush Nouveau, Bamboozler, and Tentasorella Brella. Whereas Team Bravo, they have the Custom Junior, which nobody ever picks, but I know we've got slim pickings here, so if you really need some paint, you might do that. But then Dowser Doolies, Slosher, Emperies, that seems like a safer comp for Team Bravo, where the Alpha comp is more of like, if we're good with these weapons, we will probably dominate. But the safer options, I feel like, would be the weapons that Bravo has.
Yeah, I mean, just on paper, it would seem to me that Bravo has the better choices. Oh, I love the team tag Gup.
Gup. Yeah, so we're going Tower Control, Mahi Mahi. When was the last time you guys saw this being played?
Kyo
Probably.
on the 10? All right.
Yeah.
Only at Party Wheel. Only in Party Wheel will you ever see Kyo playing the 10. So that's Bubble Guppies in the yellow. That is Hello in the purple. Just for you guys watching back at home. Tower Control on Mahi Mahi Resort here. And look at Kyo already on the right-hand side using that tent. They're going to go ahead and push up with it because there's 3 people just kind of standing right in the middle section there, keeping their eyes forward and not quite looking at the flank. And already that's 3 members down on Hello.
Yeah, and I feel like for this map mode in particular, having umbrella, the tent umbrella like that is so crucial because there's just not a lot of room you can go with all the water and all the paths. So once you can clear that way, once you can clear that path, that's going to be really good for the side of Bubble Guppies. And right now they are slowly pushing the tower. There were some pretty good picks from the side of Hello. That's going to be their Charger player who got 2 members of Bubble Guppies, but right now Kyo seems to be in a 1v1 with Melomania. Melomania is going to be taking them down too, so right now, Hello is pushing the tower, and that was Ellie who's really turning it up and doing well in Charger. They're going to be going down, that's going to be going down to King Julian and 3 players. That's going to be a wipe, so now this is where Bubble Guppies, this is where they're going to push and most likely get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and King Julian's wasting no time in getting pushed up here and having point sensor in their tool belt. They are going to know where folks are going to be at coming out of that spawn pretty quickly. Kyo is going to try to follow up and provide a little bit of coverage here, although 2 members on Bubble Guppies being down now. However, that's not going to stop them from toppling the second checkpoint there. Ellie's going to come in on the left-hand side, getting 1 good pick. There are beacons out, too, so something to keep in mind and be watching out for close combat jumps here. Melomania is going to be tracked, unfortunately, so they are going to try to keep their distance there, but with a little help from our friends, that's King Julian going down, and the Tri-Strikes are going to try to help out with that and combat the tower from moving any more. However, Bubble Guppies are not leaving this spawning point, Falco. They're almost to the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, they really know their positioning well. And there's just so much paint too, especially where that splashdown landed. But I was even looking right when the tower was starting to be pushed by Bubble Guppies, how much paint they had gotten down already. And of course, Bamboozler can get some paint down, not a ton, but it can really just kind of spread its paint out. But there was really just no room for Hello to go anywhere to break back in. Comp aside too, because you had the weapons, I feel like, that could break in, but it just became so difficult with how dominant Bubble Guppies were playing.
Well, it's like you said, sometimes the weapon choice doesn't even matter. It's just mechanics and positioning. And I think that folks on Bubble Guppies are no strangers to how I position myself using a weapon that I don't really get to use that often, but I do get to play against it often, and so I understand what needs to be done and how I need to kind of position myself and where I need to be. And especially with that tent umbrella, I mean, in the final seconds there, Kyo was up on the ledge just as if they were playing a blaster, just as if they were playing a bucket. They were right on the ledge in the spawning area of Hello. And it's one of those things too where Hello still had a really good thing going at the beginning. I mean, they had a really strong opening. They got to at least 1 checkpoint, and then it's one of those things where once you kind of topple the offense and you just are kind of playing catch up the entire time. So I'm wondering, moving into this next round here, how does Hello want to try to recalibrate? And I want to say they got to be on the lookout, especially too, for Ellie, because Ellie kept on getting snipes from the wings, on the wings and from the wings, and that opened up a lot of space for Melomania to get through and to actually, I mean, go in and try to take a close combat fight. But also Melomania very good at keeping their distance as well. I noticed that they kept on getting themselves into 1v1 situations, but they were playing at range, not only of their weapon, but at the blaster and of the tent umbrella. They were trying to keep themselves further back. They didn't want to be in range because they knew if they would get any closer than they needed to, then that could be super detrimental. So another really good game sense, I think, on the side of Hello. So I think this is a really interesting matchup. The wheel, Sole Survivor. Everyone uses the same singular randomly selected weapon except for a randomly selected member of each team. So you have 6 and 2, is that right?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is 3 players on each team, they're going to be choosing Custom Splattershot Junior. And the last player that we saw on the list of players, I believe that was Toon, and I forget who it was for Team Hello.
I think
But
it's
they
Ellie.
is it Ellie? Okay, because they can play any weapon except Custom Junior. Not that anyone really opts to play it anyways. But what's going to be interesting, and if you are okay, so it's okay, Julian and Nameka, Namenka. Okay, thank you, Shmeeb. So they're going to be playing whatever weapons they want. Now, obviously, a strategy is okay. What's good against Custom Junior? Well, the answer is a lot of things, but take into account what it has. It has a sub that's Torpedo, and it has Wavebreaker. So anything that can quickly take apart those two. So I would think like a Splatling is perfect against the Custom Junior, but then again,
range.
anything with range, but you also want to play to your strengths too. So like if you're not a Splatling player, then maybe you wouldn't want to choose that. But I would say like the weapons you wouldn't want to choose are the ones that paint slowly and you would sacrifice a shot taking down torpedoes and stuff. Like a blaster, I feel like would be a bad choice. But it'll be really interesting. I could definitely see both players who aren't playing C Junior or just play whatever they want because they just want to have some sort of upper hand against the other team. So this will be good. But we are going back on to traditional maps and modes. Rainmaker Humpback here for our game 2. Bubble Guppy's still up 1-0. Hello, looking to bring it back. And okay, so Julian is playing the Blaster. I mean, that's more power to you. They're a very strong Blaster player in general. But they're going to be joining, okay, Custom Blaster. So that is not Wavebreaker. That one is... that one's Splashdown, or it's Custom Range. Then, yeah, that's Wavebreaker. I can't remember the comps.
Oh dear. You're failing as a... No, I'm just
I
kidding.
know, but the Carbon Roller choice there from Hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a lot of stones and bets to be had on Namenka that they are going to utilize the ink that is given to them to get up close and personal with the Carbon Roller. And I mean, so far it's working out because that's Hello breaking checkpoint 1.
Yeah. And that's a pretty big break. Of course, it's pretty early in the game still. Also, Jazz is using a weapon that I know Jazz loves and has probably 5-starred because we both share the Zap and Junior love together. So I'm pretty confident that she has a 5-star C Junior and is more than happy to play this weapon. She's going to be the one picking up the Rainmaker. 2 players down now on Hello. But they're going to be going down too, so the Wavebreaker's going to come out, but they're going to be taken down by the Carbon Roller.
Yeah, and that's going to be Toon following up for Jazz now. It's a checkpoint per pop here, except there's just a little bit of change that Bubble Guppies needs to make up to close the gap. But it looks like Toon looking to maybe push forward. There's torpedoes everywhere. So you got to kind of count your blessings and watch your step with where you're trying to go. But good defense from Hello, because that Rainmaker is going to reset back into the center stage. However, Toon is not going to be letting up. They want to take Eli with them, but that's not going to happen here. There's going to be follow-up from Narco to help out, but that's Kyo coming in to steamroll as well and take somebody down. There's a lot of Wavebreakers too. Wavebreaker, Torpedo, everywhere. Nobody is safe. Nobody's location is unknown.
No, I know.
Point.
You're just going to be permanently marked, it seems like. And I'm really impressed with how Hello has been playing. 2 minutes in, they still have the lead. Now, both checkpoints are broken at this point, so they're going to be just trying to extend this lead as much as they can. And really just keep the pressure on Bubble Guppies, because I feel like this one could come down to really the last push. And with custom range on this choice, I could definitely see it working well for the ledges. Obviously, it's still not a weapon that's great against the torpedoes, and it can probably 2-shot a Wavebreaker, but it's still one of those weapons that if you're comfortable with it, if that's your jam, then definitely run with it. But right now, Hello still has a Rainmaker. Well, they don't have it, but it's in a good spot for them. as Bubble Guppy's waiting to pick it up. I don't know if they will. They might opt to have it reset and try and get more control of mid, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. So I think right now, Bubble Guppies are looking to strike right here.
Yeah, and I appreciate actually the Kraken pick for Bubble Guppies, because that is a fail-safe option of invulnerability that if your other members are down, then you kind of have to try to follow up and clean up here. So that's Kyo making a straight shot for it down to the 18 mark. The Bubble Guppies still have King Julian alive there, though, and I don't think that Hello was very keen on having one more player left alive, so that's down to the 1 point mark. Hello needs to make it all the way to the final. They have to they have to win it. They have to win it, or else they're out.
Yeah, and that's why the wipeout is just so dangerous on really any mode, but obviously Rainmaker. This should seal the deal right here, as Kyo's going to be popping, and they're not going to be picking up quite yet. They're waiting for a very, very secure spot, or they're going to have Jazz come and pick it up. I think, yeah, they're going to wait for Jazz to come do it, but can Ellie splat them? Ellie coming in with a pick as a flank as well, but that's another wipeout. They definitely should dunk this one right now, unless they just kind of want to show off a little bit, but they're going to be, they're getting so close. They're getting so close, Saf. With all the wipe. Okay, now this is a wipeout on Bubble Guppy. So really, Hello did a great job keeping it alive. 35 seconds remaining. This will be their last opportunity to maybe 1 or 2 pushes right now.
See, but then there comes, well, okay, the torpedo from Kyo helped. Okay, we get it. However, that was 2D down below. That was Toon. That was down below. That was a blaster shot that came in and took the person out in the corner. So leaving the Rainmaker there. This is actually not a great spot for Hello to have this Rainmaker, as you can see with Melomania going down, because it's just Torpedo City over in that corner. They do not want anybody to be picking it up. They want to keep it in that corner, and especially now with 2 members down on the side of Hello, Rainmaker is going to reset back in the middle. That is Bubble Guppy's 2nd win in the set here.
Yeah, they had a really dominant second half of this game, because Hello, we mentioned, they held strong for a very long time, even when both checkpoints have been broken, and that's where it really becomes dangerous. If you get wiped out, it is so hard to come back on, especially because right around that elbow can be some pretty tricky choke points. But hey, props to Hello for not getting knocked out, really just hanging on legit by like hanging on by 1 drop of ink there to not let them get knocked out. So that was a very good effort. They're going to be going down to the losers bracket. Bubble Guppies, unsurprisingly, will be moving on to the winners finals, where they will be waiting against the winners of, let's see who they'll be waiting against. That will be the winner of Triggerfish Stone Supremacy, our lovely SAC winners, and Distinct, another very strong team. So that is that's going to be a good set, I believe. I don't know if we're doing that one next. We might go down to an underground match. So we'll see. We'll see what's coming up.
Well, I want to say too, Bubble Guppies just exhibited a really interesting way to play Rainmaker, I feel, and you were kind of commenting on it before, but like they kept getting the Rainmaker to the 1 point mark. They kept breaking the barrier and just leaving it there. And I always forget, because Rainmaker really is something where you just get complete tunnel vision on the objective. And I think that that's what Bubble Guppies was banking on. And so they were kind of just like, yeah, if we pop it, it's right there. It's right in their spawn. All signs point towards they need to get it off of the checkpoint. So what do? We can just stand and shoot.
Yeah.
Just don't miss.
Don't miss. Yeah.
But again, like, that just goes to show how good of game sense that is when you get it to that point. They were not worried. I don't think they were very concerned.
Yeah, well, and I think too, especially, I know they had 3 players, and then they were waiting for Jazz to come in. So the logic was probably like, okay, like, we will keep locking out Jazz. Once you get back, you just pick up the Rainmaker and dunk it. Because I know they tried that strategy once. And then I believe it was Julian who tried to get that dunk a little bit later. So yeah, there's different approaches to it. You know, I feel like they could have knocked it out if they just kind of grabbed and gushed and goad. That's what our marching band director always told us, because he was like, I hate you guys taking...
We're in marching band. I'm still learning new things about you.
Well, our director, I feel like I said this on a different stream. talked about my marching band director, but he was the type who's like, gush and go, we're wasting time. We're like, oh my god, all right.
Is that like when you get a bunch of spit in the mouthpiece of like your trumpet, gush and go?
No, grab water, gush it down, and then get back to your spot. Like,
Who
take
says
time.
that? Just say drink water. Who says gush?
Because it's alliterative, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All right, well, let's hope we don't gush down this next match too much. That made no sense. Triggerfish versus Distinct. This one has not actually happened yet. We're resetting the scores here. But everybody here knows Triggerfish Zone supremacy. I mean, they've been around for so long. Who? So a lot of great players, some lovely TOs for various different organizations on the team. Shout out to CCA and Sunset Surge, and obviously Kraken, who helps run Riptide. So we have like some goated TOs on this team versus Distinct, a team who has really been doing very well in a lot of key tournaments lately. So this is another fun team to watch out for. And this should be a good match, Saf.
Yeah, do you see that guy Pepe on TZS? That's my friend.
That's your friend?
That's my friend. I'm so excited. That's my friend. I get to watch my friend play. And my other friend, DRF. That's my other friend. Oh, that's so exciting. I love Triggerfish Zones always. But you know what? You said it yourself. A team that has been around for a while. Over on the other side, Distinct has also been around for a while.
Oh yeah.
So that's kind of fun. You have two kind of like legacy groups coming together to have a head-to-head combat match. And I want to say Distinct used to be. I'm pretty sure they are out of the woods of this, but I'm pretty sure they used to be a low ink team. And they are not anymore. They have since graduated. They have since moved on to better things, higher passage, better passage, greener pastures. There it is. I was looking for the words. Greener pastures. And the folks on Distinct, I want to say, have done a lot of different things. Yeah, you have some folks that were involved in like Ludi Season 15 Division 3 playoffs. You have a lot of different results coming out from folks on Distinct. So you have experience. Once again, you have a case of experience versus experience coming head to head here. And also to touch on again, Triggerfish Zones is the number 2 seed in Party Wheel today. Distinct is the number 6 seed out of 37. So
yeah, neither of these teams have dropped any games yet. And remember, we're still in the best of 3, even though it's winner semis, just how the last set was. So yeah, there's a lot at stake here. Let's take a look at our Party Wheel to see what's going to be chosen as our lovely not Sabotage. Are we going to do random weapon class again? Well, it is a little bigger, you know. So once again, everyone must use a weapon that's a part of our
I do declare spin the wheel again. That's commentator's choice.
Yep. You know, another item I thought of, because we saw Triggerfish Zones. What if one of these sabotages, and this would take a little bit of time, but everyone has to close Splatoon 3, boot up Splatoon 2, and then play a game, one single PB on Splatoon 2?
I think that would be fun.
That would take a long time, and then you'd actually have to like friend people because there were no like pools, so that would just take.
Oh my gosh!
Some time.
The Stone Ages.
The Stone Ages, yeah. Because then Triggerfish Zones can actually play Triggerfish Zones.
They could. That's probably what they would pick.
Mm-hmm.
True to their name.
Splatana is going to be the weapon class that we're going to be choosing. So, get your swords wielded. Have a sword fight with your friends. Get some Splatana action.
I don't think... Okay, listen. I really do think that if we were in medieval times, I do not think you would use a sword.
No, I would be a joker. I would be the one who...
Jester, the court jester.
I'd be a jester. Oh, yeah.
I'm a jokester. I'm a trickster, not a fighter.
That's how I'll help us win the war.
Would you wear one of those hats? The like 3-pointed hat with the
little bells
on
the yeah. I'd do some makeup too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's so good. I feel I don't know, if you had to tag yourself as a medieval weapon, what do you think it would be? I feel like you would be really good at okay, I think you'd be good at it, but you'd be afraid of it, like a catapult.
Yeah, that sounds loud. Or like, oh, I'm thinking of a cannon. A catapult sounds fun. It sounds dangerous. I mean, obviously all the weapons are dangerous, but um, something where I'm pretty far away and not in in the action. Yeah,
Yeah, you like to watch from afar, but you can still like
yeah.
you can still cause a lot of damage
The
from
thing is,
afar.
I would not survive in medieval times because my vision is so bad. Like
Oh,
people,
that's so true.
I would
That's
have
so
to be
true.
up front because I can't even read the screen if I have my glasses off. I can't
Yeah,
read
you'd be on the front line, so you'd have to be
If-
using a sword.
if I
Actually,
make it that long.
we'll give you an addle. You
Yeah.
can launch sticks.
All right.
Slingshot.
Oh, okay. So, we're gonna reset this. I don't know if there was an error with the teams or whatever, but people can choose decavs. That's a Splatana, right?
I would
Yeah.
say so. It's a
Yeah.
decav. It's a decav. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a sword with a sheath.
Yeah.
Sheath comes with it. Everyone else doesn't use their sheath because they have no concept for how to keep their tools nice. And they allow their blades to get dull, except for people that know what the heck they're doing with Splatana Wiper and Stamper.
I am not one of those people who know
Not
what
me,
I'm doing.
not I,
Nope.
but that's fine. I love a good sword fight. Every now and then. And you know what is fun about that too, Falco, is I saw one of each thing. It wasn't like a heavy balance towards one Splatana or the other. I saw at least 1 to 2 of every single flavor out
Yeah,
there.
I think mint is typically more common than charcoal, but I feel like you're going to have some variety where you probably don't want them to stack so much. I mean, vanilla Splatana with stamp, I feel like that can do some damage, especially on whatever map and mode, like a particular map and mode. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they reset the lobby, but you know, it's not our problem. We're still here.
We're still here. I also think I think in medieval times, I love that you had said that you would be the court jester. I don't think I'll ever get over that. It's very honest. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, we're it's probably why we were kind of resetting the lobby. I'm guessing somebody DC'd right away. And they'll well, even with the DC, it's still taking okay, we got the calm air then too. So they just want us to keep okay, what would you if medieval times, what would your role be?
I don't think I would be like a war general per se. I think I would be the assistant to the war general or the assistant to the assistant of the war general.
Assist, yeah.
Like I don't want to be
Not the
in charge
assistant manager Dunder Mifflin, but the assistant.
to the assistant manager, correct.
Okay.
I don't want to be in charge, but I want to be near people of power because that would make me
Isn't that the
feel like
best?
I'm
Then
doing
you're never blamed
something.
for anything.
Yeah, like I would definitely like be I would have like jester behavior. I would be the personality hire. And I'm okay with that.
No shame.
No shame, I'll accept that. In terms of weaponry though, I really feel like I would do actually I think I would do very bad with like a morning star, like ball and chain type situation.
Ooh, okay.
I don't think I would do well with that. I think I would get a little too silly with it and I would probably hurt somebody or myself. I feel like I'm more of like a street rat type of person. Like I'd have like a dagger
Yeah.
kind of thing. I
Kinda
think that's
sneak
more
up on
me.
people.
Yeah, but I'm not very stealthy either. So I don't think I would last long in medieval times is also
Yeah.
what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
other than the fact that like, you know, there's no like medication and things that I feel like I would need to live. I probably agree. What was the average like lifespan back then? Like what, mid 30s?
Something like that. I mean, was that when the plague happened? I feel like we need a history lesson
Yeah.
a little bit.
I don't know. I feel like there's so many plagues. When were the medieval times? I'm gonna Google that.
When
Medieval times.
I'm thinking like the Renaissance era.
Okay. When was that? When was the Renaissance? 14th and 17th century. That's a long
Yeah.
time. That's like, it's crazy how long that was because there's nothing, like, how would you define what our life has been for the past 400 years? Because that's like the same duration as now to the 17th century.
Could you imagine explaining AI to somebody from the Renaissance era?
I can't even explain it to a person existing today, so probably
Can't
not.
even explain it now. Like,
Yeah.
could you imagine trying to explain an NFT to a Victorian era child?
That's like I know you're on TikTok, but like those I'll see like these little toys, the like little things come up where it's just like a ball dropping on blocks and like making noise and stuff. And then all the comments like, again, Papa, so fun, again, like that's the only way that the kids knew how to have fun. And honestly, like now that I have a 6-month-old, I'm like, nope, this is what he's into. Like this definitely sums it up. He could watch that all day. Just a
Is
little ball.
Levi a Cocomelon enjoyer, or are you making sure that Cocomelon is nowhere near his very delicate, small, and smart brain?
We have not pushed that onto him quite yet. He loves watching basketball and football with me.
Oh yeah, dude, big ball head.
Yeah, big ball head. Just yeah. But yeah, we're having a little bit of hard time getting into the lobby. This is take 3. It looks like all the players are in. So now
Fingers crossed, we're all here.
Fingers crossed.
Nobody got taken out by a catapult. We're all here.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, like we mentioned, so no duplicates. Now, I, of course, didn't read the rules thoroughly. Okay, you think you can have duplicates. I didn't read it thoroughly enough. We could also do that now.
You can.
You can. Okay. Yeah.
It's just,
So-
yeah, it's all one class, but you can have duplicates, and that is looking so far so good for Triggerfish
No, it's not.
zones.
Duplicate weapons not allowed on either team.
Oh.
Either way.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. Well, I mean, each team is rocking the same thing. It's the exact same thing on both sides.
Yeah, and these are arguably the 4. There's only, 6 total you can choose, because there's 2 of each. So I would say these are the 4. These are the 4 best of the 6. You're gonna have both wipers. You're gonna have your stamper and then your mint. So not super surprised by this. Again, the custom Splatana, not something we see a ton of with beacons and missiles. But it's going to be really nice to just kind of spread some paint and get some of that out. As we can see, Triggerfish Zones, they are really trying to come back right now because Distinct had a pretty solid lead to get it down to 31. I mean, 53 penalty points, but Triggerfish Zones really hoping that they can try and keep this lead up. But they're going to have to watch for Polly, who's doing a good job just hiding in some of the ink as well. So right now they're kind of spotted and taken down in a 3v1.
Yeah, I think that was Smork that was able to call Polly out. They threw a burst bomb and immediately called out their position. So really, really quick on-the-fly movements from TZS. However, finding 3 of their members down, still in control of the zone, though. As I say that, following up with the wipeout. However, it seems to me that Distinct is a little bit slower in trying to catch up with keeping the zone in their possession. TZS got pretty close, a penalty, like they didn't even have a penalty either, got pretty close into trying to catch up and closing the gap between them. However, that's going to be Afro on the Zipcaster. They're trying to displace Smork a little bit, finding success in doing so. However, the landing zone not ideal, as that's Mewtwo taking them out, but then Pepe going down in the process. It's very much a tit-for-tat type of fight at the moment. However, with no penalty left in sight for Distinct, 15 unit points left to go to keep the zone in their favor.
Yeah, they're doing really well, but look at this. Triggerfish Zone's able to take it back in a 1v1. That is going to be huge for Triggerfish Zones because they know they're going to hold on to the zone for quite a little bit of time. And again, Zones is one of those weird modes where you could be wiped out but still control the objective, and look at that. That's going to be another wipeout. There's a DC as well. I believe this match will be playing out regardless because one of the teams already got down to 7. We have about 2 minutes remaining. So that is very unfortunate for Distinct. They have a major uphill battle, even though they do have the lead, but breaking back into mid with a player disadvantage, that is a tall order to ask for.
Yeah, and that's 2 folks on the left-hand side of Distinct trying to break in there. Pauly was really biding their time. I have a feeling that Pauly is going to be a really challenging player to try to go up against in the future of this set, because continuously they are able to conceal themselves pretty well, although Smork being pretty good at trying to call those folks out. But again, you had Pauly following up on the left-hand side. That's TZS taking the lead now and going into the wipeout with the win under their belts. Unfortunate DC for Distinct, hopefully looking to maybe make a change in the next one going forward. Because, I mean, assuming that didn't happen, it was a very classic sword fight, I feel like, in true medieval fashion, because you had 2 warriors left standing at one point with everybody else going down on the center of the field. A very good the battle of Mahi Resort. The sword battle of Mahi Resort will go down in history as Triggerfish Zones being the victors.
I think Triggerfish Zones, they just thrive on the maps that are above water. I mean, Triggerfish...
It gives them an edge. It certainly does.
Yeah. Camp Triggerfish, Mahi, I mean, give them some Snapper Canal, maybe. I'm sure they'll do really well. Also, just another note, DC is always like, they suck, but it's always worse in a best of 3 because you just don't have as many opportunities to really come back. So now Distinct, they're going to have to win the next 2 if they want to win the set, and they were very capable of winning the game. They had such a strong lead in that first game. Unfortunately for them, they gave it away. We are going to be choosing random special, so everyone must choose a weapon with a randomly selected special. So I believe this special will be universal for all 8 players, and that special will be Ink Strike. So this is a lot of good weapons have Ink Strike, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of weapon choices that are super creative. You could build this comp even if it weren't really a sabotage. So, Saf, what would do you know 4 weapons that have Ink Strikes off the top of your head?
I'm literally thinking so fast right now. Neo Splash-O-Matic, Slosher, ZNF Charger, and T-Tech.
Yeah, I that's honestly the comp I think I would run. Just that way you get a little bit of range from a lot of players. But I definitely think a T-Tech, a Neo Splash, those are your 2 solid choices. I mean, always safe bets. So we'll see if there's going to be any unconventional choices that players can choose from. Let's pull up a list. Weapons with Ink Strike in Splatoon 3. So we'll get a good list here.
Nintendo Switch.
For the Nintendo Switch, yeah. Okay, well of course I couldn't navigate it that quickly. I don't know. I don't see a list of weapons. So sure we missed some. I could also like boot up the game and pretend I was choosing the weapons, but
Wait, you play this game?
Sometimes.
Ah.
Okay, so the Nintendo year in review thing that like everybody gets, as soon as my son was born, my playtime just like plummeted for the next 4 months, and has picked up a little bit, but December I didn't really play, and I honestly I don't play my Switch other than Splatoon. I don't really have any other games that I play, so my playtime has always been diminishing.
Well, I feel that's okay, and you have really important things on the horizon, including watching this game too between TZS and Distinct. The Blaster, the Rapid Blaster, we forgot about her.
Yeah, we did. That's going to be chosen there. Junior's going to be picking that one, and So Octoshot and T-Tech, I guess both are allowed. That's going to be chosen on the side of Distinct. They are technically reskins, but they are different weapons. So that's going to be a quick wipeout here. Sugarfish trying to get the dunk. Of course, you got to paint the podium, which sometimes is hard to do when you have the Rainmaker. But they're going to quickly get that first checkpoint and really trying to keep up some of this pressure. Oh, who's going to go down to the bomb? Was that Pork, maybe, who went down?
Yeah, that was Pork that went down to the...
Okay.
Or that was actually Mewtwo that went
that was
down.
Mewtwo.
And it completely covered Pork's feet so that they had nowhere to run, and they had all... It was a 4 versus 1 scenario. Not ideal.
Yeah. So, okay, now Distinct trying to pick it up once again. Mooj is going to be going back, getting two, taking down Mewtwo and Pepe. Strikes are going to be coming out from whoever any player. We don't know who. Everyone has ink strikes. So I think they're going to be... Distinct's in a good position to try and get this dunk, but they really just got to wait out these strikes, and I think that's what Triggerfish Zones is doing really well. They're not stacking strikes. They're literally using them like 3 seconds after one another, because that way there's just never a good time to push this Rainmaker. DRF going to be trying to push it, getting it to 29, so very good. Big brain move there from Triggerfish Zone Supremacy.
Yeah, and I'm noticing too, it seems to me that the strikes are not so much being used as like like stacking, as you were saying. It seems like it's a very big issue for visibility.
Yeah.
Because when Mooj picked up the Rainmaker there just a few seconds earlier, they were having trouble trying to find the proper path to go, and I'm thinking of Smork standing here as well. That's a question mark to be had.
We have a DC on... So yeah, that's going to be on Distinct. Yeah,
that's on Distinct, and you could tell that Smork was also trying to be like, "What's going on here, buds?" And there was kind of a lot happening around them. So I was really surprised that they were able to live to see another day through that. However, it's the same story from last game. It's a 4 versus 3 scenario here. Triggerfish Zones looking to try to cap the win, and they have it in the final turnpike of Humpback here, and almost climbing that podium, but not quite, down to the 1 mark here, and that's just going to be Tri-Strikes all the way down, trying to keep it in possession. But Distinct is not out of the fight yet, Falco. That Rainmaker is down into the center field, taking up the right-hand side, and they actually broke the checkpoint. However, a wipeout going to be following up soon after.
Yeah, great for Pauly for getting it out of there and then getting that checkpoint too. And you know, I was wondering if they've been having any DC issues with any of their earlier sets, because they hadn't dropped a game, so I'm not really sure. But you know, obviously here, way harder to overcome, as DRF is going to be trying to get the knockout going on the other side, but no, Mooj the Slosher was there waiting for them to go up. Typically, that's a safe bet to just go on the other side of the podium and get the dunk. Pepe is going to be going down to Mooj's strikes as well, but if you're Triggerfish Zones, this is where you just jump into anybody who's available, strategically feed at this point, just keep doing it until you get wiped out or you get the knockout. So we're gonna probably be seeing this for a little bit longer, unless Distinct goes, all their players go down.
Well, they definitely have a good and clear opening here. The Tri-Strikes coming out from 2 different folks on TZS. It's not quite enough there, and Pepe still trying their best to get that Rainmaker up the podium. It's just going to sit pretty at the 1 mark, though. This is some pretty extreme defensive maneuvering coming out from Distinct right now, Falco.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm really impressed with Distinct for just holding on. And of course, this gets exhausting. Is this finally it? This is going to be it. Okay, so one of the members from Triggerfish Zones finally gets the dunk, but I mean, that's just such a hard position to be in, because when you're Distinct, you can't make any other moves than just being on survival mode. Like, the only way you can push that Rainmaker is if you grab it, then drop, which is pretty unique to Humpback, but there's no other moves you can really make besides letting them feed and getting the wipeout. So it's, you know, that interaction may have only lasted about a minute or so, but I can tell you for Distinct, that was probably the longest minute of any game they've ever played.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because these games are only 5 minutes long, and 5 minutes in the grand scheme isn't very long, but then it's like when you're in the thick of it and you're in the swamp, you're in the muck, it's like that 1 minute can feel like a lifetime. And I'd imagine that Distinct was feeling the heat from that, and it's unfortunate that they had 2 DCs back to back. Definitely would have seen a little bit different of a story coming out from both sides if had that not happened. But still, I think it just goes to show that even when you're somebody like one person down, you still have to try your best to use the tools that you have, and that was really, really solid defense coming down from Distinct. It all just kind of became a matter of like who, I guess, like if they were to topple the defense pretty quickly and get somebody on to that podium as quick as possible. However, I mean, even when TZS had the man advantage consistently, they still just could not overcome that 1 point for quite a while. So it just goes to show, even with just 3 people, it took that long. With 4
Yeah,
people
yeah,
to get
and
it
that's
going.
and that's what I think too. That's part of it because with Triggerfish, like when you're in that position, you're gonna just feed. And I don't say that in a way like, oh, you're playing bad, you're feeding, but like, no, you're literally doing everything you can to throw your body at the Rainmaker, like because you will always have a player advantage that way. So, um, either works in 5 seconds or it takes like a minute. There's really like no in between. So, it's just something that we hope you never really have to take care of because nobody likes DCs like that. But hey, Saf, why don't we DC ourselves? And we'll bring on the next
Not your
two.
best. Not
That
your
was
best.
Hey, that was pretty good. Okay, but we'll bring on 2 goated commentators. We'll bring on Cactus and J King, who will be leading us into the next few games. Part of that will probably include the underground bracket, which will be a lot of fun. There's going to be some great competitive teams in there. But staff, this is a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun being here on Party Will. And once again, thanks to Shmeeb and their team for hosting. But we'll get on with our day. You guys get to watch the rest of the games. But Saf, where can we find you?
Don't find me at all, please. I don't want to be found. But if you really insist and want to know, you can find me on B-Sky, like most of us nowadays, these days. If you have the other one, that's also fine. You can also find me in the woods. You can find me hanging out with my pals today in IRL. We're doing a craft day together. I'm going to be working on some painting. I'm going to be working on some stuff for Sea Battle. You can find me behind the broadcasting desk at Sea Battle for those of you coming to our event on January 18th in Seattle, Washington. Falco, if I were to open up a web page, a web browser, what would I need to type in on with my keyboard using only 2 fingers because I never learned how to type to find you?
Well, you can find me on MySpace. You can find me on LinkedIn.
True.
No, don't find me on either of those places because you won't. You can find me on Blue Sky, and that's pretty much where I'm just going to be posting stuff too. So, Falco Farm, Blue Sky. But yeah, thank you guys again. We'll take a quick break, but again, Cactus and J King going to be your next 2 commentators. So, you guys don't go anywhere, or do, but make it quick.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel on Ice. I am Jay King, and I am joined by Cactus. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for the introduction. This is so exciting to be able to be here and commentate with you. A very exciting event.
I know I haven't been able to watch too much of it. I've been a little bit busy today, but from what I can see, it's been a little chaotic. So I'm definitely excited to see what we're going to be getting into here.
Absolutely. I mean, from what I've been seeing as well, from just the players' POVs I've been able to tune in here and there, I mean, absolute mayhem. The roles that the players have unfortunately been spinning have just been insane. I mean, it is quite incredible.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be pretty interesting. I think it just is one of those things, like seeing how the teams adapt with whatever the wheel throws at them. And I'm very curious to see what we might actually see going into our match that we have coming up. I don't know if we have it lined up just yet, but I'm definitely very excited to see what it's going to be.
Yeah, I believe we're actually going to be taking our first trip to Winners Finals. We'll be going to see Bubble Guppies versus Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. Triggerfish, we just saw, I believe, a little bit ago, securing the win to earn their spot here in Winners Finals. And they'll go against Bubble Guppies to see who moves on to Grands and who will move on to the losers bracket.
Oh, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one, considering how notable some of these members are, especially on a team like Bubble Guppies. We got Kyo, we got Toon, we got Julian, we got Jazzo. These guys are pretty dang strong from what we know, but at the same time, TZS is not a team to scoff at. Like, they have been in the scene for quite a while, so I'm very curious to see how they're going to adapt here.
Yeah, absolutely. Members from Triggerfish, right? Krakenmare, Tiara F, Mewtwo, Pepe, Smork, and Abribri. I mean, this is a great collection of players that we've seen both, put in a lot of their efforts online and even in in-person LAN tournaments. They bring out all the stops. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to make of not only the comps they're going to be given, but as well as against a team like Bubble Guppies.
Oh, for sure. I feel like Bubble Guppies is definitely going to come out swinging on this one. But again, it's all up to whatever the wheel gives us. So I'm very curious to see what exactly each team is going to get. And I'm very much ready for some chaos right now.
Yeah, no, same, absolutely. And I mean, I've been able to take a quick look over like a lot of the rule sets we have, right, for Party Wheel, and it's just looking at some of these. I mean, I could just really imagine how some of these will go. I mean, previously we saw every player has to pick a weapon with ink strikes for that semis match. I mean, and it was Rainmaker too. So I think that sounds like a nightmare.
Oh no, I don't want to imagine how much of a nightmare that was. I think what I heard from another match was actually there was a whole situation where it was like 8 gold Nautiluses, and I'm just like, that is terrifying.
Oh, I can't imagine something like that having to go through that. Just that's why I'm glad we're here on the commentary booth. We get to watch it happen instead of actually having to live through it.
Oh, for sure. And as we say that, we're going to go ahead and get into our first spin of what these teams are going to have to face here. And it seems like it is going to land on Soul Survivor. Everyone uses the same randomly selected weapon, and except for a randomly selected member of each team. So I'm really curious what exactly is going to be randomized here.
Yeah, so each player except for one is going to have the unfortunate fate of getting a random weapon for themselves. So, I'm interested to see which one player, which is also randomly selected, by the way, that gets to enjoy whatever weapon they please.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we actually did get the roll, and I think it's going to be a very interesting weapon. It could potentially be Recycled Brella. Oh boy.
Recycle Umbrella. Oh, this is a great way to start. This is a fantastic way to start. And I think what makes it even better is that the first map mode is Zones on Megamart.
Oh no. I was about to say, so okay, I don't remember which Recycle Brella is which. This is the one with is this the one with Splashdown or Bubbler?
This is the one with Bubbler, I believe.
Oh God, no.
So you're gonna have 6 players on the field that cannot do literally anything but pop a bubble and toss a couple line markers across the like a minefield, and that are I guess more of like those like laser security things in like those laser security rooms just getting marked, and then you'll have the one player who's allowed to be the only exception to that rule. And all I'm saying is that player's allowed to pick a weapon. Go Ink Strikes. Get those bubbles out of here.
I was about to say, it's kind of mandatory to run strikes at that point if you're going to be dealing with this. All I imagine is one of those like heist situations where like the person is trying to sneak past to get some sort of item that's in a bank, but all you see is wires or like just see lasers. Just you immediately touch one, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be so funny too to see if everyone like targets at one point one player to hit with a line marker. So they just get hit with like, especially if they run sub saver. You're talking about like 6 markers getting shot at you.
Oh boy, and as we see, we're getting in here. We're going to be running. Oh, we got quadruple bubble over on the side of TZS, but we do see the Stamper coming out from Bubble Guppies here. So I'm really curious how this is going to turn out. Oh my God, the line markers!
They're just getting launched all over. Some players taking advantage of that, trying to use their main. Down goes Mewtwo on the side. A couple trades off going on the map here. It's going to be a Umbrella fight on the side. Both players hop behind the block to try to live. Down goes Kyo. Here, we're just trying to go for another pick. Gets another here. I mean, it's going to be Triggerfish in control of the zone first and holding pretty well.
I was about to say, they are holding pretty well. I don't know how Junior is still alive here, but somehow they are able to get a little bit of a contest there. But we do see the lead, we do see the zone swapping back over to Bubble Guppies. However, they do have 2 down, and this could be potentially a little bit of a push that TZS could use here, considering they do have their Junior ready with the bubble, and it is going to be popped over on their right stack. So they have to be careful, especially with Bubble Guppies trying to get a little bit into the flanks here.
Yeah, good pick from TZS going with the Junior. That weapon paints so well, especially because these Brellas can... They put some decent paint down, but it figures when you have to go against this many bubbles, it's nice to have a little bit of that that support, especially with a Splat Bomb too. I mean, it's a great call. It's a great pick. We are going to see Pepe here get a nice pick on Kyo on the stack here, and they're out of their penalty points, by the way, so they're counting down real points here. 30 more to go, and Pepe can just live in this 1v1, now a 2v2, as the bubble is popped. Oh, I think it's Bubble Guppies going to come back and try to get this zone.
They gotta get Pepe out of the flank. They gotta get Pepe out of the flank. Pepe just got like 3 there. They go onto Bubble Guppy's stack. They're able to get 1 and sneak up behind them, get 1, and then immediately jump down over going to zone, get 2, and just win it for their team. What was that?
Wow.
I need to see that again.
With the flank there. They really secured that win there. For a second, I thought they were able, Bubble Guppies, to take that zone flip as they had 2 of them painting as much as the zone. But like you said, Pepe was on the flank. They never fully got rid of Pepe on that stack area. So they were able to come right around from behind, take that win, securing game number 1.
My entire thing there has got to be you gotta get them out of your flank, like especially if they're doing like what Pepe did. Like, I genuinely do not know how Pepe survived that entire time. Like, it was only Pepe, but I think it was Junior as well at the start. Somehow survived like crazy. I'm just like, what is going on? This should not be happening, but it is.
Yeah, you know what? You gotta give it props to, I guess, the weapons itself, right? When being the Recycle Brella, it can only do so much, and at that point, it must have been a situation like, you know what? I'm sure it's nothing bad's gonna happen to us if we just let one rock on the side. No, it was pretty bad. And as the roll finishes spinning, it looks like we are going to see random sub selected. Everyone must use a weapon with a randomly selected sub weapon.
Oh boy. So, from what I can see, it's gonna be interesting. We got curling bombs. Oh boy.
Curling bomb. Okay. This could be very interesting, very fun. A couple of weapons that come to my mind. Actually, the first one that comes to my mind is a roller, right? Roller's able to sneak right on through. Especially if you're gonna have that many curling bombs. Oh, I just can't wait to see how many players actually are gonna try winding up the curling bomb, and then end up going down to one because they took so long to wind another one up.
I'm waiting to it's literally just send in the Roombas is the entire match here. It's either going to be that or I feel like one weapon we honestly might see, especially if like they're able to run it, probably head it or something, just considering that does have cooler. So like if they wanted to run that, that easily is like probably the weapon that comes to mind, I feel. Plus, depending on what the next map is, it's definitely going to be something that will probably play into their favor if they can use it.
Yeah, this is our way of bringing back curling bomb rush from S2. This is this is our way.
This is our way of bringing back curling bomb rush.
And we're gonna realize how badly we did not miss it.
Yeah, I was about to say, Splatoon 2 had some wild specials, and like, as much as I do enjoy them, I'm glad we don't see him in this one.
Yeah, just bomb rushes in general. Like, thank you for not being here.
I mean, at least it wasn't as bad. I mean, at least it wasn't as bad as it was in S1, where like a lot of the bomb rush specials, especially was like burst bomb rush. Oh god, don't even get me started on that one.
I could just imagine like something like suction bomb rush going against like bubbler in S3 nowadays, like that. Like those bubbles don't stand a chance.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like if we had something like that, that would absolutely, like, that would just basically ruin Bubble. And as I was saying, we do have the head it, and we were talking about the roller, but we actually do see a sploosh as well coming out on the side of TZS. And is that a Clash Blaster I see?
It's a Clash Blaster. It's a Clash Blaster. Can't go long enough without seeing one, right? And I love that, of course, it is the Chump one, so we are going to see lovely Chumps launched all over the field at some point. And this is tower control as well, by the way, so plenty of opportunity for players to sneak on in if the tower is getting pushed with those curling bombs to try to get some nice picks on the tower to stop where it's going. But we are going to see here, Keo flank on the side, get Smork down, keeping an eye on the other players. It's going to be a 3v2 on the map. Keo holding that ground there, is able to get Junior out of there, still stay alive. They had jumps come on in. They were cooled up as well, so they're fighting for this quarter to stay alive. They're doing a great job at it as a Crab is going to try to counter out that tower.
Ooh, we do see King Julian there going pretty crazy with the roller. I think they were able to get two over onto the left side while TZS was trying to get some sort of push there, but it does seem like Bubble Guppies is going to try and take it back into their lead. They are going to be able to get past that. They're going to try and get to this checkpoint. Kyo getting a very good pick over on a Pepe there. Two going down on the side of TZS. So this could be a huge push for Bubble Guppies if TZS is not able to come back here, especially if they don't really have like a cooler or something. But at the same time, they do have the end parries. They do have splashdown, so if they can get that into a good spot, that could potentially get them a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, you know, Guppies are playing this really well, right? They had that bubble popped right after that checkpoint, and they rode it all the way to this next one. A lot of players going down here by trading, and unfortunately, if you're Triggerfish, that's not what you want. You don't want to be getting a lot of trades here. You want to be getting those solid picks that gives you the numbers advantage. But as three players go down, it's just Smork alive, but they go down for a delayed wipeout. It's going to be Bubble Guppies following with a complete wipeout now as they're riding that last checkpoint. This is probably going to be a KO as the victory bubble is popped. But
it
no
could
one's on
potentially
the
be
tower.
It could potentially be a KO. No, they got to get on the tower. There's one more. Pepe's on the tower. Smork is on the tower. No, it's going to be a wipeout. And then Bubble Guppies is going to take that one, tying up the set 1-1.
That got a little scary there for a second. They all got off of the tower, and Triggerfish rushes it down. That was a brief moment of just sporadic.
Literally just the entire time it was like, we're just sitting there like, get on the tower, get on the tower, get on the tower. And then Pepe and Smork, they definitely tried something there. I definitely think it was pretty scary at the end, especially when they got like that full wipe and then the bubble popped. Like, I legitimately thought Bubble Guppies were just going to take it right there, and I didn't know if TZS would actually be able to come back in. But I think one of the most interesting things, I did not expect Kyo to actually be on the head there.
Yeah, and you know, I like that creativity you still putting at Kyo on the edit, because Kyo is a player that will stick their ground, right? And they did that exactly what we saw in the first minute to 2 minutes in the game on that left side of the map. They just held with the head the whole time. They just stayed there, canceling player after player, allowing jumps to come on in, and they were able to get a wipeout, which allowed them to push that tower and really start that whole push all together. So it was honestly really good play for them to put Kyo on that weapon.
I know. I think it was definitely a good idea because, like, if you watched a lot of how Kyo played, he just showed no fear, in my opinion. So I feel like that was what really worked for him. But it seems like we're gonna be getting detensify action. Ooh, right on the edge. But for this one, players may only select the following low accuracy weapons, which is things like the Junior, Aerospray, Sploosh, Ink Brush, Octobrush. Ooh, Clash Blaster as well. So I really hope to see potentially some Splattershot Nova because, like,
I was
like
about
the
to say
jet.
we gotta see some Nova.
I was about to say I want to see some Splattershot Nova, honestly, especially with like the jet kit. Like, I really want to see that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Clash Blaster or two come on through. Obviously, probably depends on the map that they get selected, but Aerospray as well, right? I mean, why not? Who wouldn't want to run Aerospray at any given chance they get?
I was about to say I'm waiting to see some Aerospray, especially if it's a. I don't think it's zones or anything. I think the next one's actually going to be an RM map, so most likely I don't know if they'll potentially run something like Aerospray, but I feel like the Reef Slider, depending on the map, definitely could do pretty well here because it could just try and open up a few positions, especially if it's on a map like Scorch, where if you're trying to take over onto the right side, just have your person Reef Slider in, basically stall anybody from trying to actually push onto the tower, onto the pedestal there to try and stop it. But it seems like Rainmaker Undertow is actually the next map, so I don't know how effective that would be.
Okay, if the map being Undertow leaves a lot more critical thinking for the kind of weapons you want to pick. I could totally see using, probably I'd say the Booyah Aerospray, if anything. Maybe Reef Slider for quick pops, but Nova Inkjets would be scary here. So I really do hope someone picks the Inkjet Nova.
I was about to say, I'm hoping that they pick the Nova, but one thing I think would actually do really well here, I definitely think something like Sploosh or Inkbrush Nouveau or something like that, especially being able to run Hammer, that would be huge, especially with how tight the map can be in a lot of areas, especially like on the checkpoints. Like, that could be huge, especially if you need to get like a quick pop and get the checkpoint if it's taken down like right before you getting to it. But obviously the Nova, I really think that it would excel on this map, especially because it can hit from a lot of different ledges due to the range, and that jet is going to be so oppressive, especially with how fast it gets them.
Yeah, absolutely. And thankfully, we don't have to spend much more time speculating. Players are loading on in. Let's see what they have chosen for their comps. We are going to see a Nova on one side.
See the Nova. Are we going to see another? We are going to see.
We are! Oh, what? These are pretty. Are these like identical comps besides like one difference of the brush?
I was about to say, that is interesting how they somehow managed to get the same comp. And even like with that, they were able, like, you saw the huge advantage go on the side of TCS, but Julian getting, I think that was an Inkjet snipe right out the air. Almost getting taken out by Junior over there with the brush. So I feel like it's going to be interesting, especially running like Inkstorm compared to Zipcaster. I definitely think, like, I feel like they're probably running that brush specifically because of the beacons that could help, but I still think it's interesting.
Yeah, most definitely. And right now we do see that little marker of that Zip trying to go on through. We do see Junior's the only one alive, able to get one, get a two, but not able to get Kyo on the third. Pepe goes down as they jumped on in, but Kyo goes down into a random bomb. It's just Smork alive over here by the Rainmaker, going to have to pop as their teammates will jump in and try to reset it. Oh, but Bubble Guppies are here fast, and they're ready to go. We do see 2D there looking to have an opportunity to maybe rush on in as the Inkjet comes on out to get that Rainmaker. Triggerfish getting kind of forced backwards, but with a quick numbers advantage. Rainmaker's going to reset, and this might be a Triggerfish's opportunity to push on forward if they have two specials online.
They do have the two specials. I feel like what they really need to do, they need to try and get Mewtwo into a spot to be able to pop the jet. Like, they have to potentially get them underneath a ledge, and we do see that coming out now, I believe. We do see Mewtwo could potentially find a pick over into Julian. Julian is going to pop a counter jet. We do see the bubble coming up from Smork. Pepe going to be able to get that without any sort of contestant. So at this point, Pepe can just rush down the Nova. They're not even going to be able to stand a chance. No, Pepe misses the hammer. Pepe misses the hammer. They're trying to get him. Julian could potentially get the pick. No, Pepe's going to be able to turn it around. They could potentially pick up up the Rainmaker. They have to go here. Pepe, what are you doing?
Yo, Pepe with the moves, juking out the other Sploosh, able to get a lead off of that. We do see a couple of members of Triggerfish here holding on this side still. One goes down on the side. It looks like two. A random bomb. A lot of subs being pushed out here. Here comes Inkjet. Pepe will pick it up once more. Jazz will take them out though as a trade. Still looking to pop this Rainmaker and push it even further. Swark will grab it, push it down to 27. But with number advantage, keep on coming on through. It's going to be Bubble Guppies grabbing that Rainmaker, looking to reset it down into the center, in which they will. They know Pepe's here, or someone's here anyway. Pepe's going to rush on over to try to bully his Rainmaker. And the King Julian can stop them. Yes, they will. There's only one player up. That's being Mewtwo. It's now Bubble Guppies' opportunity to push this back and hopefully try to gain a lead.
Yeah, they have to be careful because from what I can see, they are going to actually have the Jet over on the side of Bubble Guppies. Kyo, going to be using that Zipcaster. Could potentially find 1. Oh, 3 going down on the side of TZS insanely quickly with the Nova and the Brush being up. No, they actually could potentially get the lead here. The bubble is up for Smorg. Mewtwo, good, just trying to contest right now. All they need to do is just try and hold cover fire, but they have to watch out for Kyo pushing. Pepe's actually going to be able to get the reset.
Wow. That was a clutch grab by Pepe, able to hold on forward. They are just going to send 2D down to pick up the Rainmaker as the rest of the players hold on that front section for another chance, another opportunity to try to go on forward. Kyo will get a pick on Smork. Inkjet's going to be popped out. 2 players down, but there was Pepe sharking through. Gets a pick and trade on the Rainmaker. It's only Mewtwo alive as the teammates are coming on in. King Julian will grab that Rainmaker, but the Jet's going to try to go on through. We're going to see a Jet versus Zipcaster battle, and Kyo will win that. Pepe again trying to rush down the Rainmaker. Junior tries to rush down the Rainmaker. It's Pepe still clutching up and stopping this at all costs. They just want the lead by a couple points, but it's not possible yet.
Can we just talk about Kyo just basically saying, nah, I'd win, and fighting a Jet with a Zipcaster? Like, what was that? I've never seen that, but we do see TZS, even though they are heavily on the back foot right now, they're still holding up so well, but Mewtwo has to be careful for just how aggressive that Bubble Guppies is playing. They can just easily get the pop here, but they have to watch out for Pepe, I believe, on the Sploosh, and unfortunately for TZS, Bubble Guppies isn't going to be able to take the lead by just 2 points, but they could potentially get something, but they have to be quick, especially with how much time they have left, and King Julian gonna go for the KO without even saying anything.
Wow. Snuck right under everyone's noses. Rainmaker popped, grabbed, and knocked out. Bubble Guppies taking another win, putting themselves 1 game away for a ticket to Grand Finals. Triggerfish is now in the thick of it. Underdogs looking at this on the field after securing the first game. And that was a really close match, though.
It was insanely close. I feel like TZS really was able to was able to do really good when it came to stalling, and I feel like they got a pretty decent opening push. But I feel like Bubble Guppies was able to just really play just win the war of attrition at that point. Like, they were able to get aggressive, especially Kyo. Like, some of those Zipcasters, what in the world was that?
They were such interesting Zipcasters for such interesting opportunities, especially that one view we got against the Inkjet. I mean, I don't think I can name another time I've ever seen a Zipcaster fight an Inkjet. Like, that was incredible.
Kyo literally just straight up pulled a nah, I'd win, and I mean, he did
win.
But as we say that, we're gonna go ahead and get our potentially final randomizer for this one, and it is going to be Dumpster Dive, which is going to be some pretty interesting ones. We have weapons like Neo Sploosh 96. We have the Nova, Carbon Roller, Big Swig. I'm incredibly curious how this one is. Like, unironically, just because I love it, I want to see Big Swig.
Yeah, this is all weapons that don't get enough love as it is, especially in the competitive world. So it's really cool to see a lot of these weapons being pushed on over. And now we do see something like the Carbon Roller, which again, this is vanilla though, vanilla Carbon Roller with Zipcaster. So, unless someone's thinking of being funny, maybe Kyo would put some magic and put Kyo on it, right? But that Zipcaster was incredible that we saw that whole time, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out something fancy there. Paintbrush, though, would be an interesting pick, too, depending on the map mode that they're going to be going on to.
Yeah, I
which
think
do know. It's Clan Blitz at least for the mode. Map not sure yet.
Yeah, map I'm not sure. It seems like it's going to be Umami Ruins, which I feel like, as much as I would like to see some Zipcaster, I don't know if it would be the best choice. I feel like if they had like something like the Brush, like I feel like that would work better if they still were able to run the Zipcaster Brush. But I feel like this one, honestly, 96, I feel like could potentially work pretty well here, especially when it comes to like pushes. Like it can hit from a lot of different angles, same with Nova, even though that one only has like Killer Whale. I still think that could be a pretty decent play. One that I think would actually be pretty interesting is the Blob Deco because of Kraken. Like, I feel like that could potentially do something for like opening pushes, but I'm not fully sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. And considering also, just looking at the weapons here, custom Gootuber, especially on a map like Umami, having that stamp would be a huge opportunity to push on forward to the basket as well. So a lot of interesting choices that they could go from here. I know you mentioned 96 for the Kraken as well, but Blob Deco put down a lot of paint and follow up with a Kraken opportunity too. I mean, it could be just quite incredible.
I feel like the thing that I'm noticing, especially with a lot of these weapons, is that there's a common trend, and that's the paint output. I feel like the only things that you really would have for like heavy paint is like Nova, Sploosh, or like even Blobber or something like that. But a lot of it is really going to be more self-sufficient. I feel like, I'm not going to lie, if it can be played well, I want to see some Paintbrush because I have seen a lot of other teams actually start to run Paintbrush. I think the one that comes to mind is Paradigm Starfish. And they are able to play Paintbrush at such an insane level that I genuinely want to see it in this sort of match.
Yeah, let's see if maybe any of the wishes come true. We are going to see the roller come on and the Paintbrush. That is a cup of all time. I'm seeing, we also are going to see Dowsers come out from Bubble Guppies. I mean, even from Triggerfish, we are going to see the Vanilla Nova, Vanilla 96 come on out. The roller of themselves, Paintbrush as well. So two weapons similar on both sides. Funny enough, it is both Paintbrushes that end up going down and trading with each other. You can't make that up. And the carpet, the rollers trade, and the rollers trade.
I'm very curious to see how this match is actually going to turn out, especially considering, like, even though they have very similar comps, they also have very different comps at the same time. I'm very curious how, like, the Dowsers is going to do, because you don't see that a whole lot. You really only see, like, custom Dowsers, so I'm really curious how this is actually going to work. But I feel like the thing that is working well for TZS right now, even though they are on a little bit of the back burner, is that they have a little bit more range advantage, especially running both a Nova and a 96. But we do see two go down on each side. King Julian trying to find a pick over with the Paintbrush right now. TZS a little bit on the back foot, trying to get something. The whale is going to come out. It could potentially find a pick on the King Julian, but they are going to be able to avoid it. King Julian is going to be able to get the turnaround on the Mewtwo there and is still alive. The last surviving member not going to be able to find any more picks, and this could be a bit of a lead for TZS.
Yep, I mean, they're going... They're trying to grab Zach and push on it forward with it, which is a really great call. They did also pop a wave breaker to see if any players are going to try to come on forward. Kyo is on that back foot trying to shark onto, but they will get marked. Mewtwo does see them from behind as it's going to be Trigger scoring more clams down to the halfway mark now. 50 points remaining. Here comes the zip from Mewtwo trying to pick a pick on Jazz. They will end up trading though as King Julian finishes that off. 2D's going to hold on the front. It's, you see Junior up there on the dome. Gets picked off though, as that was a nice shark for a trade to, of course, the other Paintbrush. And it's going to be Bubbleguppies able to just barely hold on
Mewtwo.
there. Oh, sneaking right through as a carbon should.
Mewtwo getting a very good sneak. And also, can we just talk about like that little like sneak that Junior had for a second? Like, it wasn't even like a sharking attempt. They're just like, I'm gonna just say it out in the open. It'll work. And it somehow did. And I hate that. I love that it works. And we do see TZS is going to be able to break open the barrier. Two going down on the side of Bubble Guppies. They could potentially find something, but they have to get King Julian off a dome here. Mewtwo trying to find something, not going to be able to find it, and that is going to be a bit of a delayed wipe over on the side of TZS. And Bubble Guppies going to try and find something here. 2D does have that Kraken, so this could be potentially the push that they need. They're going to try and hold it off, but we do see 2D really just trying to contest. I apologize for that. Of course, I get into a groove and I just immediately mess it up.
It's all good. The only thing not messed up though here, I was going to say it's Bubble Guppy's groove here trying to score on in but Triggerfish is really pulling out all the stops here to try to stop anyone from scoring. These power clamps keep getting picked up over and over, but they cannot be scored, and that's going to be a wipeout. Triggerfish with the clutch defense of this tourney, making it so that they do not get scored on. And now they're in the offensive hold, trying to build up this power clam to get another score going on and built for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be interesting seeing what exactly TZS can do to try and build up onto this lead. We do see Smork just trying to contest a little bit, throwing out some point sensors, really trying to give information to the team there. But you do see them taken out by 2D on the Blobber. Mewtwo going to be able to hold up on top mid. They're going to be able to get one. No, it's going to be a wipeout over on the side of TZS. Bubble Guppies is going to try and make a bit of a push here, but they do have 2 down. So at this point, all they can really do is just try and get out of this little stagger position as TZS are currently respawning. Junior is going to go down from the Pain Rush. Jazzo gonna try and get a pick over into Mewtwo as they're gonna be flanking. Mewtwo's gonna be able to get a pick onto Kyo. They're so close. They have to get 2D out of here because they're just in the backline right now. They just need a few more clamps, and Bubble Guppies is gonna be able to take the lead over TZS.
Wow, what a nice clutch. A 1-point game. A power clam and some change is really what's gonna stop Triggerfish from having to get that lead back. Another power clam already made over by Bubble Guppies, and they're in a really strong hold here. If they want a chance, they have to try to poke out King Julian. They do get them down, but at the cost of losing Pepe. Another power clam gets scored. More regular clams get thrown on in, especially by Jazz, who's able to collect some with those Dowsers, just dodge rolling back and forth. It is just a frenzy here as Triggerfish tries to hold on at all costs, but Kyo Zipcatcher comes on through, looks to get a couple more picks. They will get a pick on Mewtwo. Smork goes down on the end there in the pit by King Julian. A couple more clams to their name, but they can't score it in time. Junior will throw that wave breaker down, mark a couple players, and they gotta try to get this space cleared. As Triggerfish now, with only 10 seconds left, 20 seconds of overtime, has a mountain to climb for some overtime push win.
We do see TZS. They're on a bit of the back foot right now. They have to try to do something. Junior, unfortunately, gonna get marked, trying to fight back, but at the same time, Bubble Guppies is standing their ground. 2D and King Julian holding up this top mid. King Julian gonna be able to get one crucial pick. 2 going down on the side of TZS. They don't have a lot to do here. Pepe trying to do something, but no, getting taken out, unfortunately, on the grates, and that could potentially be the game there for Bubble Guppies, and I think they are going to take it here 3-1.
What an incredible comeback from Bubble Guppies this game. That was such a long string of back and forth, and especially by Triggerfish getting a nice opportunity in the beginning to just hold it on, but Bubble Guppies in the end was able to keep those picks going consistently, have those staggers play on out, and secure that win, earning their spot to Grand Finals, as Triggerfish now will be knocked down to losers and having to fight their way right back up top.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen down to losers bracket, honestly. I am curious to see what exactly, like, TZS is going to do to try and to adapt to it. But at the same time, there have been a lot of strong teams, but can we just talk about how much of a hold that Bubble Guppies had, especially, like, they were down in, like, 2 of the final games that we played, and at the same time, they were able to come back. They had just won the war of attrition, and we saw at the end, once they got that push over, like, against Triggerfish couldn't do anything. They were staggered, they were struggling, they just were not having a fun time.
Yeah, they had a... Triggerfish had something going in the beginning where they were able to have a really strong push and hold on steady, but once Bubble Guppies were able to get set up and start that snowball effect in their games, they were able to just lock it forward and either completely knock out, or like we saw in that last game there, able to just hold on forward and make it so they could just win that game in the last couple of minutes that were held on. So incredible job by Bubble Guppies altogether. But huge props to Triggerfish. They were able to take a game. They took the first game off Bubble Guppies.
Yeah, not only the first game, but at the same time, they were really able to hold their ground. And, like, a lot of those pushes, like, they, in my opinion, could potentially go for the run back, I feel. But I feel like at this point, TZS just needs to kind of take it slow, just try and get that a little bit of that momentum back, especially with how they played throughout it. So I'm very curious to see what exactly they'll do to adapt to it. But with that being said, I think we have our next game about to be up, which is going to be a fun one. I believe it is going to be Distinct versus Anti-Gravity.
Yeah, two teams that have fought their way thus far all the way to this losers round 7. Before we get to that match, we're going to get these players in here. We'll take a quick little break. So don't go anywhere. More Party Wheel on Ice coming your way with an amazing set up next. Hope you didn't go too far. We are back with our next match.
Yeah, so we thought we were going to have to take a quick break because we had been told that a minute ago. But yeah, as I said, we got the next matchup. I think they're just getting in the room. It's Distinct versus Anti-Gravity is our next upcoming set. I believe Distinct is a team that has really come out swinging in this tournament, especially just looking at how they've been playing. They took quite a few sets off of a lot of good teams. I think one of the most notable ones is Wavebreaker. Shout out Wavebreaker as well. Has one of my old teammates on it. Love those guys. So I'm very curious to see what exactly they're going to do going into this losers bracket set, because there's a lot on the line for this one.
Yeah, especially if you're Anti-Gravity. I mean, for those who maybe didn't get a chance to look at the bracket, Anti-Gravity has been fighting their way through losers since, I believe it's round 3. And they have been 2-0ing every single team in losers that they have gone against up until this moment, where Distinct is now ready to take them on after previously going down to, I think it was Triggerfish that sent them down here. So this is going to be a very entertaining match between these two teams. One side who just got into the losers bracket, the other has been fighting profusely, not going down, not dropping a game yet in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be definitely interesting, considering that compared to the match that we just played, this one's still going to be a normal best of 3, I believe, and I believe the first map is going to be Clan Blitz on Museum, which I think is, in my opinion, a very divisive map, especially depending on how it's played. So I really want to see how both teams are going to adapt once we get the modifier going.
Oh, absolutely, especially on a map like Museum. I mean, I'm so curious to see what the wheel has in store for both of these teams here, especially on a map like this with Clan Blitz, where you have the opportunities for these flank routes, for holding strong in mid on those spinners. It's going to be quite entertaining to have to see what they're going to have to deal with as the wheel spins on through.
Yep, the wheel is going to do a little bit of a spin here, and we actually do also have the map list for this. It's going to be Clan Blitz Museum, Tower Control Inkblot, and then Rainmaker Humpback. But with that being said, we have a bit of an interesting one. It is Puppeteer, where each team must select 2 weapons for the other team to use, and then those weapons must be present in the comp. So I really want to know what exactly is going on.
This is actually crazy. You get to select 2 weapons for the other team to use. Okay. It's so funny because unless you know the team well, you're just gonna probably pick the most random unused weapons that would not be good for this mode. I'm assuming. Like, I can imagine them trying to force someone on, like, I was gonna say Big Twig, but a vac push could be really huge here.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm really curious what weapon would exactly kind of like give a little bit of a twist to really kind of make things a little bit interesting. I was gonna say something like Bamboo, but that's actually been a decently strong weapon. Nah, the one that came to mind, GooTuber. I want to see that now. I want to see a team potentially throw that in there and be like, hey, you want to have a fun set? Here's a tuber.
Do with the GooTuber. My favorite part about that weapon is the chart. Once you're charged up and you just keep flipping between the swim animation and back to the charge animation, it is the only like charger-esque weapon in the game that has such a fast like in between animation. It just looks so goofy. Like I would just love to see that.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping to see what exactly both teams choose for each other. I feel like it's gonna like create a lot of chaos. I'm trying to think of what other weapons I think would actually be kind of fun to see. I kind of hope for a little bit more Nova. Not even gonna lie, just because like I think that weapon is fun, but I want to see how they can adapt it, especially if like they're bringing in like the vanilla kit compared to the jet kit. But I feel like one that I think would be a bit of an interesting one in Neo Sploosh.
Oh, why yes. Wow, I always forget that weapon exists. That the sploosh with whale, that is just there.
I was about to say, like, I mainly only liked Neo Sploosh in Splatoon 1 just because it had Kraken.
Yeah,
And I just had fun. I just had fun with that. It was fun to play, but I really am curious what exactly both teams are going to choose. I feel like it's either going to be some. Why don't I just imagine like a team choosing them to play the same weapon?
the luck of that being able to say both of like for both sides to play the exact same type. I'm just thinking like you'd give them a shooter, right? You'd give them like orange zap, but then all they have is chumps. And like how well can you really use chumps on something like Museum and Clamplay?
Yeah, I feel like chumps are mainly like, even though it can work in a lot of other modes, I feel like it's mainly just one of those like zones oriented things pretty much.
Yeah.
So like it could potentially work. Like I think at Riptide, one of my teammates was a Gold Dynamo main. So we just had chumps on every map and it worked. So like it could potentially, but you know, we'll see. All right, so from what I can see, I think we just got a little bit of information. So from what I know, Distinct is going to be getting VH3 and V-Carbon, and then Anti-Gravity gets V-Carbon, and as I said, the Custom Tuber.
Okay. See, the Custom Tuber, though, is going to give Stamp. So, like, if they played smart, just run a bunch of special charge up, and literally only use Stamp. And you might be fine.
I was about to say, it's interesting, seeing that they're actually seeing the nozzle coming in, the H3. So,
Yeah.
like, it's not necessarily a bad weapon, but I feel like it's interesting seeing that they're giving them, like, a weapon that, like, could potentially do well with Cooler, but at the same time, there's not a lot that really goes in for it, especially considering all it has, like, for sub is a point sensor. And I feel like, if we're running a Cooler comp, I feel like we know what weapons to kind of expect here.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm curious to see what weapons that... Well, firstly, who they're going to give these weapons to, right? So that's the biggest thing. They have to give it to 2 players. So that's going to take 2 players off of their mains. And you're going to have to hope that the other 2 players are well versed in their weapons itself, that they can put in most of the work that while they have either a H3 and a Carbon or a Tuber and a Carbon. So...
I feel like it's interesting giving a team a V-Carbon, considering like V-Carbon could potentially work pretty well, like especially if they have the zip. And we do see the comps coming out. Whoa, Tiger bringing out is that the big swing? That is the big swing.
That is a big swing, and we also have a stringer following that too on the other end. We're seeing V-Dualies and a zap. And
what is this comp?
It's... You know what? It's interesting, but it's working. They got a lot of paint on the ground here.
They do have a lot of paint. I just think it's definitely very interesting considering that they're running a double roller comp. And I'm actually kind of happy to see some Stringer. I like watching a lot of Stringer play, especially if like, especially at like this level. I feel like it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But we do see 2 going down on the side of Distinct there. They're trying to find something. Tiger going to be in a little bit of a tight position, especially with Skep just kind of coming behind. Going to be able to get him to push out. So I feel like at this point, Polly going to have that Zipcaster. Going to be causing a little bit of a nuisance. Going to be able to find one. They are going to be able to just keep it going. Might be able to find a pick on the Skep here, but no, they're actually going to get out.
Yeah, what a great survival strategy there. We already see Tiger here hold on to his power clamp. They do have a player sharking there, and they did use really good use of that point sensor there, fighting a player that was there. We do have Vac ready. They are going to use Crab on the other end, trying to push it forward. We already see Korean up here trying to push forward with the Gootuber, but if you're not maining that weapon enough, I don't know how well it's going to go for you. The Duel is able to go on down and rush down the Stringer and get that pick off as Tigers just try and do their best to scare away the rest of these players. Here comes Rally, I believe, trying to use the Carbon as well to add to pressure, and it's a pretty strong stalemate. It's 2-2 on the field.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, it's pretty much just a war of attrition. I know I say that a lot, but that's literally all this one especially is. Like, it's just a bunch of back and forth fighting, basically just constantly getting it back into a neutral state. Like, a lot of times when I like watch this game, I kind of think of it like as Smash at the same time, because like your teams are going to be in different sorts of states. Like you have your advantage state, you have disadvantage state, you have your neutral state, where everything is just kind of like playing out pretty much like a normal fighting game. So like you can kind of play it like that, and I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing. But as we're saying that, Anti-Gravity is going to be a little bit of an advantage here. So they're going to try pushing it, but no! The flank on the side from Polly going to be able to get one down, and Rush is the last remaining member, and they're going to get taken out by Tiger. This could be the push that Distinct needs here.
Yeah, especially after they follow this Zip going on in. Unfortunately, Zip will go down. Tiger's trying to probably build up here a vac to try to go ahead and push things forward, but another player goes on down as 2 players from Anti-Gravity will flank around and push her through. It's just the roller alive. Corian is going to push on forward as they do have 1 player up already. A couple more clams and they'll have the power, but they're stuck in a hammer trying to find on the side here. They get picked off by Polly, and there goes that push opportunity that they had. Cooler was popped, but no one to grab it. Only the Dualies left alive, and it's going to be Distinct looking for once again another opportunity to try to push on in and score.
This could potentially be the push that they need. Polly going to be able to get a quick pick on the Skep, zooming in with the Zipcaster. Boingus going to try and find something here. Going to be able to get one. They could potentially find the pick on the Tiger, but no, Tiger's going to be able to get the pick over with the vac. I don't know why it took me a second to say that, but we do see the hammer coming in from Kerrang. Going to be able to get the pick on the Tiger, but Tiger is actually going to be able to get a surprising trade as they're going to be coming back pretty quickly here. We do see a fight over on the right side. Polly going to be able to assist Mooj, just getting that Dualies out of there, but they do have to be careful for Boingus, just kind of sharking over on this mid area. They could potentially find a pick here. Boingus not going to be able to, and they're going to have to kind of reset, help over this left side. Boingus, I think, getting taken down by a suction bomb there.
Yeah, this is just an incredible stalemate of back and forth. The closest either team has gotten is maybe up to the ramp or spinner with a power clam, but that's really about it. A couple of Fizzies will take out 1 player here as Rush is going to take them out with a bomb there. Trying to build up a lot more space, build up these specials. It is roughly a 2v2 on the map as players are still in the middle of respawning or about to respawn in. Crab is popped by Rush on the top spinner, trying to push that 1 player away to the Afro, who's going to have to be forced to jump on out. Crab will try to get a pick on Tiger at the end there, will not. Gets directed by the Stringer. And I'm going to see the Zip go on through. Are they going to look to jump to that spot? They will. Will it spin in time? Can they score? They will. It's going to be Anti-Gravity scoring for the first time in 4.5 minutes.
You know this game. You know this game can go either way when it goes that crazy. And like 4.5 minutes left, we do see Afro gonna be able to get a pick over onto Gonna be able to get a pick. Quite a few of them, actually, with that nozzle. They do have a little bit of advantage here. They could potentially find something, but no. Gonna have to get out. They do have 7 clams. They could potentially get a power clam here. Distinct. Gonna be mounting a bit of a push. They had to be careful with Boingus there. Boingus actually getting, like, direct 3-shotted. And they actually are gonna be able to take the lead. Distinct just needs to get 1 more clam in. They're gonna be able to take it right at the end.
What a clutch comeback. The players going towards the ramp as they were able to sneak on in the opposite side of the spinner, scoring the power clam and 2 regular clams to the name to secure that. Oh my goodness.
That was indeed a game of all time. That's all I'll say.
To say the least. Just when Anti-Gravity thought they had it with a very clutch zip jump play. Distinct finds their way in. They found it. They snuck on in. And they are leading the set by 1. And again, this is a best of 3. So all Distinct needs is just this one last game in order to have a chance to move on forward. So Anti-Gravity looking on a little bit on the back foot here, trying to find opportunity to push back forward.
I feel like the thing about that match is that the reason it was so stally, in my opinion, is because, like, they really didn't have a lot to push in my opinion. Like, sure, they had things like the V-Carbon and stuff. Like, that Zipcaster could potentially do well. But if you don't have anything to kind of support it, like the VAC or anything, like, it's not really going to do a whole lot. And the Dualies was more so just, like, to try and, like, kind of start a push. But it was difficult to really try and get in, so feel like it's going to be a little interesting, and we are going to see our next modifier, which is the same random weapon, and it's everybody using the same randomly selected weapon. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. No.
Everyone has to play the 52 gal.
No!
What?
No! Y'all, I did not expect this. Like, I knew we had Gold Nautilus. It is entirely 52 gal.
Every single player on the field will be playing 52. We will have 8 whales. We will have 8 walls. We will have 8 horrible RNG moments of weapons used this entire game. And mind you, our map mode is tower control on Inkblot.
Oh God, I don't want to think of this. I don't want to. Nope. Nope. Like, don't get me wrong. I used to play 52, but I'm like, nope.
Oh my goodness. As someone who has tried to play 52 for a while, this is nightmare fuel. This is going to be. I just know the amount of players that are going to probably throw a wall and hope it's not a wall is going to be tweaked a little bit higher.
All I'm imagining now, unironically, is it was a moment from Splatoon 2. I think it was a J-Emoji video. They decided to sign up for Scoreboard Splat series when that was still happening. And what they decided to do was go Quadbrella. And all I'm imagining is right when you're going for like the opening push, you just make a giant wall. It's just, you cannot pass here.
Oh man, could you imagine if each player is coordinated enough with their walls, they put them on each side of the tower, so really no one can get in?
No, you have like on each side of the tower, and then over on the stacks, you just have a wall there, so like, good luck.
Yeah, like good luck.
Where are you gonna go
here?
here?
You have no bombs to penetrate this force of splash walls.
That's literally this entire game. Like, the only thing I'm just waiting to see all of them charge up whale, and that's the only thing you see is just 4 whales all popped at the same time. It's chaotic, but I'm sorry, I want to see this now. This is gonna be so funny.
We're either gonna see a lot of IA or a lot of special charge up. There is no in between. No, that's what we are expected to see the most of.
Yeah, I don't really know what exactly we're gonna expect. I feel like it's gonna be interesting. I really don't know if we're gonna see a lot of aggro play. Like, I feel like we might, but at the same time, considering like it's all gonna be 52, I feel like it's just gonna be like heavy stalling at this point.
Yeah, first team that's gonna get like a really like the most picks that they're able to just keep rotating through are able to push this tower forward. And I was gonna say let's see what their players are gonna be running, but I guess the only thing we can really judge is their drip. Let's see who's got the most drip. It's about split.
It's about 50-50, but oh boy, here we go. All right, I'm waiting to see the walls. Let me see the walls. There's no wall.
There's already a couple walls in mid. Yup, already a couple. Yup, this is exactly what I expected from a 52v52 team battle. Is just a lot of picks, a lot of trades. It's just a 1v1. It's all the 52s are just trading back and forth. Walls are just getting thrown, players exploding. We got a well ready, finding a couple players on the side here. Trying to pick off this left stack side. Jumps are just repeatedly coming in. And you know what? Most of those jumps are probably safe.
The amount of whales that were just popped all at once. That was insane. And we do see Boingus gonna be able to get a pick here. Gonna try and contest. Oh, they have to get out, but they could potentially get over onto a bit of a good spot. Boingus, getting a very lucky RNG, getting a good pick there. So, gonna try and contest here. They have to be careful. Tiger going down. We do see the whale coming out. All of them are contested over onto bats right now. Boingus is just contesting so much right now. I don't know how they're still alive at this point.
You could tell who the 52 mains are and who aren't, or who knows their way around the weapon and who doesn't, just by the pure, like, skill level they have, which is knowing how to reset their RNG and holding their space. And we are going to see Rush on this left side. They're going to take a 1v3. Unfortunately, able to get out the way. We'll spot them out. A couple picks. Boingus is sharking on that stack behind some of these players here. They will get one. They're looking good for another, but there's 3 walls up on the side there, so they're not able to exactly find the picks they're looking for, as it's now they're going to be trying to push for this checkpoint.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this checkpoint here. Has Distinct is going to try and get a little bit more of a push here, but it does seem like Anti-Gravity is going to be able to try and find something. Rush, going to have to be watching over on that left side, is going to be able to get a trade, but you see the whale coming out. Rush has to be careful because Afro going to be getting pretty aggressive here. Rush could have to hold off. They are going to be able to get out. I don't know how they're still alive at this point, as Afro is just running them down, just trying to get this pick, but no, they are going to be able to at least survive or try and get out. I feel like the thing about I feel like the thing that is like working well in their favor is that Anti-Gravity is mainly just really able to play like sort of a stall heavy game, but I feel like the thing is it just at this point it's really just walls and whales. That's it. That's all we're doing. I was about to say Cactus, I don't know if you're speaking because we cannot hear you.
I love it that my mic may have been muted. Hear me out, may have been muted, which is fine. It's fine.
No,
We're fine.
I just started speaking and I'm just like, wait a minute, where is it?
This is what 52 does to a commentator. This is what 852s does to a commentator on the field. You know, it's still Anti-Gravity in the lead. Distinct has a minute and a half to try to find a comeback, as it's the only Tiger alive. Anti-Gravity's now players coming in, players rushing this tower back. Whales big popped out to find a couple that are straggling along, but a nice wall will keep a couple, and that's 3 players down. This is Distinct's opportunity to try to push this tower further and hopefully clear this first checkpoint.
Yeah, they're going to be able to clear this first checkpoint, but they had to be careful because I think they do notice that one was kind of sharking over on right side right now. We do see them taking control of bats. 1 going down on the side of Anti-Gravity. 2 going down, actually. 3 going down. This is the push that Distinct needs. Korean going to be able to get 1. Could potentially find another, but no, the lead is pretty much going to go over to Distinct at this point once again.
Yeah, this is a last minute hurrah, right? They're just rushing this tower down. All these players surrounding the tower. This is pretty much going to be close to a delayed wipeout for Anti-Gravity. Distinct is right there. Just got to run in for a few more points. But Anti-Gravity will barely hold on with less than a minute on the clock. They have to get rid of any of these players that are still kind of stricken behind. We are going to have 1 left alive over there. Finally, we'll get that last player out to 4v2 on the map. But by the time this tower resets to mid, as 4 whales are all popped at the same time to find these players, but not a single one goes down. And actually 3, oh man, this is gonna be pretty much a delayed wipeout here. It is a underneath the wall battle. Corian is trying to hold 10 seconds left, J King.
Anti-Gravity is trying to do something here. They had to be careful. Afro pushing the tower. Really difficult. Rush going to be able to get the pick. Going to be able to get the flank. Skep has to try and survive. They just got off the tower. They're going to be able to get the tower. That could potentially be game. And that is going to be game for Distinct. And I think they will basically take the set there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Distinct secures with an intense 52 versus 52 battle, showing that 52 will come out on top at all costs.
I think all I gotta say about that set, I think my brain just decided to malfunction throughout that entire thing. I'm just saying that now.
Yeah, no, same. Like, I'm just glad we got to see 4 whales pop at the same time. That was so entertaining.
I was about to say, that's all I wanted to see was just like all the whales popped all at once. Like that's the main thing I see. But the fact that like it didn't get a single pick is like the craziest thing to me. But ultimately Distinct able to kind of play it. I think you could tell who was the Gal players, especially on that one. So as you kind of mentioned earlier, but yeah, I think with that being said, I think we will actually go ahead and send it to a bit of a break while we wait for our next set to come up. So yeah, definitely stick around. We'll be back soon with more Party Wheel on Ice. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel on Ice. I am Jaking, once again joined by Cactus, and we have a very exciting match coming up. It is going to be Hello versus Distinct as our lower bracket semis.
That is right. We have just saw before on the stream Distinct securing the win in a nice 2-0 fashion. And of course, we did have on the other end Hello versus OMG that we did not see on stream. They were able to secure it 2-1 in a very close last game. So both these teams now in this last best of 3 here in semis, looking for an opportunity to make their way to losers finals.
Yeah,
Or my best of
definitely. Yeah, so from what I know, it is going to be best of 3 on this one as well. And what I know is that the first map is going to be Tower Control Undertow, which is going to be interesting. We usually we mainly see Rainmaker for this one, but I'm very curious to see what exactly both teams are going to do. But these teams, they have a lot of pretty notable players, I will say. Distinct, as we said, we just saw, but Hello has players like Melomania, Namika, Eli and Narco. So I feel like this is going to be a pretty close set, considering like both of these are pretty closely seeded.
Yeah, definitely. For those wondering about how the seeding was set for this, I mean, Hello and Distinct, they're one number apart, seed 5 and seed 6. So this is definitely everything to be a very interesting match. But of course, something like that doesn't always mean one will be better than the other. Only that they're close, and that whatever the party will decide, their fate shall be, will decide how they feel about these next coming games.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what exactly we're gonna have coming into this match. With like, I really want to know what sort of randomizers we're gonna see, because we have seen some pretty crazy ones throughout this entire thing. So I feel like it's gonna be pretty interesting. I feel like something that would be funny is like Soul Survivor, as we saw earlier, with like the Brellas, with the recycle Brellas, and I don't want another 52. Like thing. I don't want that again, but
Yeah,
as I
please,
say,
no.
the wheel is going to be spun, and let's see what we're going to get. We're going to have Dumpster Dive once again.
All right, Dumpster Dive, limited to those selected weapons you see on screen. So, really quickly, Neo Splushamatic, 96, Scout, Splattershot, Nova, Carbon Roller, Big Twig Roller, Custom GooTuber, Blob, Blobber, Deco, Dowser, Dualies, Splat Brella, Undercover Brella, Recycle Brella, MK2, Neo's Clash Blaster, and Paintbrush are the weapons they can select from.
Yeah, I really wonder what exactly is going to happen with both teams. Like, obviously, I feel like we're probably going to see some pretty similar stuff. Like, we're probably going to see Splattershot Nova as that was pretty much like one of the weapons that was picked a decent amount. I feel like it could also do pretty good on this one, considering like the whale that could potentially work out. But I feel like one we might see probably 96 purely just because of the VAC. Like, I think VAC, especially on this map, it could be pretty strong. So I feel like we might see that.
Yeah, and if any teams are feeling experimental, same reason for the Big Twig, right? Gets a lot of paint output for you, and you're also hoping that to use that VAC to push forward for that tower, whether through a checkpoint or in between the two, to launch the VAC shot right in front of those tower paths. Now, again, this is a very interesting tower path because of the fact that it is Undertow, right? So you have that first low checkpoint, second low checkpoint, and the last one pretty close to the spawn. So you're really hoping that you're able to pull out all the great stops, and if you do go something like a VAC, you're holding it to that end there. Something else I think might be really interesting to see is probably the custom GooTuber with Stamp. I mean, there are those uninkable ramps that you could try to go up on each side to get onto the plat, or on the middle side to get to the plat, to cause some mayhem, or a couple nice throws. Could be your next counter.
Yeah, I definitely feel like custom GooTuber we might see, honestly. Like, it's either that or, as I was talking about earlier, I wonder if we might actually see some Paintbrush. Like, that would be pretty fun to see. We saw it in one of the earlier sets. I think it was actually the one with Bubble Guppies. I think it was Winners Bracket. Yeah, it was Bubble Guppies and TZS, where both teams actually did run Paintbrush, and I still think that weapon has potential to be played pretty well. I kind of already talked about this earlier, but I kind of hope to see that it is played.
Yeah, absolutely. you know, Nova. Wait, isn't there Nova on here? Yeah, Nova win, right? I mean, it is unfortunately the vanilla one with Will. So I think it'd be cool to see regardless of the option for it. Dowser Dualies 2 would be a really good choice for these players to pull on out. Even though it's the vanilla one, you really just using it for that range output and that pain output too. That weapon carries over. So Clash Blaster, Clash Blaster could be pretty interesting to see, especially on the ledges.
Yeah, I feel like, in my opinion, Clash Blaster, like, even though it's the Neo kit, I still feel like it could potentially have a lot of potential, especially with how many ledges there are on this map. Especially if you're like pushing over on a lot of the checkpoints, like you can really hold, especially like the great area over by like the left side of the map. If you're trying to go for like the left checkpoint on Rainmaker, like that area can pretty much be held pretty easily if you have something like a Clash Blaster, because they're just not even going to be able to like push in at that point. They're just being held.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good option. It's a good choice to go with. Something that both these teams are probably going to be debating on out while they're picking their weapons, getting into the lobby and such. Trying to think what other weapons we haven't gone through. I guess the Brellas would be cool, right? You have that little bit, the Splat Brella or the Undercover Brella. You can use that shield to kind of block off any shots being thrown at the tower. Of course, if you pick the Recycled Brella, that thing's getting shredded in seconds. But the others, you have a little bit more room to work with.
Yeah, I feel like despite a lot of these weapons being seen as pretty rough, I still feel like there's a lot that you could run with on these comps, especially. Like, I'm going to say it now, like, 96 I feel like might be one of those, like, not necessarily required weapons, but I feel like it could be there. And as we say that, we are going to be going ahead and getting into our first game. So we will actually be able to see what exactly both teams are going to be running. I really hope we see some interesting things. Are we going to see what we talked about? We do actually see the Brella. We see a Splat Brella coming in. And we do see, we see the Neo Sploosh as well. Oh my goodness.
I see 96 Deco. Is that allowed on the list?
Oh, no,
I don't
that
think
is
so.
not, that
Yeah.
is not.
Okay. I saw that for a split second, and I was like, "Hold on, 1 second there."
Wait a minute.
I don't think that's allowed.
Wait a minute. We got to take a reset here.
It's all right.
Come on, y'all. Remember the
ideally,
weapons.
ideally, everyone readies up immediately after just switching the one player player's weapon. But
I was about to say, it also kind of makes sense. It also probably is just like a muscle memory thing. Like, you're used to picking that specific one. So you're just like, oh, this should be fine. But then you're like, wait a minute.
yeah, no, definitely. It's like, oh, actually, you know what? Whoopsie, my bad. Misclick.
But I feel like the interesting thing, though, we saw a Splat Brella. That is something we don't really see often, but I feel like it could actually work considering it does have strikes. So, like, especially on tower control, that could be something that not a lot of people would really, like, probably think of like, right now, and probably would go, like, kind of what we already saw. So I wonder how that's actually going to work out.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I feel like that's a weapon you're mainly prioritizing the special for. Maybe run a little bit extra special charge up so you get those strikes a little bit faster. Obviously not as fast as you would like if you were playing something like Neo Splash or T-Tech even. But it's an opportunity nonetheless to hold that tower for you for a defense or for an offensive push if you want to try out any areas. I did love the fact that they were also running double roller, right? So we had that big swig that was going to come out for pain. We had the carbon roller that can do some sharking opportunities to get those picks, especially over ledges too, being a really good option. So as we do see the weapons rolling right back on out. Yeah, only thing really switched was that 96, and both teams are off. Who's going to grab that tower first?
I really am curious how this game's going to go. We do see Afro getting really aggressive with his roller here. Unfortunately, going to get taken out by Nameka over on the side of Hello. So Distinct going to have to try and be a little bit careful right now. But we do see Polly popping a little bit of an early vac. Interesting choice as they're going to get taken down by the Whale. I didn't even realize it, but they have double Whale over on the side of Hello right now.
That's an interesting choice. I mean, especially against a vac, though, I think that could be used pretty well. Nameka's already on there, pinning a little bit as they drop on down. We are going to see the 96 user just chill on the side. Here come those strikes to try to stall it out. Vac will be popped to use some of that pain on out, see if they can shoot it towards the front or back. But there's a counter Vac, so they have to try to hold it for an opportunity to make sure it doesn't get taken out. Down goes Mellow. Player trying to shoot out the sprinkler there, unfortunately misses it, and because they were shooting their RNG is not in their favor. It gets picked off on the sideline there, and it's going to be them taking the tower right once again, pushing it back towards that second checkpoint for Hello.
Yeah, we do see Mooj going to be getting pushed by Mello here. I was actually going to be able to get the pick, but we do see them in a little bit of a weird situation, trying to just charge up these strikes, but they have all the specials coming in. No, the Zipcaster going to be able to get a pick out there, but we do see a bit of a 2v2 situation over on both sides. But at the same time, Hello is just holding such a strong lead right now. Narco just playing with absolute no fear, just contesting Polly with that 96, but we do see the VAC coming out. Could potentially find something here. Not really going to find a lot of value. Going to get shot directly over to somebody, but it's not going to be able to find the pick, and they're just going to have to try and get a little bit of a reset right now.
Yeah, definitely. If Distinct wants an opportunity to try to get to the checkpoint, they got to get some key picks here. It's a 2v2 on the map right now, so they are going to look for that first checkpoint. They will pop that ink back in hopes of claiming it through, but here comes Narco using that the whale to try to scare some players out. They will get Tiger, actually, with that, and of course, it is the Nova. You're putting out tons of paint to use for yourself and building up those specials really quickly. I do love that, of course, it does have those point sensors, right? So you're catching any player trying to shark on by. Oh, but as I say that, Afro jumps down from the top row, able to claim that's 3 players down. It's only Polly up. We are going to see Element taking that tower. Wipeout on the screen. Players jumping on in. Hello pushing his tower once again.
Yeah, we do see Hello just really taking this advantage. Ooh, they have to be careful. Mooj is going to be able to just potentially get them off of this tower here, but no, Ellie just has this just has the VAC on lock. Mooj gonna get taken out. They're already pushing past. They could potentially get past this this third checkpoint, but no, we do see it is a 2v3 situation over for the side of Hello, having a little bit of an advantage, but Distinct could potentially come back here. They do have the man advantage at this point, so Hello gonna have to try and get a bit of a reset, as we do see one of the whales coming out, the beacon getting destroyed, and we do see that they have 2 specials on lock, one of them already getting popped. Hello going to a 3v3 situation, getting insanely aggressive, gonna be able to get 2 down on both sides, so this is already starting to even out a bit.
That was such a nasty rollover onto the VAC user. Jumps coming on in, but again, the 96 chilling on the tower has so much range. There's the VAC. They want to end this now, as this VAC is going to last them a little bit longer into this checkpoint, launching that right in front, trying to get any players down. 96 is somehow staying alive, gets one, looking for another. Roller comes on down and takes them out, but it's a wipeout, and that's going to be Hello taking game number 1.
Can we just talk about Ellie over with the 96, in my opinion? Like, they were, in my opinion, one of the most crucial players in that match. They were doing insane work, especially, like, holding the tower, using that gal's range to its advantage, like, holding off a lot of good pushes, and also just popping the VAC and just really not letting them push at all. So, like, insanely well played from them.
Yeah, they did a really great job there, and they were constantly just being aggressive, right? They did not hold back at all or wait for any opportunities. They forced those opportunities in, and thankfully that is their first wheel spin out of the way, as we're going to wait on here to see what their next fate is going to be decided. No more 52, please.
What fate?
Oh
It's
no.
a random weapon class. Random weapon class. Oh no. All right, y'all, let's see what exactly the class that we're gonna get is. I think it is going to be popping up in just a minute. I'm very curious, and it is going to be Splatana is the class.
Okay, sure. Why not? Okay, looking at the map mode, it's going to be zones on Hagglefish.
Oh no.
Decav counts as a Sultana, right?
Yes. Decav is a Splatana. It's just like it's a different type. It's kind of like I'm trying to think. Kind of like how brushes in like Splatoon 2 were technically considered rollers in like
yes,
their early
that's
iterations,
right.
but now they're their own specific class. It's kind of like that.
Okay, because I just had to ask because I know like the regular Decav will be seen to use as a bubble a lot, especially on a map like this with those corners right around the zone. So it was going to be, especially on ramp when pushing aggressively. I could say these teams are going to run because there's a couple choices here, a couple ways this could go.
Yeah, I really don't know how this is going to go. I feel like obviously we're going to see Stamper. Like, that's pretty much a given.
Yeah.
That weapon is, like, insanely strong. It's been one of the strongest weapons in the game for quite a while. So I feel like we're definitely going to see that. Obviously, I feel like we're going to see some mint decav, but I feel like we might actually see potentially just V Splatana,
Okay,
V Viper. I mean, so I wonder, especially on this one, that could potentially do well. But at the same time, they do have the like Viper Deco that could work.
Yes, for
because
missiles.
it does have missiles. Like especially on this map, like it's pretty much guaranteed. Like Splat Zone Tacklefish, like missiles just do so good on this map with how flat it can be.
No,
So I feel
definitely.
like-
Especially under the tent areas too. Like, just any team in the first offense is going to be able to hold very strongly. I can imagine probably a good combination of using maybe the other Saber with Crab, right? Especially if you're able to hold those out over zone on those tents, just keep a lot of pressure away. That's going to be very interesting to see, especially though some of those Platanas though are going to have that range availability to just take those players out. So a lot of counters for just each Splatana with another Splatana. So
yeah, I really don't know what we're gonna actually see going into this. So let's see what comms we will have going into our potentially final game of the set, or this thing could potentially come back here. We are gonna see both wipers. Wait a minute, is that a duplicate or was that actually the same thing? Because I don't think duplicates are. No, that is not. That is not.
Separate. Yep.
It looked like it for a second. I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, we got mirror comps. This is kind of what it was expected. But yeah.
I was hoping for the Crab Stamper, but not all the time can we be lucky. But yep, here are the Wipers just sweeping over the zone. Oh my goodness, missiles get launched down. Oh, a missile take a player down.
The missile's actually going to be able to get a pretty good pick there, but Narco going to have to be careful. We do see Moosh just being pretty aggressive over on the left side. Narco going to be able to get a pick. They do have the zip ready. They could pop it here. Afro getting caught out in a horrible position there. Mello going to be able to just run the hammer over them. So at this point, they have to be careful. Narco could potentially find a pick on the volley with a burst bomb, just immediately shutting them down. Moosh not in a good position. They have to get out of here.
Oh, good thing they did too. Now here goes Narco with the zip caster, trying to find any players close by in the spawn, but a lot of them are just kind of scattered around the area. Right now, Hello is in a really good position, though, securing this zone, building up those points. There's Narco underneath that ledge, like I mentioned before, and does get one down, but we do see the zip scare away Mello a bit on the zone, but Mello's going to hold on strong. Narco still in that aggressive position. Oh, they tried to jump out, but they canceled out. Stamp popped close by. Tiger's going to pop a stamp of their own. Find one Stampy stamp. It's going to be Mello that wins it. Only 20 more ticks before that is the game. Bubble gets popped, but it's not in time. They have all the jumps in the world. Hello holds on strong. And with this last player being pushed on the side, unless the zip can come on back. Can it come back? They do!
Can we just talk about Afro somehow surviving that entire exchange? Like, they literally had 2 to 3 people on them, and they still managed to get the picks and get the advantage back for their team. Distinct already on a bit of a comeback at this point, but they had to be really careful considering that Hello is going to have a lot of their specials up. The missiles are coming in. This is starting to be a little bit of a tight position. Mello gonna just run one of them over as Polly, the last remaining member. Unfortunately, Mello's gonna find them and get them out of there.
Yeah, and just when you thought Distinct had a stronghold ready to go, they get quickly matched by Hello's aggression. And as Hello takes control of that zone, again, a lot of subs being tossed on out here. Bubble in a really good position here. You have 3 of these Wipers on the tent, hitting all around. Missiles are going to be ready there to launch on 2 of these players. They are able to find one. They'll drop some to the side. They are going to try to pick it off with the hammer as well. Polly's in zone going to pop Bubble here just to try to paint over this zone as the other players will come on in from Distinct, help try to paint it over. They will get that cap. Now they're just trying to fight for the hold of it. Polly gets one but trades it on out. Stamped by Mello comes on out trying to find another. Can they find it in time with the hammer throw? No, they do not, but it's going to be a cap for them nonetheless.
Can I just say the amount of like screen shake that we've seen throughout this entire game is insane. Like we see the missiles just slamming down every single time, and then we see the hammer just going crazy. So like at this point, I'm surprised we're even able to see what's going on. But right now, Hello just has such a like advantageous position. We do see the missiles coming out. Narco gonna be pushed out of position. Gonna get a bit of a flank here. The bubble coming in. The bomb. Gonna secure the pig onto Polly there. And if Hello just holds this a little bit more, they're going to be able to get something here. Distinct has to try and go in. They have to try and get something going, but they're really starting to be on the back burner. Mello trying to get a pick, running out of pick. They're going to get taken out. They're going to be able to get the zone and take it back to their advantage.
Wow, a last second clutch play. The players on Distinct hold on. It's not over yet. What a great pick by Moosh there, being able to hold on forward. There is a zip out, and the zip is the last player alive, but they were paying the zone. Thankfully, they don't lose that cap. Penalty points are almost over with missiles still online, and right now we are seeing a couple players from Distinct in really good positions. Afro under the tent, the remaining players looking on the front ramp side and that front right. They're just waiting for any opportunity here to get any players out. Here comes Zip. Missiles come out as a counter. All these specials be popped at once as there's only a couple more points to go. But as they lose players, it is going to be Hello with the numbers advantage and rushing to try to cap this zone back as they takes out Tiger with the stamp. Wait, but they still didn't cap the zone.
They're not capping. Polly is just holding the zone. They're going to be able to potentially get it. They have to try and get the zone here to prevent the penalty points. They're going to be able to get it. One going down on the side of Hello here. Distinct just has to hold, but they have to be careful because the missiles are going to come in. It is such little time left. Two going down on the side of Distinct. Hello taking it back into their advantage. 30 seconds left. They have to try and hold here. They could potentially. They have one on the flank. They're not going to be able to get one. Ellie, so weak at this point. It is starting to become a little bit of a situation here.
Yeah, that was an insane last-second grasp for a couple more points, and now a monstrous amount of penalty points to come on down. They do have numbers advantage. 10 missiles sent down on Ellie, and now you're going to have to back on out of here. But Mello comes in with the stamp, clears one player down. The zip takes out Mello, though. It's a fight down on the map. Can they get it with the jump in? They do. Afro has a jump. Can they get it in time first? They won't find it right away, but other teammates are there. It is a 4v1, and overtime is underway. They're finding these players jumping in. J-Kick, take us away for overtime.
We gotta get out of overtime. Distinct, all they need to do is hold. They don't need to play aggressive. They just need to hold. We do have the bubble ready on the side of Hello. They have all the missiles coming in. They have everything coming in. All they need to do is hold. Such little time left. No, it is going to be Hello taking it by the skin of their teeth. Distinct trying to hold their ground, but it does not work out in their favor.
That was so close. 3 more points. But everything that could go right for Hello went correct. The pick in the bubble, the missiles forcing players back, and the pure aggression holding that key forward secures them that win. Just barely.
Oh my goodness, that was like the most insane game we have gotten so far. That was just... I'm literally sitting there like all they need to do is hold. Hello managed to get all their specials up so quickly that it just played so well to their advantage, and Distinct not able to do anything. And in my opinion, Mello, what were those hammers? Mello, please, you gotta show with the hammers. There were way too many.
Mill had a lot of clutch plays there, holding on out to really bring it back for their team, especially on the zone. I know there was one player on Distinct who was able to cancel it midway as it just snuck right underneath them. Like, just amazing plays. That's what you get when you just put 8 wipers in a lobby together and have an opportunity to just counter each other with pretty much everything they have.
Yeah, pretty much at that point, like, Hello, like, they were really starting to be on the back burner, I will say. So, like, at the same time, Distinct really held up their own in a lot of points in this tournament. So I feel like they really got to give themselves a pat on the back for this one, especially. Like, that last set, oh my gosh, that was insane. But I think, with that being said, I think that is going to do it for me and you, Cactus. And I think we will be getting our next commentators on soon. But yeah, Cactus, where can they find you?
Everyone can find me on most of my social medias at Glitched Cactus, where I do all kinds of crazy things. Especially this year, I'm aiming to try to stream every single day. I'm a maniac. I lost all my brain cells, but hey, what can I say? Or you could catch me with my podcast Without Productions, The Cactus Patch. J King, it's been wonderful to commentate with you for this amazing event. Where can the people find you?
Oh, for sure. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm typically on Blue Sky. My tag is JKingSBL. You can also find me on Twitch at JKingVA. And for some of my voice acting stuff, you can find me at JKingTheVA, which is what I go by on a lot of my other socials. So yeah, Thank you guys so much for having us. And Cactus, it was an absolute blast commentating with you. I absolutely had an insane time. But yeah, I think with that, we'll go ahead and send it to a quick break while we hand it off to the next commentators. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel on Ice. My name is K-Bot, joined by Docs. Docs, how? This is like 4th year in a row we're back?
Yeah, something
Question
like
mark?
that.
Something like that?
At least
Yeah.
third. For sure third, if not more.
Yeah. Fun little tradition, of course, around to ring in the new year from Shmeeb and company.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here to close out the day between Hello and Triggerfish Zone Supremacy for the right to go on to grand finals. This is still best of 3, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Very
I mean,
fast.
Look, that's how losers should be. It should be that you have to deal with best of 3. Why would you make them do more?
In losers finals, you can maybe make the
No.
argument that-
I think the
Okay.
players should be under so much stress all the time, K-pop.
right, yeah. By that, I should not rely on my years of tournament organizing
No.
experience. Nope.
No. You
Random
retired.
weapon class. yeah, real. I mean, actually, on the note to being
Genuinely,
retired,
you don't do tournaments.
genuinely, I don't do anything anymore.
Yeah,
I don't even
sometimes
commentate
I
things
poke
much
you and drag
anymore.
you to commentate for my entertainment.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Our random weapon class that was rolled is shooter. Boo. Again.
Good. You know, sometimes players have to play shooters, whether it's what they want or not. And I
It
have a
is
hunch.
what I mean. It's what they want.
No, I don't. You know, I think if they're this far into Party Wheel, they're ready to not play shooters sometimes. I think sometimes they might be ready to not if they do a million other things.
Well, and when this is the only thing that's been rolled today, is these.
Yeah.
It's what it seems.
Yeah, it seems like it's been rolled a lot today. And also, I mean, at least with my knowledge of Triggerfish Zone Supremacy, they're not known for being shooter
That is
encouragers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like you're gonna get somebody completely off the ball here.
No, not this far in,
Sure.
especially.
No. Everyone
will-
has a shooter they can go play.
That's
Yeah.
true. Sadly, everyone does have a shooter they can go play.
Yeah. And if you don't, then I don't know how you got involved or how you got invested in Splatoon in the first place.
I don't know. Some Charger players are real committed to the bit.
Back in my day.
Back in your
Flag,
day,
fist,
E-Liter
and
just threw
sky.
4 burst bombs at things.
Yeah, yeah. And everyone started playing the junior, so.
Well, everyone still starts playing the junior, technically.
Yeah,
Some things don't change.
no, they sure don't. Just the way everybody likes it.
Ah, yes,
Same old,
the same.
same old.
I
New
mean,
year, same shenanigans.
that's what this is about. We love some shenanigans.
But the wheel's not giving it to us.
No, the wheel said we're gonna have a mild start here.
Yeah.
But you never know. I know Grand Finals is where the real crazy stuff is. So,
That is true.
also, wild thing in one of the staff chats here of a request to get E-Liter with 4 burst bombs back. No, you don't want that
No.
over Pencil. I promise. I promise you don't. It also had, I don't remember which special. I don't think it was the Kraken one, luckily, but it was still like Echolocator or something. It was
Yeah.
annoying. You don't want it back. I promise. But we're gonna get into it here. Shocking. We're all shooters. Real exciting
Whoa.
stuff.
Actually, somewhat exciting stuff with the Anarchy coming out and a
Yeah.
Forge Pro.
Yeah, but there's also, you know, some of the classics. Like both teams have a splash. We've got an Enzap and a junior, and a shot, and a 52
Haven't seen
gal.
that one before.
No, I've never seen any of those before.
Oh.
I mean, seeing Inkjet as one of the specials is a little different. We don't see Inkjet very often these days. We're not in Inkjet era anymore. And this Inkjet kind of went off.
It did there. Gets 2 and
Oh,
back away with the rest of the team for a moment. Hello's going to be able to find the cap on the zone before pushing it back forward. I imagine starting to charge up for another Inkjet. But I feel like this is going to be one of the weak spots is if you don't have the Inkjet for that Nova, what's it doing? Right?
Yeah, I mean, that
Like-
is the only thing it can do. No offense to
Yeah.
Nova players, but you're just
And paint
a
the
special.
floor. You can pay the floor, but that's not.
Well, yeah, but they also have a Zap that can do that, and a Splash that can do that, and a 52 gal that can do that, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's the joy of an all
Well-
shooters comp, is everybody can do that.
Yeah.
Except for the Forge
Yeah.
Pro. The Forge Pro can't do that, actually.
Well, it can.
Not well.
Not that well. Yeah. But it's good enough.
As a Splattershot Pro hater.
That's just why are you a Splattershot Pro a hater?
People
we have
tried
to
to make
explore
me
this.
play it during that one era of Splatoon 2, and it filled me with wrath and rage. And I never
Ah.
got over it.
Yes, making you play anything, I imagine, can't go very well.
I'll do it for some people. They wouldn't let. That was at the peak of my I want to play junior era.
Ah.
And they wanted me to play not junior? Ridiculous.
Well, yeah. Inkjet
Once
out
again, this
again from
Inkjet's doing a
Eli.
lot here, though.
It gets 1, and it seems like the rest of the team has this under control now. Grab take out here. Hopefully, Hello can start pushing forward, establishing themselves a little bit to get more done on this push, but really they're holding back. They're able to find a couple picks still, so Triggerfish Zone Supremacy still going to have to regroup before they push back in. And now the strikes coming out to try to dislodge this, but again, no formalized push. Okay, never mind. We strike and
Yep.
then we Booyah Bomb right on top of it, but it's still not enough to flip the zone. There's still plenty of purple ink all
And an
in this
Inkjet.
area. Now they're trying to approach behind that stack, and now on the other side as well. The flank angle, they'll never expect this, but the zone is quickly ticking. No, okay, it will get capped. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy loses the lead. And now they still have to play cleanup duty here, which is a little bit dangerous. Now Mewtwo goes
Definitely.
down here as well. And it looks like actually Hello going to still maintain control despite everything.
Yeah, really good section on there from Narco to create that situation for the splash, not allowing them to move forward. And now they've got a cooler out. Shouldn't be, they should at least be able to hold on for a bit more. 2 minutes left in the game. Still could definitely go either way. But right now, Hello is looking pretty dominant.
Looking like it. We'll see whether or not Triggerfish Zone Supremacy can start move forward. Smork tries to do something here. Has this bubbler out, but Hello giving it with some space. Now the Zuka comes out, finds at least one. Nalika next up, going to be forced to jump away, and that's going to be Triggerfish Zone Supremacy once again taking it. Now, the penalty here actually isn't quite as large
No.
as you might have thought that it would be, so they have potential here to take this one right back and even go for the knockout if they're able to find a hold, but they don't have a lot of range to be able to do that, except for the Forge, of course. Not that anybody has a lot of range.
No.
Difficult, gonna be. That's actually probably one of the reasons why the Inkjet here isn't terrible,
Yeah.
is because you don't have anything that can just snipe it out of the sky.
No. And nobody's even on, Jet Squelcher. Not that I'm ever going to be upset after Splatoon 2 at not seeing a Jet Squelcher.
Yeah,
But
well,
it is the shooter that you play if you want a ranged shooter. I guess the Anarchy and Pro are trying to fill that role. Definitely still falling way heavier onto midline. And at that, the Nova not going to be able to do any damage for you at that midline range.
but when it's got the Inkjet, it's able to
Yeah.
put it into the work. Very few counters to that in the game right now. Although
Bubble is one of
is
them.
gonna get Bubble is one of them. That's not gonna end up in their favor.
No,
Take it down.
We might be seeing a switch of lead here.
Gonna come down to the wire. Have to make a move. Don't have any specials to their name. It looks like Triggerfish Zone Supremacy likely to hold on. Will the cap be found before the knockout happens? One pick happens. Narco starts coming in. There's the cooler
Oh.
down. The paint starts
Oh.
to come out. Eli up at the Inkjet, but it's taken out of the sky with the Zuka. Booyah Bomb on the zone. And Triggerfish Zone Supremacy will take the first game.
Really great back and forth gameplay there out of both sides. Not what necessarily what we want to see out of the party wheel. The party wheel not doing as it should right now. And making us
Boo.
watch shooters, which is okay.
Get out your tomatoes, everybody.
Yeah, maybe if you threaten to
Boo.
throw tomatoes at the party wheel, it'll cooperate a little better.
Yeah.
There's a world in
Uh,
which that's the case. But it will.
Something-
There's so many fun things on here. I don't know what I'm hoping to see. I guess. Yeah, I just don't know. It'll be interesting. I'm very excited about it.
I don't know what am I hoping?
There's so many fun things.
The trading players is always fun.
Mm-hmm. Sacrificial specials is always funny.
Yeah. Double Dash.
Double Dash
we-
would be very fun.
We'll also, I think, have to see it in grants.
Maybe. I don't remember.
I do believe that's out of work, at least for the first couple.
Oh, I want to see No Man's Land, actually. Randomly generate a map mode from the evil map list. I want the evil map list.
Oh.
I love evil map list.
Yeah. That could be fun.
I think players should have to play bad maps all the time as a treat.
As a treat for who?
For me. For my entertainment.
Right.
That's why the players are here, to entertain the commentators, right? That's the reason they play?
Clearly. Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
I'm
Game
pretty
for
sure
fun.
that's it.
Yeah. That's actually the reason why we host tournaments in the first place, is just to entertain the commentators specifically.
Yeah, the commentators serve no other purpose other than being the ones that are entertained.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And it
All
seems that
right.
we're gonna get to see the wheel.
Let's spin that wheel.
Woo!
Okay, that actually spun a lot longer than I thought it was going to.
Yeah. Soul Survivor.
Survivor. Okay, everyone uses the same singular randomly selected weapon, except for a randomly selected member of each.
Interesting.
The weapon is Luna Blaster Neo.
There we go. That's what we want out of the wheel.
Yeah, now we're talking.
As it should be.
To make matters worse, this is Clamblitz on Museum d'Alfonsino.
This is exactly where you want Luna Neo.
So
at least
this
they've got
is-
that fizzy to fall back on.
Yeah, right.
They've got that fizzy bomb.
Now, what I assume you are like forced to play shooter here.
No,
you're
actually,
the-
I think you play pencil. I think you commit to the
Oh,
bit and
wow.
just play pencil.
Then there's pencil. I forget pencil exists
Yeah,
sometimes.
sadly, pencil is probably the
Yeah.
best answer. I could be wrong. Or here's the thing: you could be even sillier and just let me look up a little thing. I don't know if
A
my
little
mic picks
thing.
up my keyboard. I'm typing frantically.
It barely did.
Well, I bought a quieter keyboard at some point on purpose. Which weapons have fizzy bomb? There are too many words on this page and not enough pictures.
Nox, come on now. List
I'm
of Splatoon
driving.
weapons. You go to Incopedia,
Main weapons with fizzy bomb. I found it.
and then you sort by sub, and you scroll down to Fizzy.
Well, this is Splatoon 2, so that's not helpful, actually.
What?
I'm doing great. Don't worry about it. I'm being so normal. I'm doing things in a normal way that other people do them in.
Okay. Aerospray,
Okay.
Ballpoint, Bamboo,
Oh, ballpoint could kind of be good.
GooTuber,
Mhm.
obviously the Luna Neo,
Yes.
Sloshing Machine, obviously,
No, don't make me see more sloshing machine. I can't go back there.
and Tri-Slosher Nouveau.
That could work. That could be fun.
That's your cooler weapon.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could also just play a normal weapon, I guess. But I think it's funnier to commit to the fizzy bomb bit, personally. I think you should just spam fizzy bombs. They got buffed and
Well-
mostly nerfed recently. Recently is
Remember,
a strong
Nox,
word.
These teams didn't get here because they were playing for fun. They got here because they were playing most optimally.
Wow,
And
did I
thus you
call
see the NZAP and
in
the Snipe Rider.
pencil.
Woohoo!
Woo. You know, pencil is, I personally would argue pencil's a better choice here because you have negative range. Other than your fizzy bomb, which obviously you're going to be relying on because it's museum and you need range to
And it's
exist.
clamps.
Yeah,
you
many
need to-
issues here.
Yeah.
We see a lot happening, but it all is going to amount to very little. Yeah, there we go. One player left up, but, you know, good for Narco. Good for Narco surviving. Pretty sure this is the Narco I'm thinking of, and we used to play against each other a lot back in the LSL days that we both had. If you want a real throwback, Ride and Inkai from 40 bajillion years ago.
Back in my day.
Yeah, I get to do
Jesus.
it sometimes too now, K-Bot.
Yeah, wow. That's all right. You know, LSL does still exist. I saw it
Yeah.
in the category today.
This was before Jub did stuff for it, though.
Ah,
This was before Jub did the overlays.
right. Right.
Yeah.
Somehow, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy actually able to get a push going here. I guess they won most of the firefights leading
Yeah.
up to that point.
Let's see.
It feels
The
like
Zap might escape there.
it feels like anytime anyone's going to drop into the middle here, it's like you're entering the Thunderdome. Because
Absolutely.
it's just mono v mono. You take your Luna Blaster and you try to jump around the pole and try to take each other off. Good drop back here from Eli,
Yeah.
taking out one player and mitigating pressure here for Hello, but they've got a decent bit of
Oh.
work to do. Okay, never mind. They're
Yeah.
able to find a 3 out.
You know, I guess if you have a bunch of Lunas, they will kill each other very quickly one way or the other.
Yeah.
There won't
Yeah.
be a lot of waiting around. There is a hammer at the ready coming out, finding Pepe, getting nothing more than that. The clam's gonna make it in the basket. There's next to no follow-up coming, though. One's having to back off. Narco manages to find the pick in mid, but kind of a nothing of a push.
Yeah, very smart, I think, on Mewtwo to interrupt the play in
Mm-hmm.
general by just charging forward. I mean, realistically, that's the only thing you can't do is Luna Blaster. But
Yes.
hey, you take what you can get here.
Absolutely.
And Now approaching this right side. Hello still has a decent number of clams, so just need to find their way to get back in.
And
which
this
I
might
imagine,
be it. A hammer on the flank
mean-
might do it. But never mind. Not if
No.
you get directed.
Not if you get directed. Because remember, they have just as much range as you do.
Yes. What a mess
when-
right there. That's just
when
Luna
they're, like-
Blasters.
That was no, that was Ultra Stamps. There were like 2 Ultra Stamps trading everybody and eliminating everyone. Yeah. Okay.
What an adventure. Genuinely, one of the funniest maps this could have happened on, because now there is just a death pit in mid.
Yeah.
Good for the death pit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
There aren't enough death pits in Splatoon 3. There were more death pits in Splatoon 2. I think they're important and good for players.
There were more death pits in Splatoon 2 because more people were playing all the same weapon all the time, right?
That's part of it, but also there were more
multiple
places with
Tri-Slosher metas.
Well, that's all. Yeah, that was a significant factor. But also, there were just a lot of maps where you kind of had to take a drop down at some point, like Gobi, or I'm gonna forget the name of my Anchovy Games. Anchovy Games had a good death pit.
Yeah.
I miss Anchovy Games.
I kind of forget that we just don't have all of the maps that we've ever played ever.
Right? It seems
Yeah.
like they should all just be here. Maybe next game. I say that actually. Don't put Moray back. I don't want it back.
No.
It can stay dead. Flounder Heights can also go die with it. Actually.
Super Splatoon Bros Ultimate. Everyone is here.
Great. You know,
we're
Smash.
approaching the end of the game.
Yeah.
40 seconds left to go here. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy actually has a decent number of specials here to their name. There's the cooler down already for them as well. Real question is this a little bit too preemptive? Because it does feel like Hello could just play
Really
back,
could be.
try to regroup, and pop some specials of their own, although it doesn't look like they have many claims to their name right now. And admittedly, Triggerfish Zone Supremacy controls a decent part of mid. Here's Namika coming up with one, finds a second, now throws the hammer. Build up a little bit of space, going right.
power.
Has to be careful. Does have a power claim here. Smork is
Oh,
dropped down.
oh.
Will get taken down, but Pepe and Mewtwo both come in to find the collateral there and stop a push from happening. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy take the set and are moving on to Grand Final.
Yeah, and I do believe Grand Finals will actually be a rematch between these two teams. Which names I'm gonna forget, so I'm gonna look at the bracket because that
Bubble
has all the
Guppy.
words I need.
Bubble Guppies, the name of a
Guppies.
true casual team.
Those are casual players for sure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Casual player.
You know,
Casual player Kyo.
they did nail the casual team name though. Bubble Guppies is a
That's
team
what I'm
name
saying.
I could imagine in Little Squid League or Low Ink, and that's said as a compliment. It's fun, it's bright, it's happy. Top teams never have fun, bright, happy names.
No,
I
instead
feel
they
like-
have stupid names that make commentators' lives more difficult. Like
Well-
Irish wristwatches or X-Player Fan Club.
No, that's still easier than some of the things low level toss at UK bot, I'm gonna be honest. They don't try and make me read German with the top level pickups.
Sometimes they do.
It happens. There's a low level team that's been around for ages at this point. That has just a fully German name. That's so long because it's the German word for daylight savings, and I had to commentate over them the first time I ever commentated, and that was upsetting.
Ah, well, yeah.
Some things live in your brain forever.
And that's one of them.
Mhm.
I feel like a lot of things live in your brain forever.
Yes, I hold many
Yeah.
grudges.
That's
Not usually
not
against
good.
people, usually against random events.
Not
and things.
usually against people.
Yeah, you never know. Nobody can ever know. Sometimes
No.
people are on my bad side, and that's not their business.
Hope everyone's getting ready for Grand Finals. We have the map list, which I'll say now, and we have the modifiers that will take place. For the first map, it is Mahi Mahi Splat Zones, and it is viewer's choice.
Ooh.
What'll happen in viewer's choice is 3 weapons will be randomly selected, and they will be put into a poll in Twitch chat where you all will have to vote and decide what weapons the players will play. The first place will be the weapon that 3 players on the team play, and the second place will be the weapon that one of the players on the teams play. So
Interesting.
get your voting fingers ready, Twitch chat, as we will be getting that one in a second. To read off the rest of the map list, Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz will be the second one. Ultimate Random Weapon Draft. 10 weapons will be selected. The teams will take turns drafting weapons away on each side. Mako Mart's Tower Control will be Double Dash, where it'll be a 2v2 tag team sort of idea. Humpback Pump Track will be our Rainmaker, will be our first standard wheel spin. And Robo Ramen will be the ultimate random weapon draft one more time, should we need it. Now, the weapons that you all will be voting for game 1 are Galuga Doolies, Sorella and Heavy Edit Splatling Nouveau. What's the most... I mean, I assume Sorella's the most funny.
Sorella's probably the most funny. I did get the most excited about hearing Heavy Edit Nouveau because I love it so much. But Galuga could also be pretty entertaining. Interesting.
What is the... Nouveau is Splat Bomb Crab Tank. That's not
Yes.
exciting.
I think seeing... Actually, no, I've remembered that I've seen too many crab tanks at once before. I can't remember that again.
Yeah.
I try not to think about that because the idea of so many crab tanks at once is intrinsically funny to me because it's a funny looking special. And then I remember the dominance it used to have and the fact that it was, oh, we're allowed to vote? That's crazy.
Well, I mean, we're in Twitch chat. I
That's
haven't
real.
pulled up anyway.
Sorella Vrella is the correct answer. It will be what's
Why
most...
are you all voting for Edit Nouveau?
Look,
We need
I
to
get
rig
it.
this.
It seems
Hello?
like it'll be funny. I promise you, you don't want to see that many crab
You don't
tanks.
want
We
to
did
see it.
We've
We've
done
already
that.
done it.
I'm a Splatling
been
player.
there.
Nova, I don't want to see it anymore. Sometimes you get your one chance to commentate for Nintendo, and there are 3 crab tanks, and you never let go of that emotionally, it turns out.
Sometimes the best shot you had at coaching was in the meadow where there was a bunch of crab tanks, and your players didn't want to listen to you on how to beat the crab tanks.
Me and K-Bot might have more vendetta against crab tanks than the average person. But look, Sorella Brella would be so much more entertaining. I promise you want Sorella Brella. It's so funny. I guess it does have trip strikes. I guess they do have a point with the fact that it
More
has trip
funny.
strikes.
More funny.
No, crab tank's
What do you
funnier
mean?
than trip strikes. Trip strikes are boring. Also, Love 5 just lying in the party wheel staff chat. 5, you played ballpoint. I remember. You can't lie right now. I see you. Silver is here. I can get Silver to vouch with me.
The poll has closed. Edit Nouveau, regrettably, is our winner. And Sorella Brella is our runner-up, meaning that each team will have 3 Edit Nouveaus
Interesting.
and 1 Sorella Brella. I don't know what the Brella player is supposed to do.
I have no idea.
I suppose sit AFK, farm for strikes, and strike the zone. We're on Mahi zones, by the way.
We are. It should be interesting. Mahi zones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is too good of a map for the Splatlings, actually. You all should have picked differently. This map is too good for the Splatlings. The
Maybe we
Splatlings
should
are
have
just
used
gonna
that.
Chill.
Yeah, maybe I should have clarified, mentioned that a little more.
Oh, it's an Inkjet Brella, by the way. I had it wrong. I had the kits flipped in my head. So it's 3 crabs and an Inkjet,
right.
which is...
See, Inkjet would have
We're
been more
back.
funny.
We can't go back. Yeah, Inkjet would have 3 Inkjets, 1 crab. Much funnier, guys. Gonna be honest.
Star
Because
Wars
then the one
battles.
crab is useless. They will get hit, probably. Also, Glugas would have been funny. Glugas are just a funny weapon at their core.
And nobody knows how to play them, so.
Yeah, which adds enrichment to the enclosure. You know,
Right.
Bubble Guppies needs every disadvantage. So if it's a weapon they don't know how to play as well, that's a win.
Something tells me that Kyo has played every weapon in the game.
You know, maybe Kyo's played every weapon in the game at least a little bit. Just a little
Something
bit.
else has told me that Toon hasn't touched the game in about 2 years.
Well, yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
But the other 3 players I'm pretty sure have. Pretty sure.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
100%.
I sure would hope Jazz has.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
You never know.
I suppose not.
I have Kyo's stream pulled up, so at least I'll be able to give insight into who's going to be on what in theory. I guess I can just wait for the game to start. I guess
It's
that
not
is
like
a better
that's-
option.
Oh,
you
well.
know, there's so many adventures in Splatoon.
Yeah.
This is one of the better ones. Maybe 3 crabs will be funny this time, K-Bot. Maybe this time 3 crabs will be funny. Maybe this will be
Aware.
a healing experience for us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We can definitely assume that will be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
How else could it work?
Right.
Yeah. That's the only option. Crab isn't constantly used anymore, so it must be normal and fine now.
I mean, yeah, because everything else in the game counters it, except for the part where it's the only thing in the game,
Well,
which is
You
what
make
we're
a
about
good
to
point.
watch.
yes. Yes.
All right.
Shockingly,
Let's
we
get
know
into
what
it.
the comps are, but who's going to be on
Whoa.
what?
Grand Finals. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy versus Bubble Guppies. God, what a name.
It's a good name. I genuinely like it. Early
Bubble
Inkjet out
Gup-
of King Julian here, putting in some work, scaring off the Splatlings, surprisingly.
Oh, I mean, that's not that surprising, right? The Inkjet probably has more range.
Yeah. Not by a ton, though.
Yeah, not by a ton.
There's just a
And probably
couple
also a
crabs
little
on the
more
screen.
awkward. Yeah, that's cute.
Just a couple of them. Oh, dear.
I hope you wanted seafood.
Oh, boy.
This is
It's-
what you voted for, chat.
This is what you voted for. And we're
Are
right
you having
back.
fun? Are
We're
you
back.
entertained?
We're back in a different era that we didn't need to go back to be fully honest.
No, even in that, well, actually, I would argue this is worse because even in that era, we weren't playing Mahi zones all the time.
That's true. That was pre-Mahi zones. Kyo
Yeah.
trying to make something happen there, trying to get a pinch going. Not going to be enough, but Bubble Guppies does still have the zone. Neither team really has a strong advantage in this moment, though.
Thank you, phone ring.
Yeah, I was about to be like, whoa. A phone? That's crazy.
Ooh.
I knew it wasn't mine, because my phone never has the sound on.
It's helpful to have the sound on at home. I never have it. Actually, it automatically turns
That
off
was a
when I
triple with the
take it
inkjet,
out.
by the way. Almost a quad.
Almost a quad. If it weren't for those meddling umbrellas.
You know, they apparently do work better than they used to. Low bar, but they work
Yeah.
most of the time now, from what I've heard.
Well,
Doesn't save the
Huge.
weapon class.
huge ups. Huge,
Huge
ups.
ups. Huge ups
For-
for the 2 Umbrella players that exist.
Yeah. Neither of whom are playing right now.
Absolutely not. No. I'm sure plenty of these people tried to make Brella work at some point in Splatoon 2. They've all been around long enough.
Yeah. Perhaps true, but I don't think they've tried to put it on for that long.
No. Most of them probably have played it once or twice at a LAN as a, oh, it works on LAN moment.
Yeah. it was looking pretty good for Triggerfish Zone Supremacy. Now, of course, Bubble Guppies back to taking it over. They're low on specials, so here comes the Crab Tank.
Here comes the crab tank. Eternally the crab tank. The crab is undying and will never cease to exist. We will never escape it.
Still Splatoon 4. Where
No,
it will...
they'll bring it back just to torture us.
You see, they will bring it back, but they won't bring it back for 2 years. So you'll get 2 years of
Yeah, they'll crack in it. They'll crack in it.
fantastic. Yeah. And then it'll randomly appear, and everyone will sit there and be like, we did not ask for this. This was not fun.
Yeah. And it'll be completely broken. And then they'll have to nerf it so that it doesn't completely and utterly destroy Clam Blitz as a mode.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Or Splat Zones. Or
Yeah.
all of the game modes, actually.
Yeah,
as it turns
because
out.
Crab's way better than Kraken is. Even just as a
Yeah.
concept.
Right.
No offense to people that like Kraken, but it's really only good because it has invulnerability. It serves no other purpose.
Bubble Guppies. Looking like they might win, although I say that, and then they go 3 down, and then St. Julian's gonna get swarmed. Takes one to the road. And yeah, there we go. I don't think... Can Triggerfish Zone Supremacy hold on here? Probably not with that grade.
Probably not. Yeah, I'd say no. The Brella can't do that much work on its own, but it should have flipped sooner than it did.
Also, they didn't have any crowd tanks.
You know, yeah, the whole point, this is crab meta. You need all the crab tanks to succeed.
Yeah.
And now they have a crab tank, so they can maybe succeed. And they did manage to flip the zone. The game is still very much on. And they managed to take out the other crab tank. That's pretty big.
Nox, do you think this would be more fun to watch if we didn't have an entire, 5 months of watching only crab tank?
Oh, absolutely. Think about how funny this would be if we weren't numb inside to crab tank, K-Bot.
Yeah.
This is something that would be funny. Crab tank at its core should be funny and bring joy. We just were betrayed by crab tank.
Yeah.
Because at its core, crab tank is the funniest thing I can ever think about. I love the idea of a little crab scuttling around the stage. That brings joy. The idea of something being a Splatling and an Explosher, very funny. Very fun. If they hadn't made it so broken, I think we would have had a great time. This is an us problem.
The idea of something instantly becoming a backline weapon for a couple of seconds
Is hilarious.
is fundamentally a problem.
Well, yes. I think they only should have put it on Junior and other short-range weapons. It should have been on Luna. It should have been on Junior. It should not have been on Heavy Edit Nouveau. They did put it on Splash. It was pretty broken on Splash because it got it so much.
Yeah.
And also because you didn't need anything else with range because your Splash would just have Crab Tank.
Yeah.
And then you had some machines in there. And it was a comp of all time.
Yep. Speaking of comps of all time, that's what we're about to see with Ultimate Weapon Draft.
Yes.
So a list of 10 weapons will be randomly generated, and then teams will take turns drafting them. Now, actually, the question here is, are they doing a snake draft, or are they just taking turns?
I don't know what a snake draft is.
The organizer, well, so it's like if Team A gets the first pick, then Team B gets the second and third pick.
Oh, it's like what Launch Point used to do. Got it.
Yeah.
If you just tell me organizations that have done the thing.
I did not
the
know
fancy
Launch Point
terms.
had done it before.
That's fair.
So,
I played a ton of Launch Point when it was a thing.
yeah.
That was at the peak of my playing when I played 1,500 hours in 6 months or something. I was being so normal. Don't do that, by the way. Don't. It's bad for you. Don't do that.
Really?
Yeah. Don't play 1,500 hours in 2 months. It's bad for you. Wouldn't recommend
Who could have
it.
seen this coming?
It wasn't in 2 months. It was in a ridiculously short amount of time, though. But yeah. I'm very intrigued to see how this goes. But I think they're just taking turns this time.
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like they're doing Snake from what I'm seeing.
We'll see. I don't think there's a good way for us to follow along with this.
Oh, no, they're debating doing Snake right now. We can see it live
They
in
are
the commentator chat.
no. I meant the actual weapon draft
Oh,
itself.
yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe if we unmute Kyo stream and listen in.
Then we can figure out what they're
Yeah,
gonna say. Yeah.
But that doesn't seem as fun. Oh, we're getting updates. We're getting live updates.
Yeah,
We've got
we're gonna
range
get
for
live
Triggerfish
updates.
zones.
Okay, so the weapon list here. We should just say.
Yes.
Gluga Dualies Deco, Mini Splatling, Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, Sorella, Custom Wellstring,
Ooh.
Custom Gootuber, Range
Nice.
Blaster, Crack-On, Nautilus 79 Splat Charger. Okay, so the two weapons that
Interesting.
are not getting played are Custom Gootuber and Wellstring.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
You never know, though. Triggerfish zones pull some weird stuff sometimes.
I mean, sure, but it's not gonna be that weird, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've got Not, obviously, for Guppies. We've got Gluga for Triggerfish zones. Splat Charger
come
for
to think of
Guppies.
it,
Interesting.
Come to think of it, I don't think I've commentated a game where the Wellstring was played. I don't know if I've seen any gameplay of this. ever.
I've seen gameplay of it. I've played it some. I don't know that I've seen it in tournament.
Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay.
No, somebody should do it. Just so that everyone can set it can be done. Sorella for Triggerfish zones. That makes sense.
All right, so we
Sure.
have.
Mini for Guppies. So right now Guppies have 2 Splatlings and a Charger, by the way. They're cooking. And Crack-On for Triggerfish zones.
Okay,
Huh.
so this is for Triggerfish zones. It's Range, Gluga, Sorella, Crack-On.
And then Rapid. Okay, and Guppies have Not, Charger, Mini, and Rapid. Interesting.
Wow, so
That's a
Wellstring
comp
and
of all
YouTuber weren't played.
Lame.
Whoa.
Cowardice on both teams' part.
Yeah.
But I am very interested in seeing how the Guppies use their comp. Both of these comps are, we were complaining about seeing shooters earlier. We're sure not seeing any of those.
Yeah, instead you just get 2 Splatlights on one team.
Yes. But there's no paint. Nobody's got paint. Well, Mini has enough paint for everybody
Mini.
else. I lied.
Yeah.
I do think the Splatlings are going to do better than what Triggerfish Zones cooked. I'm going to be so honest.
Well, welcome to Triggerfish Zone Supremacy.
Yeah?
Where we think we don't need the paint. Because
But you
we
do.
think that there's... Well, you see, but if we were playing on Camp Triggerfish...
That's real. But then they would have wanted the Charger, which doesn't help the argument.
Well...
That was
Then
the
there's
one.
that.
That was the Charger map that never stopped being a Charger map. I actually would be okay with Triggerfish Zones coming back. I liked it. I liked Triggerfish. It was fun. I liked breaking people's armor and making them fall in the water. That brought me joy.
Yeah.
We need more ways of making people fall in the water.
Would be funny.
It's the most funny thing.
Yeah.
Everyone should just look. That should be the goal for Splatoon 3. No longer is there a mode to accomplish. You're just trying to push people into the water. That's the new mode.
So in the business, we call that team deathmatch.
Oh, I've lost interest. Now you've made it a real thing. But yeah, this should be interesting. Charger on Clam Blitz is always interesting. I like the VAC for this map. If we're gonna be a little analytical here.
No, I was about to say, what are the special comps? I don't even know what the special comps are.
So
We've got-
Nautilus has Splashdown. Rapid Pro Deco has Whale. Mini has Hammer. Splatterscope has Vacuum. Then we have Wavebreaker, Kraken, Inkjet, and then, ooh, I'm gonna forget Gluga Deco's special. It's a treat for me. And we're not going to get to find out right now, as Kyo has
Deca.
ruined my ability to learn that information.
Trizuka.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. We have a push going here, though, from Bubble Guppies. Should be a pretty solid push, and now they're going to have a vacuum to keep it going. And a whale. Nothing
this looks
terrible to work
strong.
with there.
Well, they don't have a lot of follow-up clams, though, because they committed a lot of resources to gaining this base.
They did. Yeah, that is an issue. But they are keeping basket open. These are players that know enough to be able to maintain basket being open long enough to go get clams, typically. And in this case, they definitely succeeded at that and now have a full wipeout. Oh, boy. Oh, that's a hammer in their base. They did manage to clean up the mini, though. Seems like King Julian's going to try and sneak in another clam or two. Seems like they might be getting a jump in, potentially. Yeah, no. I was wrong. But...
Close.
Oh, yes. Very close.
Close.
Ooh.
All right.
And to
Blaster
be fair,
shuts it
if they had
down.
gotten that in, it would have been game.
That's true.
Mewtwo looking to help set up a forward push here, getting close to that wave breaker. Not sure what that wave breaker is going to do for them, but they're getting close to it.
Well,
Well,
it's actually not bad here.
it's
like,
not
Scorch
bad,
Gorge,
it's just
clams.
not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes the issue isn't something being bad. Sometimes it's just that it doesn't do enough.
Yeah.
I want to actually give some big credit to Bubble Guppies because all of their specials work pretty well here. Like, none of them are exceptional specials on their own, necessarily. But I would argue if you're gonna play Vacuum on a map, this is the map.
Yeah. And you see why they're
You do.
able to find football in the basket. That's the way it goes. Actually, did they knock out here? They
could. There's a world where they could. Especially if they manage to take out Mewtwo, but no. Bubblegup 2D managing to just dodge around, stay alive. Just King Julian left up. Doesn't seem to be backing up. There we go. Now they are. Finally having to give Pepe space. Or not, I guess.
No.
Sure.
Denied. And
Denied. Just powerfully denied. Fun to get to see Kyo on Nautilus. It's a weapon that Kyo has played with a lot. Not often a weapon we've seen Kyo on, though.
yeah, not often in tournaments. Usually it's left up to one of the other 3 Splatling players on his team.
Kyo does love Splatlings, to be fair. Kyo is a Splatling believer.
All right, but hang on. Wipeout here.
Oh.
Trigger Zone Supremacy has an opportunity.
Oh,
DRF is back with the Pity Clam, is going to be jumping in here, and we'll get into the basket. So now just 2 Power
Oh.
Clams away, but no, didn't have
Oh.
enough other clams. That'll be the wipeout. Probably immediate response here from Bubble Guppies if I had to guess.
Oh,
Yep,
absolutely.
there it is.
That's-
Immediately gets
so
thrown in,
that's-
and that's the game.
Yeah. So that's what top teams and top players know how to do really well, is if you make any mistake, they will capitalize on it faster than anyone can think of it, usually. Other than themselves. They're so fast. That is always
Yeah.
wild to me, how quick they are at capitalizing on moments like that.
Yep. And the more you watch the higher level play, the more you come to understand just how fast it is.
Yeah. And in K-Bot's case, the more you find it hard to not yell at other players.
To understand, the more difficult you find it to go, why are you not playing as fast? Yeah. Well, that's that. But, admittedly, theoretically, this one is slower.
Theoretically.
Next one we're playing is Double Dash
Yeah.
on Mako Mart Tower Control.
Yucky.
As I mentioned, this is kind of like a 2v2 relay race. The second that one player dies, another player is allowed to come out of spawn. So
Very interesting.
yeah.
That's almost like an idea I could see very interesting, like a very interesting like monthly runaround.
You know, actually, I'll tell you what. This is an idea that's only allowed to exist in not Splatoon 1, because if it was in Splatoon 1, you would just quick respawn stealth jump the tower
Yeah.
the whole time.
Let's be glad that we don't have to play Splatoon 1 anymore. Every time I
Yeah.
think about Splatoon 1, I'm like, wow, glad we don't deal with that meta, actually.
You know, we never got a spectator mode for that.
Yeah, that's good, actually. I'm glad that let it die faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
No offense, Splatoon 1 lovers. I'm glad you enjoy it. But I will be a hater
Let's
for
not
my
go
own
back.
entertainment.
We don't need to go back to that.
No. Just like when every once in a while I'll still see a person be like, we need to go back to Splatoon 2, and it's like, do we? What are you thinking of that we need to go back there for? I can think of nothing that fun there, actually. I think you're remembering what Splatoon 2 was like wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't hate playing in that meta, don't get me wrong. Most people didn't like it.
Right.
I did hate commentating that meta. I love commentating so many missiles. That's so thrilling.
Woohoo!
Like, I know we were complaining about Crab Tank, but I'd much rather see 6 Crab Tanks on a screen than whatever the end of Splatoon 2 was doing. Also, one person in the chat who mentioned Stingray, I would actually I liked Stingray. I have many bad takes. One of them was liking Stingray.
Hey, Booyah Bomb spam in Splatoon 2 was kind of fun.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. Humpback Booyah Bomb spam was actually a good time. I'll give it that.
Yeah. Our host just said, "It's okay, Nox. I like ink armor."
Oh, well, that's fair. You're allowed to like ink armor. I think it was funny to make people fall off the map with it. It was funny to break the armor and then make them go into the abyss.
Here we are going back to the let's get them falling off the map.
Yeah, I have one goal in life, and it's to kill people in the funniest ways possible. The reason I want Anchovy back so bad is it had fans that could kill people. That was entertainment to me. And I
Am I
don't like the
hearing-
airport map as much, so I'd rather have it back.
Am I hearing that basically what you want to do now is host a tournament where you don't get any points for winning the game and you just get points for whatever the funniest
No, I want you
clip
to still
can
have to play
find
the
is?
objective. You're just only allowed to kill the enemy team in funny ways. And if I don't
okay.
find it funny, you have to stand still for 5 seconds. That's your consequence. If you don't add enough entertainment value, stand still. Wild take from 5 here, saying they liked missiles. Saying she liked missiles, which is a choice of all time, 5.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we made some
Anyway.
choices today, and we're now going to be entering Game 3, Bubble Guppies, tournament point here. With a win, they're able to be the victors. And in the 2v2 mode, anyone can play any weapon at this point, so you're seeing closer to maybe what everyone would rather play overall, but a lot of rather self-sufficient weapons, I
Yes.
think, in a lot of cases here.
Yes, definitely a lot of self-sufficient weapons, as Kyo is showing exceptionally well on that Stamper. Gonna continue moving forward, just gonna let their teammate swim into mid, grab the tower. We are just seeing Kyo go off on that Stamper.
That's about right.
Oh my god. Glad.
And okay, finally taken down.
There we go. Oh, they managed. Tower is switching control. The Junior trying to move forward here. Mewtwo taking the tower. Gonna be close to Bazooka. Gonna have it. But Jazz not gonna be. Jazz does manage to take out Portsmore. And we see we see Bubble Guppies back on the tower.
Okay, question. Are they allowed to super jump to each other?
Hmm. I would assume, but I do not know.
I mean, I guess that doesn't sound... It's actually not, like, the largest buff ever, but it feels like it'd be faster.
Well, yeah, but if everyone can do it, it's fine.
Yeah.
It does seem like Bubble Guppies have created a comp that works pretty well for this. Kyo doing an excellent job moving where there's shots from the range. now probably gonna get taken out on landing, yeah.
Yeah.
But they have pushed to 59, which, when you can only have 2 players at a time, seems pretty good.
Yeah. I imagine any kind of advantage, especially a checkpoint advantage here, is worthwhile.
Pretty strong.
Yeah. Good cleanup there from Kyo. Taking down Pepe, and now trying to go forward. Okay, actual good trade on the exit. Feels like now we're just watching 1v1s.
A little bit. It does seem like it's devolved into all of these players going, but look what I can do. Look, I can do it too. And doing a little bit of solo queue show off moment.
And if
We are
there's
kinda
anyone that
seeing-
wants to play solo queue show off.
Yeah, that's a real mode they've added where you just try and get sick clips the whole time.
Right. Yeah. Like that one that Kyo just got where he
Well, it's
swam
yeah.
up to the tower and held the button.
Sometimes you just need to swim up the tower and hold a button, I guess.
Well,
But yeah, we're seeing Kyo put in. Kyo's just doing a lot. This is one of those moments where I'm like, oh, I wish you could see the end screens like you could in Splatoon 2. Not to bring back an ancient thing, but I'm still mad about it. I don't know why they got rid of it.
yeah, that's one thing that we should have.
They should have
Retained.
given that back by now
Yeah.
because it shouldn't have been gone in the first place. Because I loved seeing players' kill counts. It adds a lot as a commentator and as a viewer.
Well,
But
any
Kyo,
statistics.
yeah, Kyo
That's a
managing
lot.
to clean up around the tower, and right now we're seeing Bubble Guppies holding on to the lead by 1 point, probably going to manage to extend it here, but no, Mewtwo managing to shove King Julian off the tower, and Kyo on the flank with this Splatana Stamper, managing to take out one, King Julian getting the other, so they might actually extend lead here.
Looking like they can.
Or not.
Would probably want the slightly larger than 1 point differential, but
You know, anytime you have only a 1 point lead with no checkpoint, it doesn't feel great.
it does not. Of course, Triggerfish Zone
Oh.
Supremacy looking to capitalize on that. The Ultra Stamp comes out to be able to distract, and King Julian comes up with the pick. Mewtwo looking towards the tower, but is going to get pushed away off of it. And now Smork starts to approach here, but Triggerfish Zone Supremacy doesn't feel like they've got a lot going for them right now. They do find one pick, but of course, next up is Kyo coming in on that Stamper immediately, targeting the tower. Starting to jump right on top of it.
Oh!
Pepe actually going to take out the
That's
Splatana
the
Stamper
bubble.
here. Tower's getting really close. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy is going to be able
That's
to take the
lead.
lead with 4 seconds left to play.
Huh.
And they'll try to get on the
Oh.
tower, but no. Bubble Guppies denied the last step on the tower. We're heading to a game 4.
Interesting. Exciting. I don't remember what the game 4 has the potential to be.
Game 4
Interesting.
is Spin the Wheel.
Spin the wheel. As you know, we do. This time it won't give us shooters for sure. This time the wheel will be so nice and do something silly.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're gonna be playing Rainmaker Humpback. I love Rainmaker Humpback. They should have to use all Toxic Mist as a treat for me. Not
What?
actually. It's not that good.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that good.
No, one of them is very funny there though.
Random weapon draft. Each team is given a pool of 6 weapons to build their comp from.
Interesting.
I believe each team's weapon pool is unique.
I think so. That's what that reads like. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely unique. I don't remember which team is. I'm going to assume Alpha is team coming in
Bubble
from winner's
Guppies.
side.
Yeah, I assume.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Bubble Guppies will have Jet Squelcher to choose from, Undercover Brella, NZAP 85, Splattershot Pro, Neo Splashmatic, and Sploosh. And Triggerfish Zones will have Mini Splatling, Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. No, sorry, Rapid Blaster Deco. No Pro there. Luna Blaster Neo, Octobrush Nouveau, Squeezer, and Tenatech. Do you think
These
one of
feel
those comps
pretty
is better
normal.
than the other?
Um,
Maybe? just a bit.
Maybe a touch.
Just a little bit. I think I
Maybe.
remembered that King Julian is a name Biscuit likes to go by sometimes to add context, so they do have Biscuit there, I think.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Biscuit used to be a Sploosh player, if I'm remembering correctly.
Really?
I think back before they played comp, they used to play Sploosh.
All right, well.
Oh, there's wheel being said. I don't know why.
Why are
wheel
we
is being
chanting
said.
wheel?
Great,
I don't
great
understand
question.
why we're all chanting wheel.
We're
I think it's
chanting wheel.
probably because it's
Well, Schmeep said wheel. Oh, we're being said. I guess we have to say wheel. We're being told to.
uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Y'all got that. I will not participate
don't
in your
understand
satanic
what's-
rituals.
There's satanic rituals at play, and I think that's so
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, I think that's important that it's happening. Not my thing though. Y'all got that. That's on you.
Oh, they're calling out to the wheel gods. Oh, because the
well,
random
it's-
comps were really something, according to 5.
Well, it's a little late to call out to the wheel gods.
Well, not if Shmeeb is also doing it. Shmeeb's the god here. It feels like a cult.
it,
Nova.
it does. I did kind of just witness cult-like behavior.
We're not gonna not call it out. Shmeeb says he only facilitates it. So. Oh, so there's already a poker table cult. That's what Balatro is.
True. True.
I've been playing such a normal amount of Balatro. I
You
don't see
playing
it when
a
I close
roguelike?
my eyes. I know, I'm so normal
What?
about them. Anyway, we're getting into the game. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, rough to be Triggerfish Zone supremacy here. I'll be so honest. I think
You
in the
know-
future for this wheel option, the losing team should get to pick which comp they want first. I still think Triggerfish Zones might have picked this because they love to cook.
I was
But
about to say, in their defense, like, this feels like it could just be a Triggerfish Zones comp.
it's real close to one. I think I've seen him
It-
play something very similar.
Admittedly, that was with Krakenmare probably playing Brush, right? But
Probably.
Even still?
Probably Inkbrush. And Inkbrush and
Yeah.
Octobrush are pretty different. Oh, the vacuum's
Well.
putting in some hard work here. The vacuum did a lot there, to be honest.
it's soloing out the one player.
Yeah, that's pretty good. When the one player's Kyo, that's pretty good.
That's true. Just gotta worry about the other 3 players on his team.
Yeah. Just the other 3 really good players.
Yeah.
Not to undersell Triggerfish Zone supremacy. They're also very good. They're just not Kyo and co.
Yeah.
But they are going to get the first checkpoint.
Okay, wait a second.
Wait a
Took
second.
it to the left side.
Oh. Might be
Pepe
getting
might
this
try
pick.
to be surprising. Here come the strikes.
Oh.
We're gonna just
Oh,
take it
we
right back
failed
up
the
there.
jump.
No, okay, missed the jump. Well,
Sometimes you miss a jump. It's real easy to miss a jump as somebody who's missed far too many jumps. I would never say something to preserve my own ego.
more
it's easy to
jumps
miss a
than
jump.
more jumps than one would care to admit.
Sometimes the B button just doesn't work, I think. Sometimes
Uh-huh.
it's broken.
Yep. The controller's broken.
Yeah, it's
My
always
eyes
the
were
controller's
closed.
fault.
Sun was in my eyes.
Well, I can't use that excuse. I'm in a basement.
My little sibling was playing. Monitor turned off. Yeah. Heard it all. Heard it
Inject
all.
coming out here, keeping Bubble Guppies from getting more points on the board. Triggerfish Zone's holding on to lead here. Not by much, but they are holding on to it. Rapid looking to move into mid, poking at things, not accomplishing all that much. Bubble Guppy's probably going to
Yeah.
be able to swim forward here. Pepe trying to use some splat bombs,
yeah.
it seems, but not going to be enough. The vacuum coming out. That is a full wipeout. And a chance here for Triggerfish Zones to try and get lead back. Likely going to go through the right side this time, I would hope. The left side you get to try once, and then you're usually done with it for the game.
I still think good push, by the way, from Bubble Guppies.
Oh no, absolutely. They use that vacuum incredibly well.
Although, coming back the other way, okay, never mind.
No.
Somebody comes out on top, but no, wipe out here. Okay, hold on a second. They're able to take the lead. 2D jumps in, is going to stop it at 14. That's pretty solid for them right now.
They just need to not feed for the rest of the game now. They just need to play so safe, but also aggressively. Hope that helps.
Yeah. I mean, how are you supposed to play safe with this weapon composition?
You can't.
You can't.
Well,
you throw fizzies and
well, you spam fizzy. No. If you look, I'm gonna cook here. So they're gonna try and push through right side because that's the option. That's what you do. So you're gonna spam fizzy and torp there, along with splat bomb, and then you're gonna just have your brush run at things, and everyone else just stands there. But now they're gonna.
Or you get wiped out.
Yeah, I think my bomb answer was better because now there's a vacuum and they're dead. I almost swore. I did a good job not swearing. It got real close though. Smork managing to get the Rainmaker down, hanging on to lead temporarily. I don't think it will be enough. Kyo's still there, looking to take the Rainmaker, able to take out the Pro.
Okay. Smork has got to come up with something here. No, immediately gets taken down.
back.
Mewtwo, no, not that time. Yeah. And the Bubble Guppies will find the dunk and find the tournament. They are your Party Wheel on Ice champions. Hats off, of course, to this team of players who now can add this clearly most prestigious title to their resumes.
Yeah, this is better than winning the North American Championship. Obviously.
Yep.
It's Shmeep's Party Wheel. It's better.
And shoutouts to Jazz.
Shoutouts to Jazz.
We like Jazz.
We do like Jazz. But really fun games. I always love to see what the wheel decides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there wasn't enough chaos this time, though, by the sounds of it.
There could have been more chaos. There can always be more chaos.
Yeah.
We didn't have all killer whales, so it was pretty chill.
That's true. I don't know what the plan is from here.
No, neither do I. I was uninformed of the plan. We just
so I'm just gonna say, Shmee, put you on the spot. What's the plan?
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're just supposed to sign off. Okay, that's fine.
Easy.
Do you have anything, Cox?
Yeah, go check out my YouTube. I've interviewed some people. Kyo's one of them. Please go check it out. It's pretty neat.
It's pretty neat. You might learn a thing or two about how people think.
Yeah, that is my goal.
And for me, go enjoy yourselves the new year. I got nothing. I have nothing Splatoon related.
You just telling people to go touch grass, K-Bot?
Yeah, go touch grass. Go get involved with your collegiate programs. That's what I'll say. And that'll be that. Of course, thanks to Shmeeb and Company for hosting us and bringing us back. As I mentioned when we first signed on, fun little tradition to be here at the beginning of the year. And yeah, that'll do it for us. We'll send it over to your host of the day today, the person who's been managing the stream behind the scenes, Shmeeb. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I've been here the whole time. Can you believe it? Yeah, I just want to, before we end things off, say thanks to everyone for watching. It was another great tournament, no matter how many times the wheel picked random weapon class. Definitely far exceeded expectations with how many people we really got. Last time for Party Wheel Radical Summer, we only had 12 teams, and this time we had 37, with about half of those people joining in the past 36 hours or so. So, definitely a much higher turnout than expected. But also big shout out to Carovescence, who invented the Kali Shu bot. that we use for the tournament. It is the only reason that this tournament went smoothly at all, as it has been for the past 4 times that we've used it. Definitely keep an eye out in the Discord for news in the future, as per the tradition that we started last summer. We will have another one this summer. But also be sure to leave your feedback there. I always consider feedback above everything else when I create the next one. But yeah, there's a whole lot of TOs here who also want to say hi, so you guys can take it away as well if you want.
Hi, Melissa. I was helping Tio with 5 Dino and Pock, I think, right?
Can you say that again? I accidentally had Discord muted.
Oh, you're okay. I'm Osa. I've been helping Tio the whole time with 5 Dino and Pock, and I forget who else joined, but we had somebody else helping us.
Nova?
And it's been fun. Things ran very smoothly. You guys understood the rules really well, which is much appreciated from a Tio perspective because it makes it easier on all of us. So, thank you for that.
Thank you.
It's great. We appreciated that you guys read everything. It made our lives a lot easier, and things move along pretty smoothly. So, yeah.
Helped us close like super clear this time around, actually, which was great. Thank you everyone for playing.
Also, a huge thank you to Shmeeb for running and the commentators. And they haven't talked yet, but Nova as well. M2 Nova has been a huge help with like the rooms and telling everybody the rules, and just shout out to everybody who worked on it, including Aza as well. Managed a lot of behind the scenes stuff, and everybody. They did very well, and thank you for allowing us to talk to me and do all that.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone for hosting too.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Oh yeah, actually one more shout out. Shout out to Amp in the chat, the art prize provider and also player of the tournament. Amp is going to be providing the prize for Bubble Guppies now that they have been crowned champions. Fun fact, this is the first Party Wheel tournament in over a year that has not been won by Secret Elixir. Because they didn't play for the most part, but just as a fun fact, shout out to Strawberry because they asked for it, I guess. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and hopefully you all come back around next time. Oh yeah, no, shout out to Strawberry for creating the theme song of Party Wheel on Ice. That's definitely something worth shouting out for. And Sakura for the logo. Just remembering who all worked on this. Shout out to Sakura for making the logo. It's epic. You see it right there, and have been for the past a while. Yeah, Aza for creating the like trailer, half of the trailer. Very spectacular looking video that we had there. But yeah, we'll see you this summer for another Party Wheel tournament. Keep your eyes open. No more. We're done with shoutouts now. Oh yeah, Sakura did the stream layout last time, and we used it again because it's cool. Am I forgetting any other shoutouts, guys?
I think you got everybody.
Did
get everybody.
Maybe did you talk about the other commentators before K-Bot and Nox?
Yeah,
the commentators.
Shout out to all the commentators. We did that. That was the first thing we did.
I have bad memory. I'm sorry.
Me too. Sorry, I don't remember.
Shout out to my mom for making dinner after this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Banger.
Shout out to all the shooter comps we witnessed today.
Shout out to the wheel for picking random class 8 times and picking Splatana about half of those times.
That was fire. I love watching Splatana gameplay, bro.
The Splatana matches
was
were
like
kinda
half
good.
the tournament.
I won't lie. They were pretty good. Okay, for real this time. This has been Party Wheel on Ice. Stay around for next time.